as the quote in this movie tells us, choose life. Choose a podcast you enjoy. Choose Three Lads Talking Movies. Choose horror. Choose comedy. Choose action. Choose animation. Choose playing your favorite game. Choose your favorite streamer. Choose watching your friends online doing something that they love. Choose taking a chance at something new. Choose experiencing movies you've never seen before. Choose reliving movies from your past. Choose the spooky memes. Choose Steve Knievel. Choose Beck's Feet in 7. And choose the We Know Kino podcast today because we're talking about Trainspotting.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Ewan, who did your accent coaching? That's incredible.
He just flipped. It's like I didn't hear a single bit of like Australian there at all.
We're straight into the...
Oh, Bex is already cut out. You were too aggressive there, Bex. You were too aggressive.
That's my fault. That's my fault. I sent him to that place. I sent him. No, that was great. That was quality.
What's good, everybody? That was Bex giving us the intro.
Mm-hmm.
That was Steve saying that they're Australian.
Yeah.
And wait, we're Australian? You're one of us now. You just said it.
Oh,
yeah.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
You know? I'm Seb. How's it going, guys?
Seb, we're good.
Your pick?
My pick, Trainspotting. I felt really bad because halfway through this movie, I was like, "Oh my god, I've picked such a sad movie," and all I could think of was Clarel. I was just like, she's gonna be so upset when she sees this one.
This movie is really, you know what? I'd heard my entire life that this was a very hard movie to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And there are really rough scenes, but maybe I'm just so desensitized where I was like, once we got past the scene, you know, that everybody always talks about, I was like, oh, this is such a breeze. This is so nice. And I think it really helps that it's, Danny Boyle, who's a fantastic director. So thank you, Bex, for choosing this film because I had a great time with it.
I think you're right. There's some very rough scenes, and when you really sit and think about it, most of this movie is really sad. But it's the way it's shot, the way it's acted, the music. It just makes it feel fun.
I know. It's
so weird to say that.
It is. It's a lot of fun to such a dark topic.
Yeah,
it's just that dark it's almost like it's so depressing, and it's just constantly everything just seems to go badly or go wrong, but you can't help but just like it's like a beautiful car crash, isn't it? Of just events and moments, and you're just like, I can't not keep watching. It's just like you're along for the ride.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
And it was very enjoyable in even though nothing really went right, even the ending. But we'll get it to that. But great pick from you, and I can't wait to hear about why your first experience with this movie.
I can jump into that. We can do our histories.
Go for it.
So I remember back when I was in secondary school, I must have been I think I was 14 or 15, and a bunch of lads I hung out with all were talking about favorite movies, and at the group I was with, every movie was like this edgy movie, and it was like they were having a competition with each other for who could say the edgiest movie at this point. And during the list, Trainspotting had come up, and I'd never seen it, but I was listening to them all, and I was like, Trainspotting sounds like such a cool movie. Like, you get, again, as a 14, 15-year-old trying to fit in with a bunch of really weird lads, I was like, a movie about a bunch of guys on drugs and partying? That's fucking awesome. So I'd never seen it, but in the classic Sky TV manner of anybody from England and Ireland that had Sky TV, I think I was babysitting, and the Film 4 channel had it on one night. And I was like, I'm putting it on. I'm finally getting to watch the movie the boys are talking about.
I think it's produced by Film 4.
It is,
so I think that's
yeah.
why.
Oh, nice.
And I remember when I first watched it, I didn't really take it in. I was again, I'd never taken drugs at 14. I didn't know the whole life of that, so I never really took it in. But a few years later, it came up on a site where I think it was a streaming site, and I was like, oh, Trainspotting's there, I'll watch it again. And that's the time I fell in love with the movie. I sat there and every single beat of the movie, I was like, that's so fucking good. And then when the second movie had come out, one of my mom's cousins and his boyfriend took us to see it, and we were still, I think, maybe just underage, but we got snuck in. I can't remember when it came out. I might have been old enough. And I thought the second movie was so good that when I went back and watched the first one again after it just sank into one of my favorite movies. I thought the second movie did such a good job that when I watched the first one for that third time, that's where I was like, you know what, I adore this movie.
So it's a good duology. The two of them work.
A complete, like, if you never got the sequel, which they had never planned, if you never got it, you would have never complained. But the fact that it came out and it was such a complete switch in tone, which I've said it already, but we will cover the sequel. It's a complete switch in tone, and I think because of that, it works. If they'd have come back and did the same story, but everybody's older, I'd have been like, hey, you're just rehashing it. They do a good enough story to follow this where I was like, it works.
Okay.
That's honestly a relief for me.
Yeah.
After watching the first one, I was like, you don't need to make a sequel, you know? No. So I've been worried about how that was going to be, but I'm going to watch it before.
I think that's what, like, go into it with what I've just said. You're not going to go in and see a bunch of now probably 40 and 50-year-olds doing the same shit they're doing in this. Okay. It's a whole different aspect, a whole different look on life in general. And I think because of that, that's why both movies work. This one is still the better movie, but the second one works well enough where two of them as a collective of movies is good enough.
Yeah.
So that's my history. What have you guys got? I know, did both of you say this was your first time seeing it?
It's definitely, it was my first time seeing it.
Yeah, so, first time for me as well. I mean, I'm a big fan of Danny Boyle. Like in general, I just hadn't watched this because I at one point in my life I went through all the Nolan films, and that was fantastic. You know, I've been through all the Tarantino films. That was fantastic. I've been meaning to do all of the Danny Boyle films. You know, like just go through them all. But I just hadn't got to that point yet, right? So there are some movies that I missed out. Like I love Slumdog Millionaire. 28 Days Later is one of my favorite movies ever. Sunshine is fantastic. I love me some sci-fi horror. We'll talk about more of that later. Yesterday, I think it's just such a lovely movie. I really love Yesterday. But I hadn't seen Trainspotting, and I think that's because my mum had always, like, every time it was on TV and I'd be like, oh, shall I watch this? She'd always be like, oh, it's too dark for you. It's too it's too horrible. That's a horrible movie. And at some point, because Trainspotting came out after I was born, so I don't know when she would have watched it, but she's watched the movie. And she always stays away from, like, things that aren't nice, right?
Right.
So I don't know when she watched this movie after she had me. I don't know how she got it in her head, but she was just like, yeah, this is the darkest movie ever. You shouldn't watch it, Seb. It'll make you sad. So I hadn't watched it until now, and I had a great time with it. And my mum was right. It's a very dark, seedy movie. But as you said, Bex, just the editing and the acting and the energy that comes with the film is just it's so full of life for a movie that's just about, like, ruining life, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, that's me. Also, like, you know, growing up, I'd always heard about this film about, like, Obi-Wan Kenobi taking lots of drugs, and I always thought, oh, that sounds so cool. Right?
Yeah, I would have, like, if that's one way, like, someone would describe it. Just it's literally him just ruining his life and destroying his friendships and everything like that.
Yeah. I thought that. Oh, you know what? Before I get into all that stuff, we'll talk about that when we get to it. I was going to talk about, like, thoughts about specific parts, but we'll get to
into that.
Yeah. Cool. I'm excited to talk about
it. Yeah, first time for me. I used to always bypass this movie for the sheer silly reason that I thought it was I thought it was a movie about just guys just sitting at a train station watching trains, and it's so it's so stupid. I used to take like in my like when I was, obviously this movie came out after I was born as well, and I remember there was a period that like my mum just in the 90s used to love movies like this, just like kind of British kind of like comedy dramas. I remember another one of hers that also starred a certain Robert Carlyle, who's in this, was The Full Monty.
Yeah.
And she used to just love movies of this kind of just, I don't know, just friends, I guess, kind of like just getting up to all sorts of shenanigans, even though this one is a lot more than probably simple shenanigans. But I was just like, yeah, no, Trainspotting. I was like, all right,
friends shenanigans movie.
yeah, just a bromance movie, really. When you strip back all the layers, but I was like, yeah, no, I just never. It was one that had always been on my radar, and like obviously Danny Boyle. My first introduction to him was The Beach. I don't know why. I just thought that would be another friends shenanigans movie. Oh, you just get stranded on a beach. The weather's nice. The water's fun. Go for a swim. Yeah, no, it wasn't like that at all. 28 Days Later, obviously, is a classic. I've seen Slumdog Millionaire, 127 Hours. So it was just another one of his movies that that and Shallow Grave is like they're on my list, and I've managed to take off Trainspotting now. But yeah, first time for me. Thoroughly enjoyed it in the sense that everything is just so bad. But I just need to keep watching.
Everything is so bad. Life is so bad. It's so rough.
Yeah. It's just that theme of just but somehow you just couldn't take your eyes off the screen.
This movie's like. By the way, we've got lots of lovely people who listen like abroad, overseas and stuff. I've spent a lot of time in Edinburgh in my life, and Glasgow, where this movie was shot. They capture it so real, right?
Yeah,
like you can recognize where they are, the streets that they're walking on, even the scenes in London as well. You can recognize it if you've been there. Like this movie really feels it's got a very British feel to it, and Danny Boyle is very good at like doing that, right? And it doesn't shy away from its roots at all. Like these actors are talking with accents that might be unintelligible to, American ears, right?
Yeah.
Like it's very cool for me to listen, because where I live on the border of England and Scotland, people talk like this. Yeah. Right. It's the same slang that they're using because we're so close. It's the same like way that they speak is just something that I've been brought up around this. So it was very cool to see that, especially a movie that takes place in the 90s. So it really was kind of nostalgic for me growing up in the 90s on the border. And there's a lot of junkies in the area as well. There's a lot of people that actually like this, and that was cool to see that I think they did a really good job.
Yeah, it was just like, it was crazy. You're watching a movie, but you just, everything you hear and see in that movie, you just know is happening somewhere around. Like for us, obviously, me and Beckham in Ireland, it's happening in Ireland, absolutely. But Scotland, Wales, England, it's like, this is just, it was almost like just a pseudo like documentary style of just like how just people behave under the influence like this, and just the shitty things that they do. It was, but yeah, it's all just condensed into just like a 90-minute movie for your entertainment. Yeah. And it's entertaining, but it's like, you're like, but this happens. Like, this is so close. Like it is so realistic, and
this might be triggering for people who have like histories of like drug or substance abuse, so warning there. Obviously, it's Trainspotting we're dealing with, so it's gonna come up, right? It's gonna come up. So
drugs is the main theme, and it's not a drugs are good movie. It's not one of those. It's a very opposite of that. So there will be the lowest of the low, to quote the movie, moments of what drugs can do. So if anybody has had moments like that or knows people, this movie will touch on that. So be warned that we're going to get there.
We'll be talking drugs, guys.
I'll put out the PSA at the beginning of the video when it goes live.
Drugs are bad. Okay.
Get the little like picture of the weed leaf with the stone dyes and little joint this way.
I mean, anybody clicking. I'm just saying in case like for some reason somebody doesn't know Trainspotting, because I know people like listen to these movies because they come from like our communities, right? So they're like listening to the podcast because they like us. Maybe they don't know about the movie, so I thought I'd mention it because like if you're finding us because you want to know more about the movie, then you already know
about the movie.
You already know. So thank you everybody who's listening and watching.
I'll be really curious to know about anybody out of the UK and Ireland region, if they even really, is this a movie that's on their radar? Because it is a very Scottish fucking movie.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'd be so curious about it.
As we've said, like we've kind of been brought up with, this has always been like in the pop culture, right?
Yeah.
I've always known that this film exists. It was always on television. Yeah. Maybe that's not the case overseas in America and like in other parts of Europe and stuff.
Because like you mentioned, there's two actors in particular whose accents are very strong. And I couldn't imagine anybody that's not used to hearing an accent like that even being able to understand, especially Robert Carlyle. His accent is very, very strong.
Yeah.
So I'd be very surprised.
I don't think I've ever seen a bad performance from the guy. He's just, he really stands out in a film of a lot of stands out actors, you know?
He chews up every scene he's in. You're just
I gotta say, so have you guys ever played Star Wars Obi-Wan for the original Xbox?
No.
Okay, so that was like a game that came out with the Xbox, and it had Obi-Wan like on the front cover, but his lightsaber is green instead of blue because it was Xbox, you know, and the whole thing was black and green like logo. So the voice actor they got to play Obi-Wan was actually doing an impression of like Trainspotting Ewan McGregor. Rather than Obi-Wan Kenobi. So when I started this film and I heard fucking Obi-Wan talk, Ewan McGregor talk, I was like, oh, it's Obi-Wan from the game, not from Star, but from that specific game.
Oh man,
I gotta say that guy did an incredible impression of Ewan from this film, because maybe he hadn't seen. I don't know how when the original Xbox comes out, have you not seen Star Wars? Like how does that happen?
You've seen Trainspotting, but you haven't seen Star Wars.
And even you're getting hired to do the voice of the character. Go and watch the movie.
He walks in, it's like, I do a great Ewan McGregor impression. They're like, okay, you're hired.
Yeah, you don't hear it, but they're like, take it on face value.
I can't do it, Anakin. I can't do it.
And the performance director is just in the booth listening to him spout like just pure pure Scottish slang, and they're like, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I like that take. My God,
it's fine. That's actually so good.
I didn't get what you're saying, Anakin.
Oh no!
I can't feel the Force anymore.
Oh my God!
Scottish people listening right now are punching the screen.
Yeah, I know. You wee bastard. Vader, you wee bastard.
Why am I thinking of a Scottish Yoda now?
Fuck. Dude.
Well, have you ever seen those Yoda's like high on meth videos and stuff? Yeah. Okay, should we get into the film? Thank you guys for listening for 20 minutes before we even get started. Oh, I'm a bit lightheaded.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, there's a lot to this intro. So, like, there's a.
Even they get in. The movie is based on a book by the same name. I've actually not read the book, but 2 days ago I bought it on my phone so I could have it read before we watch the second movie, just so
cool. Yeah,
I can keep up. I never got around to it. I always forget there was a book, and I keep saying it. It's like every time I watch a movie, I'll get the book. So I just cracked and finally did it.
The book was written by
Irvin Welsh.
You're a bit quiet there, Steve.
Sorry, I turned away.
Fell down your hole.
Yeah, I fell down the rabbit hole.
As far as I know, the only real difference that's like major between the book and the movie is there's a lot more characters in the book. They have like a whole bunch more people to deal with than the movie does. So that's really about it.
It's funny that this movie podcast has made me read more books than like I had previously. You know,
so many things are just based on books.
Books are good. Okay.
Books are good. Read. Yeah, it's good to read. The author of the novel, Irvin Walsh, he was actually in the movie, wasn't he?
I don't know. Probably.
Let me see. I think that's my little film trivia. I'm pretty sure Irvin Walsh, if I'm not mistaken, was he one of just the background characters? Was he? No. Did Reddit lie to me?
I'm sure. He plays a character called Mikey Forrester.
Okay. Yeah, he's a mentioned character. Okay. He might not actually appear physically in the movie then.
No, he is. He is in the movie. Mikey's in it. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that was him though. I never looked at Mike Forrester's actor, but that's cool. I didn't know that.
So that's his connection to the movie himself after writing the novel.
Movie was only the budget was £1.5 million British pounds. That's insane.
Wow. Yeah.
Thinking of how much it costs to make a fucking movie now. Yeah. 1.5 million is insane. Insane.
But then you think back in the 90s as well, that was a lot of cheddar as well. I don't know. It feels like that would have been for like a movie of this caliber. I don't know. Yeah, 1.5.
How much does the transition from that now, the inflation, how much does that go up? That's probably like an awful lot of money now.
You'd imagine that'd be about 20 million now, would it?
I don't even understand how inflation works. No, I don't get it. Why can't money just stay the same? Why can't we all just have the same money?
What was it, 95?
96.
96. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay.
5 months before I was born.
Oh.
Well, that's when it came out, but they would have spent the money beforehand, right? So no, it's still under 3 million right now, according to my quick Bank of England calculator that I've just pulled up here. So, like, compared to a lot of movies now, it's still very, very cheap, for such a large scale movie. Like, all of these actors went on. I don't know if like they'd done much beforehand, but they all went on to kind of become a lot of them went on to do some pretty huge movies. Obi-Wan.
I think the only one of our main that really, I don't know, didn't pop off is Sick Boy.
Oh, yeah?
When I looked through everybody's list, like for everybody else that's there, I could pick out a movie. I was like, oh, you know them from this, you know them from that. When I looked at him, it was like, doesn't have an awful lot going. So he's the only one I think that kind of went under the radar. I think he's good in this. I think he's even better in the second one.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised he's not got more of a lift from both the movies.
What's our cast? So we have Ewan McGregor, Mark Renton, Johnny Lee Miller as Sick Boy, Robert Carlyle obviously as Francis Begbie, Ewan Bremner as Spud, and Kevin McKidd as Tommy. Okay.
I'm looking at Sick Boy's like IMDb. Dude's been in a lot of stuff, but just nothing that's like
pop big stuff.
Yeah. Like you had obviously had Star Wars like straight after. Like everybody loves
which everybody
Obi-Wan,
talks about.
Mm-hmm.
And he was adult Danny Torrance in Dr. Sleep as well. So connections there to our Shining episode.
Ooh.
There you go. Fucking Ewan Bremner was in Wonder Woman. He was in Snatch, which is another English movie that basically everybody from England and Ireland has heard of.
You guys should check that out. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And he was in Alien vs. Predator. connecting him into some kind of sci-fi horror.
I watched a war movie with him in recently as well, like a big war movie that everybody talks about, but I can't remember what it is. And Robert Carlyle, of course, famously played Hitler.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
In Hitler, The Rise of Evil, it's like he played Hitler, and like there's always memes of his performance of Hitler as well.
There's a lot of pictures of him. That's weird. It's like knowing him from this and then seeing those pictures is like, that's so weird.
Robert Carlyle was also in one of my he was a James Bond villain. And he was a Scottish man playing an Englishman with an American accent, and it's the biggest clusterfuck of accents you've ever seen. And he's just like, it's very on the nose that he's also his character is just he's oh god, how do I address this tastefully? He's basically it was 90s, it was wild, and he's a white man who has a superiority complex, and he's also got a shaved head, but he's a Bond villain.
I see.
Of course.
Yes.
So I'm just like, I used to like that movie. I used to like his performance because it was my introduction to Robert Carlyle. And now I look back and I'm just like, yeesh. Yikes.
I'm going to see now. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to try and hit a nerve with Steve, right?
Oh.
He's also in an Irish movie.
Oh.
Called Angela's Ashes.
Oh, God.
Have you ever seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had repressed that from my mind.
Angela's Ashes is like this very religious built movie that I'm pretty sure anybody our kind of age had to sit and watch it hundreds of times because for some reason my grandmother loved it, my mother loved it, and we had to sit and watch it constantly. And it's so depressing.
I've never heard of this before.
Oh yeah,
it's bad. Very depressing.
It's bad. Yeah, we were made watch it in school.
Yeah. I remember like any time it would come up on the Irish channels when I was staying with my grandmother, it was on and you didn't turn it off. It was on, and it was on a lot. It's a good movie, but God, it's so depressing. And it's of a different time in Ireland as well. It's like a time capsule of that era that they're trying to cover in the movie of what Ireland was like. And it's so weird.
Just misery. That's pure misery. And
Brenner, I know him from Black Hawk Down. Have you guys seen it?
Yes.
And he can't hide his accent at all. It's
no.
He's playing like an American soldier, but it's so Scottish. It's crazy.
And the guy that there's another friend called Tommy. The only movie I've ever seen him in before was Hannibal Rising.
Hannibal Rising, yeah.
And he voices people in Pixar's Brave, but I've only ever seen him in Hannibal Rising, and I don't even know why I remember that he's in Hannibal Rising because I don't think he's a big character in it.
Kevin McKidd, the actor's called.
Yeah.
I
have no idea how that stuck in my head. But that covers basically our main cast and the majority of the stuff that people will probably know them in.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we've missed any obvious ones there on anybody, have we?
I have just to mention one because fucking Sick Boy, Johnny Lee Miller, me and Callum know him from a TV show called Elementary that my dad used to watch, and we used to just keep calling him the big forehead guy.
Is that a Sherlock show?
Yeah. So that's how we knew him properly, was big forehead guy from Elementary, because his hairline hasn't been the best to him over the years.
No.
So that's our connection to him, because I just popped into my head. I didn't even have it in my notes. Popped in my head when I googled there that he's in Elementary.
Forehead guy.
But right, we kick into our actual plot. Ready to go?
Start our movie.
Ready for it.
Right. We do start the movie by mentioning the actual MVP of the whole movie, the soundtrack. Soundtrack for this movie is fucking phenomenal. It's amazing.
It's so good. What genre of music is this? Is it
dance music, techno-y kind of dance music? There's a little bit like, would you say soft rock in there a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
But it's mainly dance music. It's completely like nightclub music of that time.
Trance and all that,
Yeah. Okay, guys, I gotta be a bit quiet because like my walls are pretty thin and my windows are open, but one of my neighbors, he's quite into the drugs himself, right? And he also fancies himself a bit of a DJ, yeah. Now sometimes I'm listening to the music and I'm like, you could only enjoy this
Yeah.
if you're on crazy drugs, right?
Yeah.
And some of the music is just like boom, boom, boom. You know, it's just wild. And I imagine if you are in that headspace, that would be fucking awesome. Right.
Like,
do you want to know something really sad?
Go on.
Oh,
This boom, 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 like what you just said, kind of is my dad's favorite music. He does not take drugs. He sits on trains, full trains with headphones on, too loud, where everybody in the train is looking with him, and all you can hear is, and he's sitting there like it's nothing, and everybody in the train is looking at us, and I'm like, Dad, turn it down. And he's like, no. So that's my dad's music.
When I worked at the sweet shop when I was younger, right? So we'd get lots of people coming in for the munchies, yeah. And every day, this like huge, like tall, it must have been like your height, Bex. It must have been like 6'5" or something, right? This German guy would come riding on his bike to come and get like his munchies every day. But on his bike, he had speakers, and he'd be playing like German trance techno, like out loud through the town center. And he wouldn't stop it. He'd put his bike outside the shop and just leave the music blasting as he walked into the shop. I guess like if somebody's going to steal his bike, he'd hear it going away, wouldn't he? But like
he would, yeah.
I dream to be that confident.
So much confidence. I remember one day he came in without any shoes on, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's what you're doing today. That's wild."
Yeah.
Okay, back to the movie. But by the way, if this is your first time listening, we digress a lot. We do get to the point, but we just have a fun time with it. So have a fun time with us.
Because the movies that we watch are always fun times.
Yeah.
Well, in some way.
Yeah.
We like to fight to see the beauty in everything, you know.
We did Land of the Dead last week, and we had some dead energy last week. It's wild that we're doing Trainspotting, and we're like, yeah, guys, this is so hype.
Okay, so there's only a couple of songs I have named because they're the Trainspotting songs. Anytime somebody knows Trainspotting, they basically know what these songs are. So our opening has Lust for Life by Iggy Pop playing, as we then get introduced to Renton and Spud's there, but Renton's carrying the show, which he'll be doing a lot of narrating, where there's a lot of quotes because there's a lot of big stuff said by Renton as he's covering our tracks over the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He's called Renton. They say Mark. I just use everybody's second name now. They're usually talking their own name. Yeah. They, like when they're talking, there's only a couple of people that'll call him Rent or Rent Boy. They call him by his first name mainly. I just have them all as second names because it's easier to keep up on everybody.
This is a great gym soundtrack, by the way, as well.
Yeah. You could just have the best times. You could boogie in your own house. I've done this multiple times where I'll put on a Trainspotting thing and I'll just be moving around the house clean, shaking around.
Speaking of British, weird British drug stuff. So it's a rainy day today right now where I am in the north of England, and the ice cream van is out. I can hear the
at 12 in the afternoon. Yeah.
I swear I hear them more when it rains than I do when it's sunny.
Me too.
Yeah.
What is that?
I
can only assume that it's sus, right?
Yeah.
It's been like 26 degrees, super sunny, not heard a wink of ice cream van.
No.
Yeah. Now
it's basically the same here. And like I live at a small enough estate and you usually hear him. I haven't heard that all week. But I bet now at some point it'll be like 4 or 5 o'clock today. It'll be pissing rain out there, and he'll drive past my window. Yeah. Do you think they just get up on the days where it's raining, thinking like they planned it the entire way through the heat, and they had a good time? And like, oh, now I need to get back to work, and it just ends up raining every.
Maybe I'm just because I know I'm in a big like drug spot area that I'm just like I just assume that what else are you doing? You're not selling ice cream. What are you doing? Right? Just like
it's the perfect cover. I wouldn't question it. You're just like he's doing ice cream. It's fine. Right? You know, it's the last place I'd be looking for drugs.
I'm not saying they're not doing ice cream. You do both.
Yeah, exactly.
Both, right? I'm sorry. This is all the poor ice cream van owners that are like
all the genuine ice cream men.
Yeah, listening to our stream. We're saying the ones that go out in the rain when it's pouring. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you want a rainy ice cream, to be fair.
On the flip side of what they said, this is me talking directly to everybody listening. If you buy drugs from an ice cream shop, we know, right? And now we're on to it. So get paranoid because now we know you're doing it.
And it's not just us now. Now anyone else that listens knows too.
That's true. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
We know, they know. They see you doing it.
Kino.
They're watching it. They're taking notes.
Kino.
Kino.
We know they know Kino.
Sure, Kino. Right.
Back again. So we've met Renton. Spud is running with him. They're running down this really busy street, and they're being chased by cops. And Renton gives us the long, iconic quote that I'm going to have to read, and it's fucking long.
Yeah.
And I basically parried it or recreated it in the opening. It's important because not only for this movie is it important, they did redo it in the second movie, and it is a whole very important thing in there too. So Renton meets us with the quote of choose life, choose a job, choose a career, choose a family, choose a fucking big television, choose washing machines, cars, compact disc players, and electric tin openers. Choose good health, low cholesterol, and dental insurance. Choose fixed interest mortgage payments. Choose a starter home. Choose your friends. Choose leisure wear and matching luggage. Choose a 3-piece suit on hire purchase in a range of fucking fabrics. Choose DIY and wondering who the fuck you are on a Sunday morning. Choose sitting on that couch watching mind-numbing, shit-crushing or spirit-crushing game shows, stuffing fucking junk food into your mouth. Choose rotting away at the end of it all and pissing your last in a miserable home. Nothing more than embarrassment to the selfish, fucked up brats you spawned to replace yourself. Choose your future. Choose life. But why would I do a thing like that? I chose not to choose life. I chose something else. And the reasons, there are no reasons. Who needs reasons when you've got heroin? And that's the full quote.
And then you're like, boom, okay, they're addicts. It gets the feeling for the movie. Was this like, I remember growing up and like the advertisements on TV, it was always like choose. These were the anti-drug advertisements, right? Like
basically,
that's what it's based on.
Yeah. I don't know the entirety of it. I only know little bits from having looked it up to do with the movie. It's written in the book as him basically taking the piss out of those ads, where it's like they're telling you how you're meant to be living your life.
Yeah,
this is what you think is your perfect life. Like, all this, like,
it really reminds me of Fight Club, you know, where he's doing the internal monologue about like his little poems to himself. It's like that to me, anyway. No, it's great.
It's
though.
a good way of setting straight away what's going on. Like it's setting up Renton himself as a character sees as normal society. Like all those things he's listed is what he sees as like what normal life is. And you're supposed to do the choose, you come out of school, choose your job, choose your life, make everything. And right at the end of it, it's just him saying, I don't want any of that. All I want is my drugs. That's it. And that sets you right into the entire plot of the whole movie.
Yeah.
In just the opening quote. And it's so good.
Yeah. It's just, you know exactly what you're in for now. With the tone, like,
and
with
that
just
is like, you know, people who are addicted, they're extremely determined people, but for only one cause. And when you put all of your willpower towards just getting one thing, it's crazy the stuff that you will find that you are able to do and the stuff that you will force yourself to do to get that one thing, right? Whereas your average person will have a million things that they've got on their mind, right? But when you're addicted to heroin, that's the only thing you can think of, and that becomes your life. Yeah, they're running down. Drugs are bad. They're running down Princess Street here. Which is very, very. You know, if you get off the train, you can just walk to it. It's one of the main streets off Waverley Station. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in Edinburgh soon. Because I'll talk about it later, but I signed up for a class in Edinburgh, so I'm excited. I'm going to be there. I'll recreate this scene. I'll be running down it.
Take pictures of all the places so I can see them.
Yeah, I'll do that. Well, I think most of it is filmed in Glasgow. I'm sorry. People outside are just so loud all the time in my area.
It's not coming through with us. We're okay.
It's not coming through with you guys. Hopefully it doesn't come through the mic. Anyway, And
the way this was shot was really cool.
Yeah.
They used the quad bike illegally and they drove straight through the street without telling anybody they were doing it. So everybody that's jumping out of the way and reacting actually had no idea they were going to do that.
Really?
Oh.
And those weren't
I have it
extras.
on the
Those
thing.
were just people.
Yeah, no, it was a busy street, and they came out of. There was a set that they were shooting on around the corner where they're doing the bit where the car drives out.
It's like the main high street.
Yeah. I can't remember what I know. Danny Boyle. I watched like the behind the scenes, whatever. And Danny Boyle just said it was like we didn't even have the license to drive the quad bike. We didn't tell anybody we were doing it. We came around the corner and just drove up the street, and then we shot them chasing behind us, and that was it. We got one shot, and that's it. Which most of this movie's done. It's so cheap that Danny Boyle said it that like for most of the shots, it's all one shot, and we took it, and that was it.
Yeah.
So that's insane. I think that's so like for a movie that looks this good and is acted this good to get most of it done in just one take is insane.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
He's such a good director, Danny Boyle. He's fantastic.
So during that monologue, we just get like a little glimpse of all the characters we've mentioned. We've got Sick Boy, Begbie, Spud, Tommy, Renton. They're our gang. But while this is happening, we're getting a little monologue of them playing football, or a montage of them playing football. And it's also cut into Renton passing out in their drug den, trap house. What do we call these things? I know there's a different English name for them. Because I know Americans call it like a crack house. That's the code name or whatever for places like this. But I can't remember what English people call it.
Den? Just drug den?
I just called it the drug den.
Well, this probably is actual slang for it, actually.
I can't remember. I know there was one, but even last night I was like, what do English people and Irish people call these places? And I can't think of it. I'm actually baffled.
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't.
But while Seb is doing it, or if he doesn't find it, the way this transitions is the whole way the movie's edited. There's a scene in the football montage where he gets hit with the ball in the face and he falls, and it cuts to him falling in the drug den exactly the same. And it's
fantastic.
It's edited so fucking good. There's loads of moments where it's cut from one thing into another thing, and it looks so seamless, and it's so fucking good. But then we're back in our drug den. We have cut into our drug den, and we see a baby sat on the floor just playing with her toys. In the next room, as Spud and Sick Boy are heating up some heroin and tying off their arms to take a hit, alongside two other characters which we see very little of, but they are important. Swanee and Allison, who are also tying up and taking their drugs.
That baby, so they don't mention it. It's always there.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's gross, isn't it? Like,
it's horrible to see
like
this,
within feet of four people taking heroin.
It's shocking imagery, yeah. Is the term you were looking for bando?
Yes, that was the one. Yes,
is
bando.
That it? I've heard people that before, but I've seen
it's not popular, but I've heard people saying it.
Right, a bando.
It's like a bando house. Yeah,
because it's abandoned. You go show it the bando.
Yeah.
Right.
So that I literally, for the life of me last night, I was like, somebody said something and I know what it is, but I can't get it. So that was what it was. Basically, I have it written as drug den the whole way through, though. So it's just a very dingy looking house.
Part of this movie was filmed a lot of this movie apparently was filmed in like an old cigarette factory. That's the vibes I get from this place. So I'd imagine this is the cigarette factory, like these giant tall ceilings, just
and their windows are fucking
place.
Way too big.
Yeah,
they're all covered out, and they're like huge windows though, but they're all covered up. It's just a gross looking place. Even if you just like, if anybody's listening, you've never seen the movie and you haven't watched it, even if you just Google like the Trainspotting drug den or whatever, you'll see it. It's gross. Very, very gross. And they've just a baby crawling around on the floor by herself. So as they're all taking it, Spud drops a kiss on Sick Boy and just falls back to the floor, and he's enjoying his trip. We'll get loads of scenes like this. And again, this is, you're anyway sensitive to drugs. There's loads of scenes where they're just on drugs, like they're acting on their drugs. There's a little moment between Sick Boy and Allison as he preps to inject her that hints to us that maybe there's a little something there. They have a little moment, they're having a little conversation, a little way of looking at each other, something. And Allison really enjoys her dose and begins to start moaning. as Renton in the back narrates to us, take the best orgasm you've ever had, multiply it by 1,000, and you're still nowhere near it.
Jeez.
So that's how he's describing it. And it's so weird to start the movie out as telling people to watch the movie like drugs are this good, because the rest of the movie goes way on the other side.
Well, it's because the feeling it gives you, this is why people are addicted, because the feeling it gives you is like, it is, you feel great in the moment. It's just as ruining everything in your life around you, but you don't care about that stuff because you're just living for the moment.
It's the whole thing of like short-term gain for long-term damage kind of thing. Like, you know, they're not caring about what comes after. It's good.
Throw everything away for
this
feeling right now. It's very.
It's depressing to think that people can do that.
Yeah,
that you can get to a point where you choose something like that over everything in your life.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's normally people who are, you know, they're in a bad place in life, and that's the escape in the moment, right? Isn't it? Which is like people prey on the vulnerable, and it's the vulnerable who get addicted. You know, it's really tough.
Again, drugs are bad, guys. Real bad.
Well, repeating that throughout.
Yeah.
If this movie doesn't make it obvious, we'll make sure you know by the end.
So during all of this, Renton's narration brings us to Begbie, because Begbie doesn't do what they do. Begbie doesn't take any heroin. He and Tommy are the only two in the crew that refuse to take any. And he's hanging out with Tommy, and Tommy's like, it's a waste of your life, man. Put your body with that shit. It's giving us that the two characters there have no time for what the whole rest of the crew are doing. Spud, Sick Boy, and Renton. They're above it. But they have their own problems too, especially Begbie, because his character is the classic hard man, big man, tough type that most people probably know one of if you've ever been out before or have a big group of friends. There's always the one guy that's a Begbie. Especially in the 90s, because anytime my dad tells stories, there's a Begbie in there.
Is Begbie Robert Carlyle's character?
Yeah.
That's him. Yeah, just somebody with serious anger issues who always wants to get into a fight, you know?
Yeah.
Which, again, there's always one. Every night out, there's always some fucking asshole that's a fucking Begbie on a night out.
There is. I don't know what it is. Just angry people. Yeah.
Why do people go out looking for fights?
And these are the kind of people, like, you know, if you are like really into the heavy drugs, you kind of don't care who you're around. And these are the people that could stomach being around somebody like Begbie, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not going to hang out with this guy. Anything happens and he threatens you with a knife.
Yeah. Like he's such a short fuse. Like, again, like Seb's up to saying, the only people that could even deal with him is people that aren't even fully fucking checked into what he's even doing.
Exactly. Like this, all of these people. So I was so thankful when I finally left high school, because then I got to really choose who I wanted to hang around with for the most part. I mean, there were still people at university when I went to uni and people at work and stuff that, you know, I don't, but in my personal life, I'm not stuck 5 days a week with these same groups of people, because there were people like him who were just, kids that were so angry all the time and you didn't want to cross, and they just, you know, hit you at the slightest thing. I remember a guy being just like Spud, right? He even looked just like him. He's a tall, lanky fellow. And he spoke the kind of like more of a Northwestern England version of the accent, but, you know, he spoke just like Spud did as well. And I remember thinking, like, God, he's so odd, and the way he's like, who does he kiss at the start of the film? Is that Sick Boy, or is that?
He kisses Sick Boy.
Yeah. I remember like him doing that to one of his chavvy mates, and they all started freaking out, and he was laughing just like that and thinking, oh. He's probably on drugs, and he was on drugs, I think, throughout high school, and like, so I've been around these guys growing up as well. There was another like hit of nostalgia for me. Nostalgia's a hell of a drug, you know. Seeing these characters that I no longer have to, you know, put myself in situations where I'm around people like this. But yeah,
Seb could have been a character in Trainspotting. That's what we're gathering from this. He could have been in here.
I'll be Robert Carlyle. You fucking what?
Seb, you were very far from the big character. I couldn't even imagine you getting that off with any situation ever.
Well, thank you very much. That's very good of you to say.
God,
yeah.
That literally even the that just imagining you threatening somebody with a knife, I'm just like, that's a cartoon.
Okay, so here's another thing, right? If this kind of guy, if you see it in if this was an American movie, he would be a big muscly biker, right? He's a very small, skinny dude in this, yeah. But it's just his anger and the fact he's got a knife. It makes him very scary that he's like unpredictable he's predictable in the fact that he's going to pop off at some point, but you don't know when it is.
He's
very good though.
He is. He's got very good. He's got a little semi mullet and he's got a little handlebar mustache, and you're just like, yeah, this guy is
his whole look,
his whole demeanor, his look, everything like that is just it adds to his caricature.
So I have a probably feels like a pointless scene now moment, but I have it written in. We cut to Renton and he sat with his mum and dad having some dinner, right? Yeah. When we come back from the drug house. This shot is really fucking depressing on a rewatch because the sequel has the exact same shot, and without me even saying anything about it, I won't spoil it. The shot is so fucking sad when you frame it to frame the exact as the first movie. And rewatching the movie and having that shot with the shadows on the wall, the two of them sat on either side of the table with Renton in the middle, it's so fucking good. And the payoff from the scene in the second movie makes it way, way better every time you rewatch this one. Okay. It's so fucking good.
So you'll explain this to us when we get to it.
Yeah, when we get like you'll know it when
yeah, right.
The camera's in the same spot, the table's in the same spot, the whole chairs, everybody's in the same spots. But it's just so much more depressing. It's good. It's just really, really good. So there's that. And then there is Renton's father is on the same boat as Begbie and Tommy, where he's telling Renton that you're basically blowing every chance in your life. You've had so many things, but you're choosing by yourself to pump that stuff into your veins. Like you're ruining your life by your choice for taking drugs. So on every end, Renton is being told by numerous people that, drugs are screwing your life up. You should probably cut them out, and he doesn't fucking care. And it's, again, because of the stuff we've said, and Seb has covered it, that once they are addicted to it, they're just going to choose it over everything else. Doesn't matter if they have the chance to cut clean and have a good life. Once addiction's got you, it does not let go too easily. To unfortunately connect this to recent events in my own life, I have an uncle that unfortunately struggles with some drug addiction as well, and it's a movie that connects with me there too, because I see a lot of similarities between his behavior and characters in this movie. Mainly, I'd imagine I'd connect them more so to probably Spud, which is not a good comparison to make to somebody, because Spud goes through an awful time too. But there's a lot in this movie that I can see in his life as well to have that connection to it, and I understand what drugs can do to somebody. So it's rough, very rough. So from there, unfortunately, after getting his stern word from his dad, he just goes straight back to drug den.
Yeah,
and Swanee is basically like their drug dealer, but he takes drugs as well. He gets the drugs, he sources the drugs, and he has it in this house for everybody. I think they call him Mother Superior here for the first time as well, because they all see him as this high up fucking god that comes in and gets them all their drugs, so they don't need to worry about it. They just have to show up at this place.
In my head, when they called him Mother Superior, I was like, Dune! It's a Dune reference!
Maybe somewhere, maybe it would be. Maybe the name is probably
Mother Superior is like, it's a religious term, right? But Dune is just about a bunch of people getting real high in space, so
connections. It's Trainspotting. Scottish Dune.
I'm a huge Dune fan. People who know the stream, who know me off that, know that I'm big into Dune. But Dune is great. I'm sorry, my neighbor's dog is crying. I'm gonna have to close the window. I'll be right back.
Oh, good.
All right.
Right. But yeah, it's here where he comes up and he says to Swanee that, right, I'm getting clean. This is my time. I'm cutting it all off. And Swanee doesn't even respond to him. Until he says, I've heard all this before. He has heard it all before because that's what they do. Drug addicts, unfortunately, they'll come out these periods where they're like, I will get clean 100%. I'm cutting all off. And unfortunately, that doesn't work for everybody. And we get our title card.
What? Great.
With just a train fly. I like the title card. It's such a little creative thing. And imagine if you had gone in, actually, you did think, and then the train flies by in this scene.
Yep.
Maybe somewhere in a different time, they were all just spending happier times looking at trains.
That's my headcanon.
Why is it called Trainspotting?
Yeah.
Do we know what's the term?
Yeah, I know what the term is. So obviously, Trainspotting is for people to go and watch trains, but a lot of people use it for the track marks on their arm. They call that the Trainspotting.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So if you have a bunch of obviously track marks is like the marking from injecting yourself with drugs, they call that Trainspotting because those marks are the trains that they're watching on their arm and shit. So that's why it's used. So it's a double meaning to it.
Okay. In my head, okay, so before you described that, up until this point, Bex, I always assumed it was because Trainspotting is a very dull thing unless you're super high on heroin. You could probably really get into it.
Enjoy it.
But there's that one guy that was on TikTok that was popular for getting very hyped about trains.
I mean, people do get hyped about trains, and that's lovely. That's completely fine, right?
Yeah.
But to me, give me some drugs. You want me to sit down and watch some trains for a few hours?
Watching trains on drugs could get dangerous.
I'd end up stepping out on top of the tracks or something.
I think I'd have superhero powers or something and try to stop the train, then that's me gone.
Yeah, you get Gantzed. That's no good. Oh, there's a scene in Gantz, right? It's in the first chapter and it's in the first episode and it's in the movie, right? And it's never left my head. But it's a homeless guy falls onto the tracks and these two kids they jump onto the tracks to save him and they push him up off the tracks and then a train hits them. And this is the opening of the story, right? And it's one of their guys' heads spinning in the air because it's now detached from his body. And it's his last thoughts just being like, wow, I'm such a fucking idiot for helping this guy. Well, I shouldn't do that again. Oh, this is my fucking friend who convinced me to do that. What an idiot. And that's how the story opens. And that's all. It's so cool. Check out Gantz, guys. If you're a weeb, check out Gantz.
There's a movie with a train scene where a bunch of people die by jumping out in front of a train that sticks with me. And I don't know if either of you will have seen this, but I hope if you haven't, you actually check it out. It's a movie called Suicide Club.
Right.
No, never.
If you have a minute, just look it up at the back. There's this song that's playing that is the happiest fucking song in the world. It's so cheerful. And there's this class of schoolgirls in a train station waiting for a train. And I'm not going to ruin the plot at all, but the opening is fine to say. They all just collectively jump out in front of a train while this happy music is fucking playing. And for the rest of my life, that opening scene will stick with me forever.
This is a Japanese film.
Yeah.
Oh, the box cover art looks just like the box cover art for Battle Royale.
It is, yeah. They're very similar. It's
2001, 2002. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna watch this. Oh,
I'd recommend it fully. It's a very interesting film. Very interesting. And that opening scene will stick with you because it's music. The music is the happiest song ever. it's so good. And then you're like, oh, this is nice. It's going to be a cute movie, and the name's going to bait me. And no.
Steve, especially for you. Police officers investigate a string of mysterious suicides throughout Japan. Oh, it looks so cool.
Check it out. I recommend it to everybody. Obviously, go in with sensitivity to suicide in it, but the premise of the movie is disgusting. Very good, very, very good.
Yeah, I'm checking this out. Steve, you've become our resident Asian cinema expert here. You've become our resident evil.
Yay! I think you like it, Steve. Actually, if you do check it out, let me know.
I'm checking this out. This is so cool. I'm checking.
I'd be so interested to see what you guys think of it because it is so good.
Mm-hmm. I'll put it on my list for sure.
So we were just saying that, Renton's getting himself clean and he has this plan. So I have the whole quote here to cover everything that he has. And some of this I even had to look up.
I was writing this down, and then at the tins of mushrooms part, I was like, you know what? Bex will have this covered.
Yeah. I had to listen to this 3 separate times because his accent and the way he says it, because he says it completely oddly, I had to go back over and pick up other words because, like, what the fuck did he actually say? What even is this? So I have the whole thing.
This is what it takes to get off heroin, guys. This right here. Follow these.
So think about this before you even take heroin.
Yeah.
If you're going to come off of it afterwards, this is all you're going to have to do. Right? Board yourself into a room. He boards up his doors with wooden planks like he's in some fucking zombie movie. And then...
one room which you will not leave. Is that how he says it? Something like that?
He starts it out, yes. For this, you'll need one room which you will not leave. Soothing music, tomato soup, 10 tins of, mushroom soup, 8 tins of, for consumption cold, ice cream, vanilla, 1 large tub of, magnesia, milk of, 1 bottle. I had to look up what milk of magnesia was because I had no idea what that is. It's just some kind of fucking medication. I've actually genuinely no idea what it is.
Okay.
No fucking clue. So yes, magnesia, milk of, 1 bottle, paracetamol, mouthwash, vitamins, mineral water, Lucozade, pornography, 1 mattress, 1 bucket for urine, 1 bucket for feces, and 1 for vomitus. 1 television and 1 bottle of Valium, which I have already procured from my mother, who is, in her own domestic and socially acceptable way, also a drug addict. And right as he's telling us all of this, he takes a Valium, but says he needs 1 last hit before the Valium kicks in. And then the boards are torn off the door within minutes and he's already gone back out.
Yeah.
It's the way he said, it's like he's doing a James Bond impression with the way he's saying it, which makes sense because there's a lot of conversation with Sick Boy where he doesn't shut the fuck up about fucking James Bond. Yeah. So like it makes sense that this sounds like he's doing, you know what I mean? Like the way he's talking is like if James Bond was leaving out his like plan of all his shit and gadgets that he's going to be bringing with him. It's so funny. And his accent was so difficult to take in every time I had to listen to it.
Another silly piece of trivia that I wrote down was that's how Johnny Lee Miller originally got the role. He just came into the audition for Sick Boy and he banged out a few Sean Connery impressions. And Danny Boyle.
He's not even Scottish, isn't he? He's English.
I believe he is.
I think he's the only one that's not Scottish.
Yeah, he's Kingston upon Thames. Is it Thames? Thames? Yeah.
Thames. Is it Thames?
London. Yeah, he's London. So he's not Scottish, and he did a very convincing Scottish impression of Sean Connery, and yeah, there you go.
Sean Connery.
Speaking of Bond as well, Danny Boyle was supposed to direct a James Bond film. I think it's maybe the most recent one, but he walked out because he was
for Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he got on with the Broccolis, the guys who own the James Bond.
Are you guys into James Bond movies?
Yeah.
Oh, you sounded very into it. Yeah.
Are you not?
There's people out here that are not fans.
I've not seen that many James Bond movies.
I've seen a lot of James Bond movies, and you know what? I'm very indifferent to James Bond. Like I grew up with Pierce Brosnan, right? So I really enjoyed those movies growing up. I've never went back. I'm not going back, right? So then when Daniel Craig came out, he was like really dark and brooding, and I didn't like the vibes too much. So I didn't get into. Also, like, I don't know if I've ever like really enjoyed a Daniel Craig film, to be honest. But he seems like a really great guy in person, right? He seems like a really nice guy outside of his acting. But like, I just don't seem to. I don't know what it is, guys. It's just a me thing. But yeah, so I didn't really enjoy those ones too much. And I grew up and watched all of the originals, but they were just like an action movie that was on. I wasn't like, oh yeah, James Bond. The most James Bond fun I've had is with Nightfire. Was it Nightfire?
It's a video game. Yeah, it's really good.
And the Not GoldenEye for the N64. I think it was a GoldenEye for like the original Xbox, where you could use. He basically had the Force, and he could use his GoldenEye to like to use magnet powers and stuff, and it was awesome. I love that.
There was another game that wasn't GoldenEye that me and Callum played. It was a Pierce Brosnan one as well. I can't remember which movie it is, but on the PS2, I think me and him put hours into that, just beating up AI bots because that's what was in it, and it was such a fucking cool game.
That was maybe the Nightfire multiplayer you were playing then.
I'd have to see the cover of it to know, but I know there was one we did play.
Was there like a snowy level and like
I think so,
and he had like a lighter that he could use as like a camera and stuff like that, right? Yeah, I think I think that was the same one I was playing, Nightfire. That was so cool.
For its time, it's just one of those games that just stick in your head for no reason. Like it's just so fucking good.
Not to hit you with an actually some of his gadgets do repeat through the video games. Pierce Brosnan had lent us like this the 2 games on PlayStation, which was Everything or Nothing and like
no, I literally have just seen like screenshots of it. This was the one. This
was the one. Yeah,
because I see him with like a sniper
grappling hook as well. Yeah, like grappled to things.
Yeah.
Like
that was it.
The opening level with the car that you had to snipe and stuff. I remember that being
in Paris. Yeah.
PS2 games just have a fucking level of aura about them that's unmatched. They could get away with so much shit.
Games
you try and make a game like that now, it's dead.
I was such a perv. I'd walk around with the lighter camera out and just go to all the women in the in the party in the dresses.
The majority of Seb's hours in GTA 5 were in the shoe shop, if you know what I'm saying.
You know, my brother was very kind. He bought me GTA 5 for my birthday, like the year that came out. And I've never had enough space on my hard drive to install it. I've never played it because of that reason.
You still don't play GTA 5? How have you gone without playing GTA 5?
Wait, you've never played GTA 5?
I've never played GTA 5. He's
huge. A fake gamer. He's a fake gamer. He's fake. He doesn't like video games.
That's impressive. Like, I mean, you got to look at not by choice. You never played it. It's like you didn't have the hard drive size. But my God,
that's insane.
It's like,
you're going to play GTA 6 before you ever played GTA 5.
Well, my hardware cannot run GTA. Will not be able to run GTA 6. Honestly, the most fun I've ever had with Grand Theft Auto and the Grand Theft Auto games I've played the most is GTA 1 and 2, the top-down ones.
The top-downs.
So that's GTA for me because I didn't have a PlayStation. I didn't really play a PS2. I didn't really play San Andreas very much growing up. Like I just played at friends' houses and stuff. And then I got it on PC like years and years ago. But like, you know, it was all right. But I really loved the top down shit. That was so cool for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's this movie, Trainspotting. It's it's 90s Scotland is giving me it's very nostalgic.
Yeah.
In an unfortunate bit of dark humor, especially for Irish people, when me and Callum used to play San Andreas together, because there's a little multiplayer section. You could go in somewhere and there's a multiplayer section. You could run around and basically you don't do missions, but you play, right?
Yeah. Corporate, yeah. You couldn't run too fast.
I'd be playing as a gang member and Callum would always pick a priest because they could act like a female and kiss people, and he kept running around kissing. And we were kids, and this was a really like dark joke for Irish people to make fun of priests and kids.
Oh no.
Yeah, so every time we play, he'd be playing as this priest, and he'd just chase after me, kissing me. It was such not like literally. I was just thinking, it clicked in my head. I was like, that was so bad for us. It's like 8 and 7 to be doing that.
The power of God will save you through your lips. Oh God, oh bro.
Trainspotting never had a PlayStation, like a PS1 game, did it?
No, I don't think so.
That's the one thing that was missing, actually, from that era. Just a scene where they're all playing PlayStation.
Imagine QuickTime events for injecting heroin into yourself.
Roblox, Trainspotting. Here we go.
There we go.
Oh my God. Roblox has everything. Literally everything. It's such a weird game. Like, it's meant for kids to be there, but now they have like adult role-playing shit going on in there, and
yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Let people have access to do things, and they will do weird things.
A UK guide to Trainspotting? No thanks. I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
Right. back to the movie again. I love when we cut off that, and it is like you said, even when last.
You just cut out completely there. What the fuck did you even say? You just disappeared.
sorry. I was saying when you were mentioning it, like the 90s nostalgia, even last night when I was watching it, because of memories popping into my head of just random shit that has nothing to do with Trainspotting from just being in the 90s and growing up in that. Just like the music, the way they dress and stuff, just in my head last night, there was like, God, I remember somebody that used to dress like that or they used to be like that. And it's such nostalgia bit for our age.
PS1 magazines?
Yes.
Oh.
And the cheat code books where you used to have to read off a book the code to put into the game to get your cheats. We didn't have an online thing where you got up on your phone how to do things in games. You had a book.
Yeah, you'd go and buy a book.
And the books were sacred.
The books were, yeah. Remember the TV guide?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Irish ones were depressing because there was fucking 3 channels.
Yeah.
I'm laughing. I had 5 channels, right? But that was still more than 3. So,
Seb, what's worse is one of ours was exclusively spoken in Irish. And if you didn't know Irish, you had no channels. So we're down to 2.
Do you guys know the language?
Somewhat.
Do you?
Right. Steve, your situation would be different than mine, right? So I moved over at 7 from England, and my mum fought tooth and nail to be like, please, he doesn't want to do Irish. He's not going to get it because he's late. I still had to learn it. So I have a bit of a disadvantage because I missed out on years of the basic. I got jumped into the middle. So I have very slim Irish. Like if somebody came up to me, like there's very little Irish spoke here anyway, but if somebody came up to me and spoke, I'd be able to pick out words to make their sentence. I won't be able to understand the full sentence.
What's it called, the accent? Or is it just called Irish?
It's just Irish or Gaelic, which...
Oh, is that the same as Scottish Gaelic?
Yeah.
It's like all traditional Irish, yeah.
Because in Scotland, they speak Gaelic as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I recently played... What was the name of the game I played, Steve? Do you remember it? The Scottish one?
Oh, Still Breaks the Deep?
Yeah, I recently played Still Wakes Deep. Very cool game. And afterwards, Callum told me that there's an option to listen to them speaking Gaelic Scottish, so I had a little listen to it. It's very similar.
Okay,
very similar.
Yeah,
like
I had a teacher who would wear a kilt who'd teach me maths, and he'd speak Gaelic. Yeah.
It's a difficult language. I don't know if you agree with that, Steve, but Irish was very difficult to learn. And again, it's hard to enjoy learning it when a good 98% of this country don't use it anymore.
No, exactly.
So like sitting in school being taught Irish and you're like, where the fuck am I? Why am I learning this? Is kind of the feeling, unless you're very, I love my country and I need to know Irish, it's kind of pointless.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's sad though, because again, my dad's very Republican, I love Irish kind of mind, and it's sad that I didn't put the effort in to learn it because nobody does. It's sad that think of it in about 20 years time, I don't think the country talk Irish at all.
Bex, my dad's Peruvian and I don't even know Spanish, man. Like I went over to meet my family. I couldn't speak to any of them because I didn't know Spanish.
Like my dad, well, not to unfortunately shit on my dad in any way, but he's not the most educated guy. But when I was in school after coming out, for him, I said to myself, I really wish I'd learned Irish or cared about the history of Ireland a bit more just for him, because it is like I said, in about 20, 25, 30 years, Irish is gone. I don't think there'll be a single person in here that talks it anymore. It'll be completely gone. Yeah. Schools are very lenient about letting kids the subject now, which they weren't when I was in school. You had to do it unless you were like, we had an influx of like Polish students coming in and they weren't forced to do it. Other than that, everybody else, you were told you're doing it and that's it. Where now I know a bunch of like cousins or friends of cousins that said it, that I said, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So it's gone. It's kind of sad, but you know, to sit on my dad's shoulders right now, take over for a while. We lose our poor language.
I think you cut out there, but I think I know what you were saying. Do you want to restart?
Yeah, just real quick because I can feel my headset even.
Yeah.
On it, so I think it's just being weird. Right, 2 seconds. I'll literally jump out.
No worries. Steve, Irish, you learnt it. You know some.
It was, like Beckham said, it was heavily promoted. We didn't have a choice back when I was starting school. So, but because it was heavily incentivized at the start, and then as we went to secondary school, it became a lot more optional, and the teachers became a lot more lenient to it. And then since then, it's been just completely. Like it's been now what 13 years since I left secondary school. So like when you're not keeping up with a language, it completely drains
it
out
goes,
of you. Like
right? It just disappears.
Let me see. I'm trying to think if I could form a little structural sentence for us here on the podcast.
Okay, cool. Speaking into the mic. Speaking into the mic.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Oh yeah, here we go.
I'm back.
Stefano Merkel is an dum August Falter Goody We Know Kino. So that basically
that sounded alright, you know.
What I just said is I said my name in Irish, and I said you're very welcome to We Know Kino.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, that's a little basic thing there.
We have to teach everybody and Seb the most important Irish phrase to learn ever.
Oh,
Pogue Mahone.
Pogue Mahone, kiss my ass.
Kiss my arse in Irish.
Yeah.
Post Malone.
Post Malone, yeah. Pogue Mahone, Post Malone.
Pogue Mahone.
Everybody says that.
That's actually
there you said it. You said it perfectly.
He got a stage name from actually Irish. That was the inspiration for his stage name.
Post Malone is Irish.
He is. He's
that's actually a thing.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Stephen, no.
I mean, he could be. You know,
I know nothing about the guy. I just know the name. That's it.
Because a lot of you know, not to dunk on any Americans, any American listeners or friends, but yeah, a lot of Americans have some sort of roots in Ireland, don't they? Especially ones that are like on the east coast of America.
It's true, yeah. Lots of Irish went over to America to try and make better lives for themselves. So lots of Irish descendants there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have opinions on that, but I'm not going to say it because it gets very political, and I'm not usually political, but there's opinions there that I don't like. It's safer not to get into it.
Back to the movie, guys. We're talking Trainspotting. I think we're like 10 minutes in, right?
Yeah. 10 minutes into recording as well. You guys, 10 minutes of recording is great, and you got so much info in there.
Yeah,
it's definitely been like an hour and a half. An hour.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Okay. So Renton's broke out of his room and he hits up the guy called Mikey Forrester, who you've told me now is the author of the book. I didn't look into that, so I know that. And he gives Renton opium suppositories, which anybody who knows what suppositories are, they go in your bottom.
Yep.
I did the finger movement, but nobody can see.
Yeah.
One day we'll maybe have a video element to the podcast.
And we'll all just do the finger movement.
And we'll all just be sitting there doing the finger movement, actually. Yeah.
So Renton obviously wanted one last heroin. He didn't want opium. So he, not too happily, puts the opium exactly where they need to go. And when Mikey asks him if he's feeling any better, he hits him with one of my favorite lines of the whole fucking movie. Renton hits him with, for all the good they've done me, I might have well stuck them up my arse. And then he smiles at him because that's exactly what he just fucking did.
Yeah.
Taking drugs up your ass must be weird.
He just did it right in front of the guy. He
just slipped it straight up his
No shame
pants.
for the junkies.
To be fair, Mikey Forrester's sitting there on the mattress on the floor as well, which implies to us he's also probably on stuff. If he's selling it, he's probably on it.
Supply.
So unfortunately for poor Renton, detoxing from heroin means that you get the shits.
Yep.
And the shits have decided they're going to strike him as he's walking home from having stuck the opium up his arse.
Yep.
Awful timing. So now he needs to rush to the loo, and the only place he can get to it quick enough is a betting office with what's known as, in the movie, the filthiest bathroom in Scotland.
Okay, so before we get to this, I'm digressing again, but I have a personal story. Maybe you guys can add your personal stories if you have some too. One time I was drinking lots of drinks, we were clubbing, right? Me and my friends, and there was the new club opened and they had a drink called the Zombie, right?
Okay.
You could only have 2 of these maximum, yeah? So I order myself 2 and they're great. My friend orders himself 2. He doesn't like it, so he gives it to me. So then I have another 2 zombies, and zombies are just so citrusy and fruity, right? And I'd also eaten like a greasy pizza before going out as well. So then I'm like, oh God, I need to take a dump real bad. So I go to the bathroom. The bathroom's like been smashed up. It's broken, right? I cannot dump in here. I'm like, oh God, I need to shit, but I have no toilet. What do I do? So I run downstairs. I'm like, all right, guys, I'm going. It's been great. I'll catch you all later. I gotta go home right now. And one of my friends, he's absolutely fucking wasted. Scottish guy. He's like, oh yeah, Seb, you need to take me home. I'm in no state to go by myself, you know. And I'm like, oh God. And he just latches onto me. He's got his arm around me, and I'm like, well, he's kind of on the way. So we're speed walking, and I'm dragging this guy to get him home, right? And I get him to his door, and I'm like, hey, can I use your and the door closes on me. I'm like, oh fuck! So I start to jog, right? And I'm in such a bad state, and I've got the hot sweats, you know. Yeah. And it's still halfway to my house, and I'm just like, oh no, it's coming. So I run down a back alleyway, right? And I pull my pants down, and I just shit right then and there, right? It was just coming out of me, yeah? And then a fucking, like a spotlight in like a war movie shines on me, and I was in somebody's backyard, and their trigger, the fucking motion sensor light had switched onto me, yeah, and I can see into this person's kitchen, and I just see these 2 silhouettes looking through their back window in the kitchen at me, and I'm like, oh God! And I just start, I pull my pants up, I start running, and I got home, and I took the longest shower. Yeah, and oh my, sorry, that's just a horrible experience I've had, and I just needed to share that. I needed to get that out there. I thought, this is a good time for it, because Ewan's about to go through a bad time too.
Imagine the couple sitting down eating dinner, the light turned on, there's just Seb, bare ass, shit all over the backyard.
It's I've maybe just admitted to a crime here, you know? Like, it was over 10 years ago, statute of limitations. Do we have that?
Yeah, exactly. You're clear.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Steve, any shitty stories? Oh my God. Yeah, that's actually insane.
You guys got anything you want to share? Any night out craziness?
No, it wasn't a night out. It was like it was a day out. I was again, it was many years ago, but this was just a random field, and I remember me and my friends went hiking. Like we were kind of like, we're young, we were like, there's a big massive, and I'm talking like probably like, I don't even know what it is in acres, but there's a field behind my house. Like there was like a wall, and then you climb over, and there'd just be like barren, just wasteland of fields, like probably owned by some farmers. And I remember we just decided one day we're just going to go hiking, just go climbing some hills. And I remember, same as yourself, just nothing. I guess it was just a fresh spring air. And I was just like, now I need a shit. And I was like, I'm definitely not making it home. I think we walked for about 2 hours from where I live. And I was like, there's no way. There's just no way. So I remember climbing like some sort of, like, it was one of these like fences. It was like, you know, typical farmer, just like, private property, stay out, you know, like beware of roaming cattle. I was like, yeah, fuck it. Cattle? Yeah, I'm not afraid. I need a shit. Yeah. So I remember just kind of finding like a little ditch, and I was sat there, and I was casually just like, waiting. And next minute, one of my friends just yelled over the fence at me. He goes, Stephen, you probably we're going to hurry on now. You probably want to hurry up. And I was just, I'm taking a shit. Leave me be. He goes, no, Stephen, there's a fucking bull in that field. And I was like, and I remember it was like something out of like, just like, it was like, I literally then just started to scout the whole field in front of me in my immediate open. And there it fucking was. About 30 meters away. And I was like, and I'm halfway through taking a shit, by the way. I'm like, I've let loose, and I'm like, right, I either have to commit to this fully, or I am literally going to pull my pants up and I'm still going to shit. So one of my friends, what an absolute hero. He hops the fence as well, a ride or die, and he just starts he got into his head. He was about 11 years old, and he picks up just rocks, and he starts just throwing them at the bull.
Oh no!
But the bull takes the bait, and I swear to God, it was like something out of a rodeo show. I finished my shit, I pull my pants up, and we are running back to the gate. I zoom past him because adrenaline's just on my side.
And you're lighter as well.
Yeah, I'm lighter now as well. I just remember him turning. I turn and I look at him, and he's looking at me running full speed, and there's a bull galloping. It's covering like 3 or 4 meters per stride. But fucking hell, we managed to make it. And like I remember him, he just words to me now. He goes, as we climb back over the fence, he goes, I didn't need a shit before that, but now I do too. And I was like, I'm surprised you haven't already gone. Because it probably helped me when that thing started to move. It helped me probably finish what I needed to do. But yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's one of those moments when you gotta go.
Your nickname became the Seagull. You know, when they get scared and they just shit and fly off.
Just let loose.
Steve the Seagull. That's your new name now.
There we go.
Steven Seagull.
Eagle. Oh no. I can even retelling that story. I can feel my stomach rumbling now. I can just feel like
that's so fucking good.
It was rotten. It was rotten.
Thanks. Anything you want to share with the class?
Right. Okay.
Oh.
Right. Now, this story is only a story I've ever only told a handful of people.
Okay.
And you guys are getting in this.
Yeah.
I, as an adult, have never actually shit myself or got caught in a shitty situation like you guys.
Okay.
Now, bear with me. This story is going to be grim, and it relates to a scene in this movie we will talk about later.
Okay.
Okay. I hate it. This is. I'm even feeling myself.
I have committed to it now. Yeah.
So
you've opened Pandora's box.
Me and a friend had gone out to a nightclub for a night out.
Yeah.
He had only gone through a breakup, and I had only gone through a breakup. And we were like, "This is the rebound night out."
Yeah.
The lads are on tour.
Yeah.
So we get drunk, we get messed up, and I get dancing with a little girl in there, you know, little woman. She's doing the things and we make our moves, right? We were cool. Headed back to her place. We were doing what adults do when they go back to other people's places sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Oh God!
And I decided, right, time for me to get up and take a pee, get ready to go sleep. I'm okay to stay here. She said it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the bathroom, do my thing. Don't realize anything, just piss, get up, do my thing, go back into the room, and I go, wait, what did I see in the bathroom? So I walk back into the bathroom, click on the light, try to talk myself out of seeing what I did see.
Oh no.
And in the mirror, on me, is shit.
Oh no.
I've very rarely told this story. This is mad. So I go back into the room on the idea that I had shit the bed.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Being like, oh no, this is going to be the worst impression ever on this poor girl. Yeah. So I click on the light, getting ready to wake her up, and instead I see she is still shitting.
Oh no.
It like at this point it's piss. It's piss. Like it's and this is where it gets really bad on my side. I clicked the light back off, got my clothes and left.
Yeah, well,
and the only there's 3 people. I don't even know if Callum knew that story. There's 3 people that I've told, and they were all part of our group. And I said that this is the only time I'll ever tell this story to anybody.
Yeah,
because nobody needs to know this. And the poor girl, I never heard from her since. And we swapped numbers. Like, oh yeah, we'll talk after this. No, never. Not once. The thing that baffles me is I got up, didn't smell a thing. went to the bathroom like, I'm fine. And only before I clocked, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did I see something on me when I was leaving? I would have got back into that bed and went to sleep.
What if, so Bex, imagine, right? She wakes up, she's in shock, you're gone.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh my God.
I know what she's thinking.
This guy
Yeah,
just
she both thought.
all over me.
Yeah.
This guy left.
Yeah. Trust me, that has been in my head before. I was like, wait, maybe she never talked to me because I did it. And I would have believed that I did do it.
Yeah.
Only if it was on the front of me and I came back in to be like, it's cool. And then I seen it's like, oh wait, it's not the okay. Time to go.
Yep. Like she's only told her friend over breakfast the next morning.
She's not admitting that she's done that to anyone.
No, she's told him she brought a fella home and he shit on her and left in the middle of the night.
Oh my God.
By any chance, if you were listening to this in the mystery of the world, it was you.
I watched you shit and then I left.
I gotta say, accidents happen as well. You know, they happen, and the humans are disgusting creatures. Yeah.
Sometimes
don't feel bad. That your life doesn't have to be.
No.
It doesn't have to be.
And 19-year-old me after breakup could have settled with that a lot easier, but 19-year-old me was like, nope, not doing that one. I'm not adult enough to be dealing with that.
That's quite something. I was, God. Okay,
I can't believe we just told shit stories.
We're an hour and a half in. I think we're still in like first 10 minutes.
We're not too bad. Okay. Back to the movie.
The worst Scotland. What was it? The worst bathroom?
The worst bathroom in all of Scotland. I think it's the most grossest looking bathroom ever in anything. I've
been to some minging bathrooms in Scotland, actually.
Scotland just have bad bathrooms then. Track record. Have you guys got terrible bathrooms?
I think it's just upkeep. If you go to like a public bathroom, like it's normally not very good.
Public toilets are gross. People just pissing shit everywhere. They don't care.
But that was brutal. Like I was like, I've seen some minging bathrooms, but I was like, it's almost like you have to deliberately just leave that.
Most of the clubs in my town have closed, but like if you went to like a club bathroom or like we used to have a rock bar that was very much like this, and it was just gross. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Renton can't hold in his shit any longer. So the minute he goes into the toilet, he sees it's gross, but he can't hold it. He needs to get it out. But then he soon realizes because he's after shitting it out, the opiums that he put up there have plopped out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This whole scene, as gross as it is probably my favorite in the whole movie because it's so surreal.
There's something beautiful to how disgusting this scene is. Yeah.
So he starts to put his hand into the shitty brown water. It is gross. He's digging around in there. He's gagging. It's just fucking awful. He's digging around in the dirty water. And then we get the amazing... Like, it's still gross. It is still gross, but it gets
my mind when
really
I watched
good.
This. I was like, what?
Yeah.
So he starts to put his head into the toilet. His shoulders sink in. He's entirely gone. And then it cuts to him just swimming around in this beautiful, clean water with the sun behind them. There's rocks on the floor. There's a sea mine.
It looks like the Nirvana baby.
He looks like the Nirvana baby.
Yeah. I got that.
And he sees the opium down on the rocks. And then splash, out he pops from the toilet again. He saved his opium. And the scene is fucking awesome.
Yep.
And how they did it was also just movie magic. They cut the toilet in half.
Into a toilet?
No. The toilet got cut in half, and off the side they had a slide.
Yeah.
So they just had Ewan McGregor go down this slide. He twists himself in it so his legs spin into the toilet, and it's so you don't know. Like
for a movie this cheap, that was how they would have done it.
Like, it's so fucking good.
Yeah, doing it practically because it just looks fantastic, doesn't it? Like when he goes down in there.
All the shit was actually chocolate.
Good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Danny Boyle said it as the greatest smelling set he's ever been on for something that looks so gross. Like, it's so fucking cool. And it is so surreal. Like, the climbing into the toilet enough is bad. It's like, how's his whole body going into a fucking toilet? And then he's like in this big, broad fucking ocean looking around for treasure on the rocks. That's his opium.
Yeah.
Which, again, to think deeper into it, it's just what Renton put into his own head to force him to just dig into a fucking shitty toilet. Because in reality, that's all he did. He scooped through shit to find his opium. But in his head, he made it like, I'm deep sea diving to find treasure. So is he then
throwing the opium back up his bum to like...
Yeah, that's why he went in. He's not wasting it. That's his last hit.
Yeah.
He couldn't get heroin because he can't go to Swanee to confess, hey, I'm cracking again and I need another hit. So he went to get the opium instead.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not letting it go. He went and dug through fucking shit. He's not letting it go. It's so cool. And again, it just another visually creative way of just showing what fucking drug addicts will do to get that drug. He literally dug through fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
I've just had more memories just hit me, right? So I've got one more shit story. I'm sorry to do this. So I'm in India, right? And me and my brother and my dad, we were taking my grandfather's ashes to the Ganges. A lot of my family are Hindu, right? So we're on this train, and the train ride is 16 hours. We're going across India, yeah? And I had the worst shits before getting on the train, right? Mm-hmm. I'd eaten some bad food and it just didn't agree with me. I had the stomach bug. So I'm like, oh God, I'm so bad. And I run to the bathroom on this train, yeah? And the train itself was constantly shaking, right? It was the shakiest train I've ever been on. And I go into the bathroom and it's just a hole in the floor with shit all over the walls. Because whoever had been in, like, it's just probably loads of people in there, but it's constantly shaking. I don't know how you could aim into this tiny hole, right? And I closed the door and I went back and I had a bunch of like anti-diarrhea tablets and I took way too many. I took like a whole pack and just bunged myself up, which I do not recommend, guys. And I was like, I am not shitting here. Yeah. And I then didn't shit for like 3 days or something like that, which is also very unhealthy.
No.
Yeah.
That's so good. Toilets and trains are like up there with nightclubs and just public big areas. It's just the worst.
Episode if you are squeamish, guys. This is definitely a most disgusting episode. I'm so sorry. And I had two shit stories.
The movie too. Yeah, there's probably more. There's probably a whole bunch of shit stories. We could have a whole shit story episode.
Bonus episode. That's going on the Patreon.
That's so fucking funny. So right after that, we just get a little quick scene that's worth mentioning of Renton and Sick Boy hanging out now that Renton's clean, and he just basically says he hates hanging out with these fucking people when he's not high. He hates them. Yeah. And they're just hanging out in the park. Sick Boy shoots a dog with a BB gun and the dog fucking tears into somebody. The only importance of the scene is Renton saying to us he fucking hates them all. He genuinely hates them all.
I wrote in my notes, I'm like, Bex, why is another dog getting wrecked? Why?
I have it here in it's like in a little bracket. Bex? It's like, am I hurting dogs on the stream? That's my head. I was like, there's a lot of dogs dying.
Yeah. This one doesn't die. It just gets shot in the balls, and then that guy might have died.
He might have, because that's a big dog.
That is a big boy. Yeah.
Up. I don't like those dogs though.
No,
I'm controversially saying that whatever that type, that breed, its face. I don't know what it is about the dog's face. It's like, I don't know what it is.
I like all dogs. They're just owners I don't like for the most part. I don't know. There are breeds that I'd rather not hang out with than others. But all right. So all dogs have the ability to be good boys or good girls.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, some people just shouldn't have dogs as well. That's the thing.
We, like my family grew up as a big dog owner, so we've had Staffordshire Bull Terriers, and we've had Rottweilers, right?
Yeah.
And obviously the Staffies have been seen as everybody's these dangerous dogs. We've had a good 5 of them, and the only one that was anyway even mean was our first one, who was like very just a protective dog of Callum, and when we had pups. Other than that, she was the nicest dog in the world. And it is mainly down to owners. If you treat a dog well, they're going to turn out well. You treat it like shit, it'll turn out like shit.
Yeah.
That's just the way to go. And that's what any dog, like Sebs, you could have a terrier that's fighting the ankles off you every time you see it, and then you could have a fucking Rottweiler that literally be like cozying up to you the second it sees it. It's down to how the animal itself is treated.
Yeah.
And they're animals at the end of the day. A fucking nice
they
dog
all
could
have their
snap
own natures
randomly.
and everything as well. Like,
just don't be stupid with fucking dogs.
Yeah.
Treat them like, again, they can be dangerous, but treat them fucking with respect
that
too.
suits you if you're going to get a dog, right?
Yeah, pets in general.
Yeah, true, true.
Because I know a lot of people with pets. Exactly. I know there's an unfortunate record here on the podcast of some dogs being not treated well. I love dogs. The only reason I don't have a dog is because I've only been in the house like a little while and I'm not entirely set up for a dog yet.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Well, I'd love fucking dogs.
It's good that you know that you shouldn't have a dog right now, but in future when you set up...
I'm here, I'd say 2 years now, and there's still like little housework that I'd rather have done before I put a dog in and have to figure out having a dog in the house.
Yeah.
In that kind of way. So like that's what most people need to do. It's the thing, like the classic fucking cringe line, a dog isn't just for Christmas. Don't get a fucking dog if you're not ready for a dog. Don't get it just because, ooh, cool, little cute dog. If you're not ready to take care of it, don't fucking get it.
I did like 2 years prep before I got Enzo. Like I was looking, trying to search for the right dog for me. And I'm glad I held off when, and I'm glad like a lot of things fell through as well. But I got Enzo and he's, because I was talking about it on the stream all the time.
Yeah, there was like months and months of, oh, this dog's nice. And then it never worked out. So
yeah. But then I got Enzo and he's perfect for me. And it like, I'm allergic to dogs, different breeds more so than others. And Enzo, not at all because he's part poodle. So like, that's great. I don't suffer around him. I was walking with a friend. I killed a guy in Dead by Daylight, and he comes to stream to like tell me to kill myself, and then he's like, "Wait, I know your accent. Are you from here?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then he messages me privately. He's like, "Hey, dude, I live here. Do you want to like hang out or something?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's literally my street." Yeah. So we started walking dogs together, and he's got a big German Shepherd. And just touching that German Shepherd, my hands burn. Like, that's how allergic I am to German Shepherds is crazy. Yeah.
That means my dog of choice is keeping Seb away from my house because all I've ever wanted for fucking years is a German Shepherd now.
That's my one-on-one. Great. I love them. They're fantastic, but I'm just allergic to them. That's so sad. Okay. We continue.
Spud is preparing to go for an interview.
It's so good
that he doesn't want the job because the only reason he's doing it is to keep his social services department of employment off his back because he has no interest in working. He's also on drugs, so his life is to do drugs. Yeah. So he has to try enough to keep them off his back, but he can't be too good at the interview to actually land the job because that's not what he fucking wants. He's also very anxious about the interview because he thinks he's either going to fuck it up and they're going to be on him. So Renton pulls out cocaine and gives it to him as a little boost before he heads in. And I've been spotted at an interview before like this. He does not shut the fuck up the entire time he's in that interview. He's just yapping about fucking shit. And like,
that's what happens when you're nervous. You just go and go. And I remember you're already yappers like us as well. That's gonna happen. I was like,
I did an interview. I started working on like this Amazon fucking place where they were packaging up shit, and it was a terrible job. So I wanted to do another interview to get out. And I remember going into the interview so nervous and just talking like this the entire time. And when I was talking to him, I was telling him everything and all the answers and all the questions was like this. And when I came out, I was like, did they even say anything to me?
I was about to ask if you guys had bad interview experiences.
I've had a few. I'm just really I get so anxious about interviews, and then when I go in, anxious. You can see me sweating. Like I am a sweater in anxious situations. So sitting there in a shirt, sweating, and then talking like 200 miles an hour. I'm so bad for interviews. I'm terrible.
So I from my previous job at the museum, I went into the interview and I'd been told that it was possible that the interviews were like group interviews, right? So I walk in and there's 4 people and there's this giant table, right? And they're on the opposite side of the room from me, these people, yeah? And I'm like, oh, well, these guys probably here for the interview too. So I went And there were like two people, then a space, and then two people on the opposite side of the table, on the opposite side of the room to me. I go and sit in between everyone, these 4 women, and I'm like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And then the boss walks in, and I have sat in her seat, and all of these people already work there. It's not a group interview.
Oh no!
They're the supervisors and stuff, right? But they don't say anything. That I'm just sitting in the seat, and then they kind of go and sit on the side of the table, like the boss, and I'm like, oh God. And I'm suddenly realizing that it's me who's being interviewed. And they're writing notes down. No. And because I'm sitting next to them, I can read their notes. So I'm like changing my interview, like my answers to tailoring it towards these notes that I'm reading of the people either side of me. And I got the job. So, you know, you go in with a lot of moxie. This guy just walks in and sits in the boss's seat. What the hell? Give this guy a job.
Yeah.
That's so fucking awkward, but so fucking good.
It was awkward.
What about you, Steve? Any bad interviews? PTSD setting in.
I did an interview. You have done stores over in England, right? Or is that only Ireland?
No, that's us.
Okay. Yeah. You have Primark over in England, though. Primark is a thing, right?
Mm. Yeah, we got You're talking to the mic, Steve. Give us your voice, Steve. You're a little bit quiet, bro.
You have a Primark over there.
Yeah, we got Primark.
I mean, what?
No, that's not good.
I didn't mean it like that.
I didn't even hear what you said, so you know, I'm cool with it. No, my most the worst interview I've ever done is where, I mean, it's listen, right? It's a real knee slapper, guys, but it's really not that bad when you think about it, right? Okay. I did an interview for the wrong, what do you call it? When there's the wrong vacancy. I did an interview for the wrong vacancy with the wrong company. It happens, you know. I went. I remember I had a few job interviews, and I went to one, you know, thinking it was an interview for a totally different job with a totally different company.
Wow. Yeah, when you're looking for jobs and you got multiple coming up.
Because they walked into the interviews didn't actually take place on the premises themselves where the company actually is. They were like it was like a neutral location, I guess.
That
I don't
makes
know why.
More sense. Yeah.
And I remember, and I was never corrected. So I went in, right, and so I think the one I was applying for was like just a retail assistant.
Yeah.
And I remember going in and talking about like my experience with retail, talk about like, you know, being a good team player, you know, knowing the layout of the store. And the lady there, she sat there and she was like, nodding her head, like stroking her chin, writing down her notes. And then only when I left after taking the full interview did I realize that the interview that I thought I was going to was like 30 minutes from that moment. And I was just like, she just let me straight waffle, talk about a job that I was not actually being interviewed for, and she never bothered to correct me. And ironically enough, this might surprise you. I didn't get the job.
Oh, you didn't get the job.
No.
Damn.
And I remember really like, because she asked me like, what it was all these vague questions like, oh, you know, what can you bring to this company? Like, do you have any prior experience? It was all such vague questions.
It's always vague stuff. Well, maybe you answered pretty openly, but you didn't get it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And then I was so rattled, I didn't actually. I felt I'd used all my good aura on that one. I didn't actually attend the interview afterwards. The one that I actually had prepared all my answers for, and I would have knocked it out of the park. I was just like, you know what? No, I'm not doing it. I just folded my arms and went home.
Wow.
Walked home defeated.
Right. I have one quote from Spud in the middle of this interview that I have written down, and I would have hired him because he's doing an interview for a company that I think is like a middleman for people doing holidays. They send them out on holidays or whatever. So there's this big sign or painting or whatever on the wall of the beach and they ask him a question and he hits them with the my pleasure is other people's leisure. I would have hired him there, 100%. He answered that perfectly. That's a good answer for the job given. He knew what he was doing. That's a good answer for. I would have given Spud a job, but unfortunately, he doesn't get the job because he overdid the rest of his interview.
Mm-hmm.
And then the gang head out. It's like they celebrated that Spud didn't get a fucking job.
Yeah.
Which is so weird.
I mean, either way, it's like, hey, let's go out because you know, it's a shame you didn't get the job. Or, hey, let's go out because you got the job. They were going to go out either way.
Yeah.
So it's here in this scene where we get to finally see what Begbie's really like. All we've really had is him making smart comments about not wanting drugs and blah, 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 blah. It's here where we get to see the big man. They all chat, always trying to look for a fight, Begbie. Yeah. So he's telling the crew about how he was playing a game of pool. And he's telling them all about how this big guy was staring him down. He squared up to the big guy. And the lad decided to just put his drink away and turn away and didn't want the fight with Begbie, right?
Yeah.
As he's telling the story, he's been drinking this drink, and when he finishes just telling that story, he tosses the glass over his shoulder, and they're up on a balcony in this pub.
Yeah.
And the glass smashes down onto a poor woman's face, and Begbie instantly knew what he was doing, went down to control the situation, gets into a fight with two guys, kicks one guy into the balls.
So what he does is he says, we're going to find out who fucking did that. So, you know, something like that, right? And he knows he did it, but he just wanted a fight. That's what it is, yeah.
Like, I just have it here, and I'm pretty sure the book says this. Begbie doesn't do drugs. His drug is violence. That's the way he's always been. And second movie, again, I'm going to keep mentioning it. Second movie does so much more on that and gives it a reason, too.
Cool.
Gives it a reason, and it's so good. Like, it adds up. And in a way, the second movie, when it gives you the reason, kind of makes you feel bad for Begbie. You're like, oh, I get it. But you're still a piece of fucking shit. But during this scene, there's like intersecting little stories. So I just have them all parted as their story. So the story that Begbie told the crew was obviously a lie because he's the big man telling the big man version of the story.
Yeah.
Instead, Tommy hangs out with Renton after the night out and tells him the actual true story that Begbie was so hungover from a night before that he was playing terrible at pool. No matter what was happening, Tommy was landing. And Begbie couldn't. So Tommy started to let the game go a little bit more Begbie's side, and he was down to the last ball, and some random guy sitting at the bar opens up a bag of crisps and goes to eat it, and it puts off Begbie's shot. So Begbie just snaps in that moment and beats the shit out of the guy, and then draws a knife on him, and even turns to Tommy to threaten Tommy with the knife. He's that like riled up about a fucking game of pool.
Yeah.
But also, while Tommy is telling us this story, Renton's lying on the floor looking at some videotapes, which ages everybody that's ever watched a videotape ever right now, because I know I have. I know the lads probably have.
Mm-hmm.
Most people listening to this are going to be like, what the fuck is a videotape? Or, oh, I've never watched a videotape, you know?
Yeah, a VHS, yeah.
And on one of them is a sex tape of Tommy and his girlfriend Lizzie, which Renton decides to swap out with a 100 greatest goals football video. And he asks Tommy, hey, can I borrow this?
Yeah.
So he stole a very private fucking sex tape video of Tommy to bring home to watch.
That's how he stole it. I didn't really understand what was going on until it had already happened, you know.
Yep.
And just to dig deeper then into how shit our character Renton is in this situation, he doesn't just watch it by himself, he watches it with Sick Boy. Both Sick Boy and Renton are sitting on the couch watching it together, and they look fucking disgusted. I think that's gross as fuck.
Watching a sex tape. I think
it's your own friend. You're watching your own friend.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It's so bad.
I remember there was a sex... My neighborhood growing up, there was like my friend's mum had like a sex tape going around, and all the builders, because it was like a new neighborhood, were like passing it around, and he just had a tough life, this guy. Also big into drugs and is no longer with us, this poor guy growing up, but like he gave me like some of my first ever like video games. You know, I played Rayman because he gave me his copy of Rayman and stuff like that, like Spyro and shit. You used to just have to physically pass porn on guys. You couldn't just look it up and Yeah.
Or on the same kind of wavelength as Seb's story, when I had gotten into secondary school, now phones and the internet had really, everybody was starting to get their mobile phones and you had your touchscreens.
We didn't even have like touchscreen mobile phones when I started secondary school.
Do you know, like the very first, like early Samsung ones, when I was maybe into my second year of secondary school, they were the thing, and then BlackBerry phones.
It's amazing how fast the technology like improved. So Steve, you're like a year or two older than me, and then I'm a year or two older than you, Beck. So like, yeah, we all had like, now everything just kind of has looked the same for the past few years, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was into, I think it was maybe my 5th year of secondary school, so we're like 16, a girl from the school over in the town, like the town over from us, she'd gotten into a breakup or something with her boyfriend, and he posted it everywhere, pictures of her, videos of her everywhere. And this was in a time, like now again, the internet for phones at least was like really starting to grow, and that spread outside of our school to the majority of fucking Ireland.
Oh, there were so many horror stories of like the same thing happened in somebody, you know, in the school in my city, and just through Facebook just spread across the country. Just awful shit. People
that do that are just scum. Again, you're getting intimate stuff from people that are obviously trusting you, and then to go and break that by sharing it's
the worst.
Rough. I've had it happen. Not telling the full story. I've had it happen.
Oh yeah.
One of my exes in school was a very evilly petty person, and of course, me being a teenager is like, of course I'm going to do what I'm told and show my stuff. And then I went into class one time, and everybody like looking at me. Oh, I know exactly what the fuck's just happened because we broke it up. Yeah. Mine didn't go out wide though. It was mainly just her friend group got to have a look at it. And you could tell when I was going into class that day, I was like, oh, we broke up, and they're all looking at me weird. I know I've done something. And then one of the lads was like, yeah, my girlfriend said that she's after showing everybody. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So internet scary, lads.
Mm-hmm.
People are mean.
I'm so glad in high school we didn't have access like that, you know. And
BlackBerry was the worst thing that ever happened to me, ever. You give a 14-year-old who's trying to figure out his stuff a phone to talk to random people that he doesn't need to know, and it's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah,
it's terrible. Jeez. Like I have horror stories about BBM or BlackBerry Messenger or whatever the fuck. I have horror stories. I could go on and on of just me being like, haha, this is great, fantastic, and I'm realizing that's probably an old person. It's like, that's not at my age. Why am I doing that? Yeah. There's some grim stories, but
it's such a nostalgia fest. This film,
it is. There's so much just coming out. It's great. But yes, on the flip side of him watching this tape, Renton has decided that there's one thing missing in his life, and it is a woman. So the lads all head out to the nightclub together, and all of the gang are out on their pull. Begbie's got himself a girl somehow, poor woman. Even though he's kind of would you say he's kind of an attractive man at this time?
Begbie
kind of has a look. He's a look for himself, right?
Well, you know, people are attracted to like attitude and swagger and like confidence as well. And like
he carries himself very confidently, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's kind of like the boss of like all of his, what you call it, a friendship group. You know, so he is the big man. You know, people listen to him, and that's I guess you could find that attractive.
Yeah, it's true. I could see it. Like, no, again, not to shit on Robert or anything, but
as well, right? Like,
you're there for reasons, and that reason is his reason. Sick Boy is also chatting up another girl, and they're kissing each other with, I'm assuming, is ecstasy on their tongue at one point in this scene. They're kissing and that. And Tommy and Spud have already got girlfriends, and they're all spilling tea. So Tommy and Spud are talking, and Spud's like, he hasn't got any in 6 weeks. And I've got balls like fucking watermelons, I'm telling you.
The way Danny Boyle, like the way this is filmed, and the way they're telling the two perspectives of the same story,
it's great.
It's so good.
So yeah, as Seb has mentioned, the two girlfriends are in the bathroom doing the same conversation, and Gail, who is Spud's girlfriend, is also moaning Myrtle and Harry Potter. For people that watch Harry Potter, that's who that is. I don't know Lizzie. I didn't notice her in any other movies that were worth noting that I would have known anyway. But they're talking about the same thing, and Gail's like, I'm not letting him have sex because Cosmopolitan, the magazine, said that that's what we should do. But she says, I desperately want it. Like, I want to shag, but it's nice to see him squirm.
Mm.
And then Lizzie mentions that Tommy had forgot her birthday. And then we cut back to the boys in the exact same conversation where Tommy's saying that he had forgotten about the birthday, gotten himself in some trouble, but he'd also had a ticket to see Iggy Pop the same night. And that Lizzie had given him the ultimatum. It's me or Iggy Pop, time to decide. And he says to Spud, well, I paid for the fucking ticket. He wanted to go to the concert, which is such a lad answer. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, I already paid for the ticket. I'm going to be going.
What he's saying as well is like, I mean, it's what's done is done. We need to move past it, you know. Yeah, I forgot your birthday, but let's just move on. You know, we can't let it affect our lives. It's just...
Poor Tommy, he's so innocent. And then when the girls walk back into the shot, they're just like, "What are you talking about?" And the lads at the same time reply, "Football." And they're asking, "What are you talking about?" And they reply, "Shopping." It's so good, and there's a humor to it that we're just using. And then we cut to Renton, the only guy that's not hooked up or linked up to anybody right now, and he's doing the creepy guy in the nightclub act where I've seen this in so many nightclubs, and I'm sure it's in every, where you can notice these guys just sitting there staring and watching all the girls, and Renton's doing it, and the movie draws our attention to these kind of guys because he's not by himself. He stood in a group of about 10 lads.
There's a bunch of guys doing the same
and they
thing.
all look so weird, and they're all just staring and nodding at all the girls passing.
The thing is, right, he's Ewan McGregor, young, handsome, sexy Ewan McGregor, heroin chic, you know, he's got like the Kurt Cobain going on.
Yeah.
Most guys who do that are not that at all.
No. And also, he's wearing this belly top, and it's like he looks stylish as hell, where most people couldn't pull that fucking shit off.
Yeah. Like
he looks good.
He's an attractive guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So from there, he decides, right, he's not staying with that group of weirdos, and he's going to try and dance on the floor with a bunch of random girls. That's not working for him. And that is until he sees a girl at the bar who is called Diane, who is acted by Kelly MacDonald, who at the time of the movie was 19, and they found her on the street by handing out flyers looking for people that nobody would know. This is her first job. She wasn't an actress. She just got handed a flyer, and they were like, we're looking for people of this age to look this age. Will you come in and do it? I think she's fucking phenomenal in this.
That's
for somebody that's never
introducing her in the credits.
She's so fucking good in it. And I recently watched a couple of weeks back, I mentioned it, No Country for Old Men, and she's barely in it, but she's really good in that too.
Oh.
And I think she's a very pretty lady. Still think today, whenever she shows up in something, like she's a pretty lady.
She is indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, this is get into it, and then we'll get into it.
Because there's a lot to unpack with Diane. And there's a lot. Yeah, it gets. Yeah.
We'll get into it.
Back to the scene. Renton sees her, and the music even changes. When he catches the glimpse of her, the music changes, and Atomic by Sleeper plays. Fuck it, another banger that's on this soundtrack. Amazing. Renton sees that she's preparing to leave, and this random guy comes up and is like offering her drinks. She kind of gives him an eye roll, takes the 2 drinks, drinks them, and just walks away from him. Leaves the guy there.
Pretty badass.
She's awesome. And we get a little narration from Renton where he says, and with that, Mark Renton had fallen in love. Mm-hmm. So he follows her outside the club, chases after her basically, and he turns on this puppy dog style Riz, where he's like so like bouncy and energetic, which he's not being in the movie. This is completely not who Renton is at all throughout the rest of the movie.
He turns on the charisma. You're right. It really changes.
The rest of the movie, he's a very like monotone, chilled out kind of guy.
Yeah.
Here, he's like the nicest guy in the fucking world. He's so bubbly and great. And he comments on how she shut down the guy. He liked the style of the way that she did it. And in his unlimited riz that he has here, he's like, yeah, no, don't worry, I'll come home. Like, it's fine. He's fully going for it. And she shuts him down, kind of. Calling him out as somebody, and she dead on hits his character as somebody who doesn't usually approach girls. That he's usually a quite sensitive type, but she's prepared to take a chance. She might get to know the inner Renton, witty, adventurous, passionate, loving, loyal, and a little bit crazy and a bit bad. But isn't that what girls look for? And she's called in a taxi as she's saying that. And Renton is like stunned that she's called him out like that. Like she's hit the nail on the head of who he is and what he's trying to do. She gets into the taxi, but she leaves the door open for Renton to get in. His riz worked.
Somehow. Even after the dressing down she just gave him. Yeah, somehow.
Dressing down.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like,
I don't know if that would have worked though. Could you not like? I don't know. Maybe the Riz of the 90s was different, but if somebody came chasing after Earl and said
if somebody's like, I don't know, you've obviously just seen them like break up with somebody, and then you're gonna try and like jump on top of that. That's no. These are good people we're following here.
No,
I don't know if you realize.
And it only gets worse from here. This is the point now. There's two pivotal points where the plot starts to say, hey, these are really shit. And this is the first one.
I'm wondering how they're going to deal with this in the sequel. So I'm looking forward to watching the sequel to talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to mention it.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm not even going to say anything because I think,
we'll talk about it next time.
So they're smooching away, kissing each other in the back of the taxi. And Diane takes Renton home, undresses herself in front of him, and they have sex.
Yeah.
But as soon as they're finished, Diane tells him that he can't sleep there. If he wants to sleep out on the sofa or go out in the hall, that's totally fine.
Yep.
Right. I have it noted here. It is here where I first seen Obi-Wan's penis.
Oh, yeah.
You see Obi-Wan's penis. You see it in the shadow and you see it. So that's something that'll never be out of my head. I've seen Obi-Wan's penis. It's kind of weird.
You've seen his lightsaber.
I've seen his lightsaber.
Blue or was it green?
It depends on the version you get, if it's Xbox.
Yeah, if it's an Xbox one. He chooses, obviously, to sleep out on the sofa.
Yeah.
We then cut. We've like a lot of cuts.
Right?
Yeah, in the hallway outside her room. Yeah. And there's a bunch of people. Like somebody passes by him as he's on the sofa as well. There's somebody else there. There's a lot of cutting between the three stories, but I'm telling the stories as their own separate thing. So now we've gone to Spud, who's being told by his girlfriend Gail that she's ready to finally let him have his go, that they can have sex. But as soon as he gets home, he passes out drunk. He's absolutely fucked.
He's so fucked up.
And Gail has a little check of what he's got going when she's putting him to bed, and she's not too impressed. We see another full frontal of poor Spud. He's passed out and he's just naked in the bed. And Tommy and Lizzie are also heading home, and they're smooching, they're kissing, they're getting their way back into the apartment, and they're getting ready to have a bit of sex. But Lizzie wants to have the sex tape on while they have sex.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, the tape isn't there anymore because what they put onto the TV is the fucking football tape that they switched over earlier. And Lizzie and Tommy freaked the fuck out.
Understandably so.
And then as he's searching, he's in his like little tiny underpants. He's searching through all the tapes to figure out where the fuck he put the one. And he says that he believes he maybe returned the sex tape into the video shop by mistake.
Yeah.
And Lizzie freaks the fuck out at the idea of half of fucking Edinburgh has probably watched their sex tape now through that return tape.
I didn't realize how pivotal this moment was as well for these two.
Yeah. And again, it's all set by Renton. Everything is Renton.
It's the dominoes that Renton knocks over. Yeah.
I don't know what it was like in the 90s to be doing sex tapes, but like that, I wouldn't have put it in the list of all the other ones on the floor like he has. Like that would have been put somewhere private. I wouldn't have had.
And this is a guy who's not doing drugs as well.
No, Tommy's clean,
he's just
innocent.
Not a smart guy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate. And again, why is the tape with all the rest of them?
Yeah.
Put it somewhere that's not there. Even like anybody could have came in and took it, which has happened now at Renton.
Yep.
But that is how their nights end, and we go into the morning after, which is the story that I get to relate to. Spud wakes up alone, but he can smell shit in the bed.
Would you? Okay, Bex. Would you have told your story?
Right.
At this point in the pod, if I
would have told the story. Yeah. I have in brackets here, right? In brackets, I have tell the lads about the night, but please make it as less gross as possible.
Yeah.
So I would have brought it up here.
It's pretty gross.
It was pretty bad. And again, that's as best as I could tell the story. I couldn't have done any more justice. It is what it is.
It's so funny. When I was making notes, I was literally like, hey, maybe discuss like something that relates to this, like the
So the shit stories were inevitable.
Yeah,
they just came sooner than we expected.
Coming. Yeah.
But yes, he has made a huge mess under the sheets where he's been sleeping alone because Gail left him in the bed by himself. So he comes to the table in the other room where everybody's having their breakfast. Gail, her mom and dad, they're all having the breakfast, and he's brought the bed sheets wrapped up behind his back. And they're like, "Oh yeah, come down, have some breakfast." He's like, "No, I should probably go." And Gail's mom notices the sheets and goes to take them from Spud to be like, "Hey, I'll wash them." He's like, "No, I'll do it." And they have a little tug back and forth, and the sheets open up and the shit spreads all over everybody, the walls, the food, their faces, everything.
Yep.
It's so gross, but it's so real. Like, that could happen. If that, like, again, if I was in a situation where I'd have to have them all, it'd have been the exact same.
It's such a, like, I don't know, in a lesser film, that would just be like some dumb humor, right?
Yeah. And it is funny the way it is done. Like, it's a bit of an awkward thing, but it is funny. But I agree. If it had been a bit more of a goofier version of it, it wouldn't have been as good of a scene.
Yeah.
So we now cut to Renton, who wakes up to a whole bunch of people moving around the place where he's after been sleeping, and he makes his way into a room where a man and a woman are sat having their breakfast, welcoming him to sit down, and he sits down and butters up the toast instantly and starts scruffing away at it. And while he's eating, he's just being quizzed by them about who he is, how does he... And he turns and replies, and he's like, "Hey, are you her flatmates?" And the two of them kind of laugh it off. The man that sat at the table is a little bit more stern, but the man laughs it off and like, "That's a good one." Yeah, they're much than even Renton is. And in walks Diane.
Yep.
Behind Renton in a school uniform with a backpack over her shoulder, because Diane is actually a 14-year-old.
And
14.
She's 14, and Mark is 26, I believe.
Yeah. So there is a huge issue in our character of Renton in that. But also, not saying now that this is anyway good, the woman was in a nightclub, and as somebody who's been in the nightclub in my own town, which is a shithole, and it's full to the walls with underage people, that unfortunately will happen in a nightclub when there's people that age that are in there pretending to be of age.
Right.
Yeah,
and it has happened often.
ID, please.
Yeah. So again, if you're going out on nightclubs, sure, you get some kind of confirmation of an ID if you're going that way, because there is so many underage people out, especially in the last couple of years. That's ridiculous.
That's mad.
Yeah, this is all fucked up here.
It's gross.
When he does find out, he is like, no.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's good of him. In at least to that
the whole
point,
conversation after is like, it's illegal, and Dan is like, yeah, but I don't care. Like, I want this to be a relationship. He's like, no. But later we have something else.
But then she attempts as he's like, no, this can't happen. You're not going to see me again. Then she just was like, well, then I'm going to blackmail you. Like none of these people are good.
Why did she not say polis as well? I know Scottish people say that. Do not all Scottish people say polis instead of police?
A lot of Scottish people say polis.
I love when they say polis. When Scottish people say polis, it's like my favorite. I love it. It's my favorite thing to say.
We know Limmy, right?
Yeah.
He's fantastic. If you guys don't know Limmy, Brian Limond, he now just Twitch streaming. In fact, he plays DBD. In fact, I killed him in Dead by Daylight on my birthday, and he came to stream to call me a cunt in a loving, nice way, because you can do that in Scotland, right? And it was very funny, and we had a good time together, and we had a laugh, and he was really lovely, and he wished me happy birthday. But he used to have a sketch show on BBC Scotland. I think it's just called The Limmy Show. And I watched that throughout uni. But he has a sketch where it's two guys become police, right? But they're just like Scottish Neds. They're just chaps, right? And they get into like an argument with somebody, and they're like, what are you going to do? Call the police? We are the police. And it's just the best. It's incredible.
The show is so good.
Yeah, it's great.
So after that, right, we have Tommy and Lizzie just waiting outside of a video store. They're stood apart, and things
Just
really
a
aren't good
second, what
looking
is the
between
deal
them.
with her parents? Because they know this guy's like in his fucking.
They think it's so right. There's a whole bunch of people there, but they think it's a friend that was maybe out and just stayed the night. Not as a
because he
thing.
was in the corridor, right?
Yeah. So they would have woke up, came through the hall, seen him on the couch, and be like, "Yeah, nothing happened. He's on the couch." So they think it's just a friend that stayed the night. That's all it is. Right. Do we take
Let's take
a cut break here as well?
Let's take a break. We'll be back in.
I desperately need to pee.
All right, it's awesome. All right, we'll be back. 3, 2, 1, boom. Hello.
Welcome back. Hello.
I know we always say this, but like every time the way the podcast is cut, people have there's barely any pause, right? If there is any pause. So it's literally us going like, bye, hello. You know what I mean?
See, right? We do it now, but we hinted at it before. We're going to stop doing this randomly and we're going to see who notices where there is a break. We're not even going to say we're taking a break. We're going to message into Discord, be like, take a break in 10. And we're going to see who notices. No?
By the way, just for context of like what we're doing here, Bex has put a picture of a xenomorph in the Discord that I've been staring at this entire time, and he's wearing like Bart Simpson attire.
Yeah.
It's very weird looking.
I realized I tabbed out to another chat, and I'm just like, yeah, now I'm back and I see it.
I get to sit. I like my setup now is I have the soundtrack playing. I just get to sit and look at my PlayStation dashboard, and that's all I have. I don't have cool little.
You don't get
pictures to look at. No, I just have to like the music playing. And I did this for quite a few of the movies. I think Old Boy soundtrack I just had playing. I had the Fantastic Fox one. Ferris Bueller. I just put the music
soundtrack playing while recording the pod.
Yeah. I have it on my headset, just like really low, just enough that I can hear it, and I can hear you guys as well.
You know, it was a bad soundtrack. That Land of the Dead soundtrack was poor. You know, that was compared to like the Day of the Dead was fantastic, right?
Yeah.
And Dawn of the Dead had
the gong.
Yeah.
We love the gong. You were even doing it. I hate you as well. You were doing it yesterday on stream, and it got into my head for the entire night. You at random point you just went do, and then I was like, bastard, that was back in my head. I completely got it.
It's back in my head.
It's like the ring. It's like you got to pass on the curse. It's like it follows, you know. But instead of sex, it's the gunk.
So fucking funny. Yeah, like you. And now that you didn't even realize you did it, that's worse. Yeah. You subconsciously just went do, and then it's now in my head. God, he's plagued himself with the gong.
My goodness.
Right, back to Trainspotting. We actually get a train for the first time in the movie.
Hey, yeah, I took a note of that. I think how far into the movie we no, because I was like,
this is the version of the movie Steve wanted.
yeah. 32 minutes and 12 seconds.
That means that's how far through the film we are. We've been recording for over 2 hours.
Yeah.
Everybody that listens to my podcast, put me down. It's time to execute me. It's okay. Time to end this.
No, stay with us, Beckham. Stay with us.
But yes, first train. And now when the train, it goes from right side screen to left side screen, just flies by. And 4 of our 5 are stood on the train stop. The only one missing is Begbie.
Yeah.
And they're going for a walk up this mountain because Tommy wants to do it. And none of the rest of them are feeling up to it at all.
Steve flashbacks to your shit story now.
Oh, yeah.
Out the hike. Yeah, the hike. It's connecting to everybody.
I got a cold sweat just watching this scene. I was just like, wait, what if there's no bathrooms? What if someone needs to go? What if
Where's the bull?
There's so many questions.
That's so funny. So all of the rest of the lads aren't Tommy stop up and they're having little drinks. They brought cans and I think vodkas with them. And Tommy just wants to enjoy the great outdoors. And he wants the lads to be proud to be Scottish. And Renton comes out with another fucking great quote in his very thick Scottish accent. It's shite being Scottish. We're the lowest of the low, the scum of the fucking earth, the most wretched, miserable, servile, pathetic trash that has ever shat into civilization. Some hate the English. I don't. They're just wankers. We, on the other hand, are colonized by wankers. Can't even find a decent culture to be colonized by. We're ruled by a few arseholes. It's a shite state of affairs to be in, Tommy. And all the fresh air in the world won't make a fucking difference.
Yeah.
Big. I know Scottish people that still talk exactly like that about just English people. Scottish people for no reason. I don't know their history, so I'm not saying for no reason, really, but they just fucking hate English
There's
people.
not no reason. There's a lot of reasons to
I know
hate
nothing,
the
but
English.
well, we have it too, so we relate. The Irish had the exact same.
Absolutely. It's funny because I live on the border, right? So, and where I live at one point has been Scottish territory, years ago, like hundreds of years ago at this point. But there's lots of people from Scotland, lots of people from England, and it's just kind of like a big mixture here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's been odd growing up. There's always this like, oh, England the best, or Scotland the best, like this animosity to both sides. And yeah. I don't know. In my experience, Scottish people very lovely,
I was there recently. Yeah, I can attest to that.
You were, yeah. English people, not as much.
Nope.
But that's,
not at all.
There are lots of lovely English people. I'm an English person,
like yourself, such as yourself.
We're not all bad, but I've had lots more nice experiences in Scotland than I have in England. So, okay. The Highlands are beautiful as well. Like Scotland is so beautiful. Like, but yeah.
So from here, we unfortunately get Renton, Sickboy, and Spud going right back onto the heroin. We cut away from the train scene. They get right back onto the heroin. They're back hanging out with Swanee and Alison, cooking up, preparing to take their drugs again, all while the baby's just crawling around the floor behind them, playing as well.
Yeah.
The baby's just there. And it's fucking heartbreaking the more you see this baby just being in the same space as the four of them getting fucking high.
Yeah.
It's like... it's just the baby sat there and none of them give a fucking shit. They're right back into the hole that is their addiction now. That baby is not important at all.
We can assume who the mum is, and they've said that they don't know who the dad is, right? Like,
they mention it later that they don't. Yeah,
it's pretty tragic. Yeah, the kind of reveal that one of Renton's monologues alludes to it very heavily.
Nightclubbing by Iggy Pop starts to play, and we get this collective montage of Renton breaking into a car, stealing things, shots of him taking heroin, hot spoons, he's high, he's listening to fucking Sickboy yap on about some shit about Bond girls and pussy galore and all fucking whatever Bond shit he was chatting about. Renton sneaking into his family home to steal money from his mom's bed while she's in the house. But the most heartbreaking part of the montage is Tommy comes talking to Renton to tell him that Lizzie is up and left them, all because of the tape that Renton had stole earlier. And Tommy wants to try heroin. Which is fucking, it's so fucking sad. Because Tommy, again,
he's at his low point.
He's done, which is sad to think that a breakup over that is what's after turning him to this life as well. He's about to throw away his life because of heroin, all because of a breakup.
It's the vulnerability and what's he called? Ewan's character, Mark. He is like, no, like I'm not getting you on this, right? He's against it. Well,
he's high. While Tommy's talking to Renton's high, and he just kind of turns like, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
And Tommy's like, but you keep telling me it's better than sex. It's better than sex. And when he hands him a note of money, Renton's just like, yeah, okay, cool. I got more money for my drugs. I'll give you your drugs. It's fucking sad, man. Yeah. It's so fucking sad.
None of these guys are actually friends.
No. Like, which is said, like the part where Renton gets clean, he says that he doesn't fucking like them. Like none of them have anything in common with each other other than drugs.
Yeah.
And while all of this is happening, then after they're out stealing prescriptions of fucking doctors, and old people are taking any sort of drug they can get. They even walk into an old folks home and steal a TV. They're doing anything they fucking can to just get money for drugs now. They've gone deep back into the hole.
They're proper like all of them just come across, and like, don't want to be too crass here, but they just all come across as just like pieces of shit, don't they? Like they're robbing old people, robbing breaking into cars. They're just.
But unfortunately, like Seb said earlier, and I've seen it happen. This is what they'll do. This is to the extent that like heroin above everything else, and that doesn't stop with just like they don't give a fuck about anybody, and that's proven the whole way through this film by that baby being in the room as they're doing it.
Yeah,
they do not give a fuck about anybody else, and that's shown here. Where there's a bunch of old people just sitting watching TV. They just walk in, take TV, and walk out. They don't give a fuck. It's money to them, and that's all it is to get the drugs.
Yeah.
And then just to end out this montage, there's a scene of all of them high, lying on mattresses in the drug den, while the baby's in the middle, just laughing to herself. Again, they're all asleep, lying in their beds, and the baby's just fucking left there unattended, doing their own thing in the middle of a drug den where there could be anything on the floor, around, anything. But then we cut to just a little quick scene showing another bit where it's the first day of the Edinburgh Festival, and they're all at a pub. American. And use the toilet. Begbie gives a look, and he's like, right, he's the guy. And they go into the bathroom after him. They jump him and steal all of his money, and they split it 5 ways. And we get the line from Renton: everything's looking really good for them, but good times couldn't last.
That pub doesn't half look like the same one from what's that show recently? Baby Reindeer.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It looks very, very similar. Imagine if it was now. If you look that up and it is, it's going to be fucking crazy. I'll give it a minute before we go.
I mean, that's going on during the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, right?
Yeah,
Which Bex, I got to say, your timing, like the Edinburgh Fringe is on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
I
found out last night. I was like, that's so.
Yeah. so while we're recording this, years before taking place in the same day, is Trainspotting.
Yeah. Right. Before we get into the next part, I feel like we need to kind of give a warning here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Big scene.
Oh, yeah.
Big scene. There is going to be some stuff talked about as a little bit upsetting. For anybody that has maybe lost a child or has dealt with drug use and has seen the dark side of it, this is going to be a very rough scene. Right? So we'll get into it. This scene is one that sticks with me. No matter how old or how many movies I watch, this scene is the one I'll always remember out of this fucking film.
This is the darkest bit.
This is rock bottom.
And from here on, it was almost like, oh, well, thank God it's not as dark as that. You know, the rest of the film. But it
also doesn't let up, though. Like, it doesn't get this bad, but it doesn't let up from here either.
No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the rock bottom, but they stay on rock bottom. They don't come back up for quite a while.
I guess it's
here.
more like, thank God it doesn't get worse. It couldn't possibly get worse than this, really.
No.
Yeah.
So the way this is shot is it's like there's a lot of movies where you'll have a scene. I remember watching Funny Games recently, like a couple of months back, and there was a scene in that I was like froze watching it, where you kind of feel this is too fucking real. This is like that as well, right? Renton is lying on the floor and he hears a scream from another room. It's wailing. The screams continue, and he narrates to us, it's like, I think Alison had been screaming all day. I hadn't really registered before. She could have even been screaming for a week for all I knew. We see Alison, who's the woman in the drug den with the gang that had been taking all the drugs. She's moving. She's just walking around, wandering around the drug den, screaming her fucking lungs out, crying. And her screaming alerts Sick Boy, who was also on the floor, presumably high or coming down from his high. And he lifts up. Spud tells Alison that she needs to calm down, that everything's going to be all right. And Renton narrates, nothing could have been further from the truth. In point of fact, nothing at all was going to be fine. In the contrary, everything was going to be bad. Bad, I mean, everything was going to be worse than it already was. So Sick Boy dashes towards the other room. Sick Boy stands over the crib that is in this room. And in the crib, we see that the baby that we've been seeing throughout the entire movie is dead. And we get a full-on shot of this baby. Yeah. So basically, the comment that Renton makes earlier about not knowing how long she'd been screaming is because they'd all been so heavy on drugs that they don't even realize how much time and they'd forgot to even pay any attention to the baby. They maybe had been giving her little bits when they were a bit sober. They'd been so hard on drugs that they left the baby in the crib to die of malnourishment.
Yeah.
Which is fucking insanely depressing.
Yeah.
The whole scene is fucking miserable to watch because Sick Boy's running into the room. Alison doesn't stop screaming. She's in the background now, constantly screaming. And then joining Sick Boy in the room is Swanee, Renton, and now a very frail, drugged up looking Tommy, who's now also a drug addict. This is our reveal to show as deep as the rest of the crew. And then we get more of a narration from Renton where he says, "It wasn't my baby. She wasn't my baby. Baby Dawn, she wasn't mine. Spuds, Swanee. Sick Boys, I don't know. Maybe Alison knew, maybe not. I wish I could think of something to say, something sympathetic, something human." Where he ends his narration, and Sick Boy shouts to him, he's like, "Say something, fucking say something, huh?" And all Renton's able to fucking reply to him is, "I'm cooking up." And he walks back out into the room, gets ready to cook up, and Alison's lying there, like kind of in a fetal position, kind of up against the wall, I think. And she's still wailing and crying, but when she spots that Renton's cooking up, she turns to him, crawls across the floor, and goes, "Cook me up a shot. I need it." Which is fucking insane.
It's so
and he does, but not before he gets his first.
Yeah.
Like these people are just so selfish. It's ridiculous.
It's fucking miserable, and it does not end there. We then cut back into Sick Boy, who did not leave the room. He still stood over the crib, and the narration kicks back in a little bit. Well, at least we knew who the father was now. It wasn't just a baby that died that day. Something inside Sick Boy was lost and never returned. It seemed he had no theory with which to explain a moment like this.
Okay, so at that point, I felt like we were going to get a different version of Sick Boy. But I gotta say, that never really happens. Like, he does just go back to how he was before.
Kind of.
Right.
So he's playing this whole fake thing of, "Oh, I never did drugs. I'm clean." He does that a lot more now. And in the sequel, you'll get more of an explanation. Yeah. Well, I said this to Steve while we were just in the break. The sequel does a lot more of...
Sorry, you cut out, Bex.
This. Oh, sorry. The sequel does a lot more of closing up the loose ends of what gets left for some characters in this.
I mean, this is
where he does.
The whole movie is very loose. And I'm very interested to see the sequel because it's loose in a way that you don't need any loose ends closed, right? Which is why it works so well as it's just its own film, because it's like a slice of this horrible life, isn't it? You know, it's just...
And like with all of the characters, you can, again, if they never made a sequel, you could have your own idea of what happened to all of the main crew.
Yeah.
Like the entire ending of the movie, even past this point where we go with all of the characters, you can come up with your own. But that's why I think for the sequel, them having landed a story that you don't go, "That's fucking stupid." Like they ruined what Trainspotting was. I think that's good.
That's always a risk when you go into like these franchises, these really old movies. You know, it wasn't even a franchise, right? Trainspotting was one movie, and you're going to come back and do a sequel. Which, the way you're talking about the sequel gives me a lot of hope for 28 years later.
Yeah,
I hope it's good too.
Filming. Yeah, because it's also Danny Boyle. Yeah, in fact, today. So what's it called? Alex Garland, the guy who wrote it with Danny Boyle. He is starting work on the sequel to 28 Years Later today, because he was at the Edinburgh Fringe yesterday being interviewed, and he was talking about it. So there's a new trilogy he's making.
Okay, I'll be interested to see what to do with it, because that is a series that I've always thought about what would come after it.
Yeah, well, Weeks wasn't very good. Days was fantastic. So for Danny Boyle and Garland to come back and work together on 3, that gives me hope that if Trainspotting 2 is great, then maybe you can make another like legacy sequel, which is fantastic.
Cillian Murphy's coming back as well, even though the comics said something different.
Cillian's coming back, but in the comics he dies off screen. Like, in the
would you have rather for that to be canon, or do you mind him coming back?
Oh, I don't give a shit. Back. Bring Cillian back. It's cool. Yeah. The comic's fantastic, right? It's really fun. It's like a Scottish and English Walking Dead. It's like a road trip movie where they're going up the country and they go through like my city and they go to Glasgow, and that's just really cool for me to see that, right?
Yeah.
And the apparently the next trilogy is taking place in the north of England as well, so
that's
that'd
cool.
be local to me, so that's really cool.
Be fun to see what happens with that.
But I never liked what they did with Killian's character because killed him off screen, right?
Yeah.
It gave me more appreciation for Weeks because it connects the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's fine. Just if you want more, you can read the comic, and if you want more, you can watch the movie. Like it's all good.
Yeah.
It's different continuities.
Yeah. Okay, so we've gotten past our heartbreaking baby scene, and we get this really quick shot of Big Boy, Renton, and Spud entering a shop, where we now have wrapped back around to our opening scene where they're being chased by the cops, where we had our opening meeting of Renton and Spud. In the screenplay, there's a scene that didn't make it to the movie, which I don't really think matters. There's a bit with Diane where she sees them in the shop stealing stuff, and she's like, "Oh, you're a thief now," and he's like, "No, I'm just doing this to get money for my fucking drugs," and then storms past her. I don't think the film would have really missed it, but I mentioned it just because there's very little Diane in the movie.
Yeah.
So just had to poke it in there. But Spud and Renton have got caught during the chase. Sick Boy got a little hiding spot for himself, but unfortunately Spud and Renton are caught and they're summoned to court. Spud gets sentenced to 6 months in prison, but Renton has joined rehab and his sentence is suspended as long as he stays in rehab. Poor Spud, man.
On the rehab scheme, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't actually have to. He's not like in a facility.
No.
He's just
they're like giving him a week. Well, I think was it morphine? I think he mentions morphine. So they're giving him morphine to wean him away from heroin, and they're keeping a track on or he stays on that to wean him away from his heroin addiction.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it is. I think it was morphine. I
don't think it's morphine. It's something else. And
I know there's a quote later where he says the drug's name, and I have it, but I don't remember it right now.
Some opioids. I'm trying to Google this without my fucking. I should use like a VPN or something because they're going to think I'm a drug
ads for drugs
addict or something. I'm getting ads for drugs. No, I'm going to be getting those get help ads. Choose life.
Well, okay. So Begbie, Lizzie, Gail, and Renton and his parents are all sharing some pints and kind of celebrating the fact that Renton to get any jail time. His parents are so fucking nice to him here. Like everything he's after doing, stealing money, whole way he is, they're still telling him, "Oh, we love you. We knew this. You're going to come out clean on this. We know you're going to do it." And Begbie does like the kind of fucking bossy role again. He's like telling him he's to clean up his act. He needs to cut out the drugs forever. And Sick Boy kind of hits him with there's better things than the needle, Rent. Choose life. And he gives him kind of like a look because he's doing, like I said there, this is where he turns into this kind of character. He's pretending he never was on drugs. He's acting in front of Renton's parents like, "I've never been on drugs, so you need to, choose your life, get off of it." This is where he becomes
like telling him, "Hey, you need to be more like Big B, like you need to." And he's like, "No,
no, God, no."
Like again, to hype up the sequel. From here, Sick Boy becomes like, for no use of a better term, he just becomes a snake.
Yeah.
Instead, he was kind of the druggy friend that was probably the closest one to Renton in the group. Yeah. Now, from here, he turns into snaky, kind of fucking more just stupid, plotting all these stupid plans kind of character. And he continues that into the sequel. He becomes way worse.
Yeah.
So as they're all celebrating, Spud's mom walks into the pub, clearly upset now that Spud has been sent to prison. And Renton stands up to apologize, but Begbie stands up as well and decides to twist the knife by blaming her for how Spud turned out. She was a shit mother, that he ended up on the heroin because of how she did as a parent. And Renton kind of walks away from the table, realizing that everybody that's around him there to support him, he doesn't care about, still feels alone. Yeah. And he takes this opportunity to dip from the pub and make a break for the drug den again to meet with Swanee.
Mm-hmm.
And we get into the scene. He takes another hit when he gets to meet with Swanee, Renton injects himself with heroin. He lies back down onto this dirty red carpeted floor. He's lying there twitching. His eyes are rolling. Starts to become slow and shaky. And there's this really cool fucking shot where he starts to sink into the floor until he's lying in this like coffin shape, basically coffin sized hole in the ground that's lined with red carpet.
Like, covers him.
And Swanee stands over him. He's like, yes, perhaps it's time we call a taxi, because Renton is overdosing on the heroin because of whatever medication he's given to wean him off of heroin. He's now put that on top of it.
I mean, every time you take like heroin, you are risking dying, right? Each time you're risking it more and more.
It's a visually very good way to do a scene that's actually pretty fucking dark. We're watching Renton overdosing on heroin.
Yeah.
And it looks great, which is a weird sentence, but it does. Like the music just playing, the way that the coffin-sized hole opens up for him. There's like this weird POV of him where the carpets are on either side and he's just seeing what's in the center.
We've not seen the ceiling scene yet, have we? That's
coming up when we get through this.
Right. Okay.
So in a cruel fucking like visual, an ambulance is driving by and you think, great, Swanee called the ambulance and they're definitely going to get to Renton, but they don't. They drive right by.
It just drives past.
Yeah.
And he's lying in the street.
Yeah. It's so fucking good. Like I remember the first time I was like, thank God they're going to save Renton. He's going to come clean now. And it's like, oh, fuck. It's just leaving him there. So yeah, the Swanee throws Renton into the back of the taxi and gives him back the £10 that he'd given Swanee to buy the heroin that he's now overdosing on to cover the taxi fare once the taxi drops him off to the hospital, which he does. Taxi drops him off, basically just drags him out, takes the £10 out of his pocket and leaves him there.
That's another thing that I wonder about. I'm always like, how cheap is this stuff, right? Because like,
I had to look through a lot of stuff to know the notes because I don't know English well enough. But he hands £10 to Swanee, and then Swanee puts it back in.
Isn't very much for this life altering drug,
which is insane. And I don't know about drugs now. I'm scary, sure, right? You could probably for 20 quid still buy something that could end up killing you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know enough, but you could.
Yeah,
I think it's fucking insane. 20 quid, and you could basically, that's your life gone for 20 quid. That's insane. Drugs are bad again, guys. We're saying it again. Drugs are bad.
Yeah, no good.
Okay. So he's brought in through the hospital and he looks very pale. His lips have gone blue. He's dying. But he gets an injection of, I'm assuming it's adrenaline.
Yeah,
or whatever. They just inject him with something. Like, and he bursts back up to life and he starts breathing. And we get another really just hard to look where he sat in the back of the taxi with disappointed parents and he's just slumped and the two of them just look fucking defeated.
Yep.
Not to get too deep with it, I've been in that case where I've sat and I've watched my grandmother, my uncle, and I can see the exact same thing. My grandmother just sitting there looking and you're just like, you've done what you could and that's it. He is who he is, and this is what this scene is like. They're sitting there being the same. They're like, if we don't do something now, we have to stop him from this because this is what he is. Every time he's had a chance to get away from it, and this was his biggest chance, he's after fucking it. So what have I got next? We have another completely iconic scene where his parents have decided that they're going to be the ones to step in. Jordan is clean. So they bring him home into his childhood room and they lock him in.
Yeah. Like, so he can't do it himself. They realize this now. The goodwill that they had in the previous scene is no longer, well, I mean, it's still goodwill, but you know,
they've got to their wits' end. They're fucking done being the nice parent. Now it's the fucking protective parent that's locking in for both of them.
Yeah.
So now the only way they think they can do it is making them do cold turkey. And from anything I've ever learned about people from drug addicts and stuff. Cold turkey is miserable, and this movie does a fucking fantastic job of making sure we know it's miserable.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's also very dangerous too, which is why like they give you like the health service will give you medication or a lesser form of the drug to wean you off it, right?
Yeah. Which is a good thing of like, it's in a weird way, it's his parents don't know enough about drugs, so they think this is the best option. Yeah. They don't understand what it is.
He went through the establishment and it didn't fucking work.
Yeah. Like again, they've hit the wall, the fucking
you would hope that no other choice. If he'd went to prison, maybe he would have got the help there. Maybe that could have helped.
Unfortunately, though, gets proven by our other character that goes to prison that didn't fucking work.
It doesn't work there. Yeah.
So yeah, our iconic scene starts playing. So techno music starts playing. I actually couldn't remember the fucking name of the song, and I couldn't even find it. I know it's somewhere, but I couldn't find the name of it. And Renton's room begins to expand. So he's lying in his bed, and the room just starts to stretch longer and longer and longer. And we get more of a bit of a narration. I don't feel a sickness yet, but it's in the post. That's for sure. I'm in junkie limbo at the moment. Too ill to sleep, too tired to stay awake, but the sickness is on its way. Sweat, chills, nausea, pain, and craving. Need like nothing else I have ever known will soon take hold of me. It's on the way. And the room is just stretching out, and we hear this soft voice starting to sing, and it's a hallucination of Diane sitting at the end of his bed in her school uniform singing a song to him.
Mm-hmm.
She fades off, and in comes his mother with some soup. She's real. She's bringing them some food, trying to take care of him, but he turns to her and doesn't want to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Renton tries to get away, talking to her, and by suggesting that he goes back to the clinic, but his parents are like, "No, we've had enough. We're not doing clinics anymore. This is what we're doing." Yeah. And as they go to leave the room, he starts to beg him, being like, "I need one last hit. I need one last fucking hit." But they obviously aren't going to give him that. Renton then decides that he's going to cover himself in his bed covers, and weirdly enough, Begbie's in his bed. Another hallucination of Begbie in bed with him, and he just says it's like, "Well, this is a good laugh, you useless fucking bastard. Go on, sweat that shite out of your system, because if I come back and it's still there, I'll fucking kick it out of you."
Yeah.
And that it's in Renton's head. That's how scary Begbie is to the whole crew. That he's even terrified of not doing this now, because if Begbie has to come back and he figures out he's failed again, he's going to kick the out. And that's what's in Renton's head, that if he lets down Begbie, he's going to fucking do him.
Begbie's almost like his fucking guardian angel when he's tripping. So, getting him on the right path.
Out of all the people that were there to be the guiding one, it's fucking Begbie.
Yeah.
After getting the little fright from bedtime Begbie, Renton rolls out the covers and Begbie disappears, and then we get the another fuck scene. Baby Dawn is crawling on the ceiling.
Yeah.
The baby that died earlier, and it's a bit of a weird looking doll, fucking freaky.
Okay, it would be wrong of me to not mention that I'm pretty sure this has been done in an episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah, no, it's referenced like everywhere. I watched I've been watching Bob's Burgers, and a couple of episodes ago they did a reference to it. And I was like, Trainspotting, that's fucking sick. And of course, The Simpsons, we've referenced The Simpsons quite a lot. We love The Simpsons here. Maybe the ending episode of this podcast is just going to be The Simpsons movie.
Maybe that's what we do for the finale.
This is all really being us making any reference to The Simpsons, so we end on The Simpsons movie. Great. So yes, Baby Dawn is crawling on the ceiling. The doll does look a bit, but I actually think it's so uncanny that it just makes it creepier.
I think so too. too. The fact that it doesn't look real is scarier than if it had done,
The song that has been playing the whole time is hyping up. It's going bigger and bigger. Sick Boy is coming in, rubbing it in Renton's face that he's come clean again, and that he knew when to say no, which we know through the movie he fucking didn't, because he was there every single time Renton was doing stuff. So again, it's just Sick Boy playing, I'm so much better than Renton. We get one little bit when Sick Boy's there, where we hear Allison screaming, just a little one-time scream, and Baby Dawn starts to close in on Renton as he's in his bed, and the hallucination of Spud shows up sitting on top of his wardrobe, where he's in his prison outfit and he's got a ball and chain tied to his feet and he's kicking the wardrobe, just kind of looking. The next ghost that shows up hallucination is a very, very scary looking fucking Tommy who just simply repeats as he's like rolling, kind of like drifting on the wall, better than sex, the ultimate hit. And Dawn continuing under the ceiling is still crawling right before Renton, and he's freaking the fuck out. And Ewan McGregor's acting here is fucking great.
Yeah.
The way he's freaking out and curling up and he's all sweating, and it's so fucking good. And then Dawn is basically above his bed and her head spins like something out of the fucking Exorcist. And she just drops down onto him.
Yeah.
And this is just all of Renton's past coming back to finally catch up with him now that he's coming clean, because like in the scene where Dawn died, during all of this, he's never really reacted to anything he's ever done. Even with the Diane situation, he told her, no, I'm not doing this, but never really comes across as somebody that learned from it, paid any attention to it. And now that he's coming clean, it's like every single shitty fucking thing he's done. Spud getting sent away for the same thing he did, getting Tommy on drugs, getting with an underage girl,
the
baby dying.
Yeah, the weight of his sins is suddenly
it's
there.
caught him.
Yeah.
It's such a good scene though, right?
It's fantastic.
It's fucking great.
God. Because, as we said earlier, when you're on heroin, that's all you're thinking about. You get off it, oh shit, life actually exists outside of it.
Deep shit. 7 or 8 times saying drugs are bad, guys. And this is what happens when you take it and then you decide you're coming clean. This is the kind of shit that will happen. And again, just to slightly reference it, I've seen, not to this extent, but I've seen my uncle on the cold turkey technique, and it's rough to sit and watch somebody that you just can tell is having a fucking awful time.
Yeah. God, my ex had a junkie neighbor and we had to deal with him all the time, and it was just, the guy obviously was at like such a bad, he was having the worst time, right? And he'd live in a bad life, but we were the neighbors, and the issue is he made life bad for everybody around him, and he didn't care because drugs is all he cared about. It was horrible being a neighbor next to somebody like that, because of just like the constant Trainspotting music playing at all times of the night, the banging on the walls. Just people would go in and he'd like take people home and then jump them and like beat the shit out of them, steal all their money, so then he'd go and buy drugs, and like just a nightmare. Like God, rough.
Obviously not to like flesh out family drama on a fucking podcast or whatever, but me and Callum will know this. I can say it. It's cool. Watching my uncle being the same, it's painful. And I like, he's a daughter that's 11, doesn't see her, has no choice, decided on his own he didn't want to see her because drugs was more important. So my mom, but the daughter lives halfway across the country. My mom takes her in every couple of months. My mom has seen his daughter more than she has over the last couple of years because he's no interest. And it's because of, again, the whole point of this. When he's on stuff, he'll choose that over everything. And that's even his own fucking. And that's what happens. It's
the ultimate selfishness is what it is.
Yeah.
It's just so brutal. Yeah.
And like we mentioned it earlier and Seb said it, like there's a lot of people that turn to drugs because of other past experiences in their life and all that kind of stuff. That I do understand that side of it, right? At the end of the day too, you are an adult and you're going to have to, like, drugs is not the best option for fucking working with. There is tons of other ways to deal with hardships in life than ruining not only just your own life, but everybody's life around you by taking drugs like to this extent.
Yeah, like this hard stuff. Yeah, it's brutal. It's so brutal. And if you have managed to, get off them, that is such an incredible thing that you've managed to do, and you're an extremely strong person for that. Because the movie shows it, but I think it's maybe even a bit light on it. The fact that, like, well, at first when I watched this movie, I thought, well, he got off them pretty easily, after his like plan. But then he's constantly relapsing and going back into it. So I guess that there's some reality to that. But I respect
anybody that can come off of it.
Absolutely.
If you're that deep, I respect it fully because I'd never, to the extent of my drug use is always ever That was it.
I stopped drinking energy drinks and I still think about them every fucking day. You know, maybe I'll relapse and go back to them at some point in my life. But I've been a year off energy drinks now, and God, I fucking crave Monster. God damn, I can't imagine something heavier than that, right?
Yeah, nah.
Holy fuck.
Again, big respects to anybody that has been on it and gone through the road and come out on the other side of it. Congrats, you should be proud of yourself.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah. All right.
Deep movie, guys.
Yeah, we're not trying to shit on anybody. We're just trying to discuss how fucking hard this shit is and how real this shit is.
Anybody that has anybody or yourself, if you've been through it, you know exactly how difficult it is. Even like if you've come out on the other side of it, you'll realize, because I know people that are in it don't. Everybody around you gets affected by it as well. It's not just you're taking drugs and it's falling apart for you. People who care about you are also struggling because of it.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's weird to cut to the next bit after that conversation, but Mark's parents ask him to go take a test, which is a bit confusing at first, but it makes sense later because it comes across like they want to just make sure he's clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in there's a little bit of a dark humor. The nurse goes to inject him and he says, ow, but his arm's got a fucking bunch of track marks on his arm, so he's obviously taking the piss.
Mm-hmm.
To jump the gun a little bit, that's not the only reason they asked him to get tested.
Mm-hmm.
There's another character that has gathered HIV because during all of the crazy fucking insane hallucinations, there was also a TV show where parents were imaginarily on a game show.
You're cutting out a bit there, Bex.
Right, I'm backing in for a second.
Yeah. You know what Bex has just said has suddenly made me realize, like, I didn't understand this scene when I was watching it.
No, neither did I. No,
It's just suddenly made it like click for me, and I'm like, whoa. Hi, Bex. I was just saying, you've just made the scene click for me.
Oh, sorry.
That's great.
Basically, the hallucinations. There's a game show they're talking about HIV. I don't need to go into the exact questions and everything. They just mention HIV.
Yeah.
Which we then will later get revealed that Tommy has got fucking HIV.
Yeah.
So he's not only getting tested for being clean, they want to make sure that he's also not fucking got the same thing because they're part of the same crew.
Because they're using the same needles.
Yeah. So that is a bit confusing because again, straight in your head you think,
I didn't realize
go get tested.
Yeah.
But the hallucination of the TV is giving you and them being involved in the game show and then being the ones to come in and take him out and ask him to get the test is the connecting piece there. Is to be like, go and make sure that you don't have the fucking same thing that everybody now knows Tommy has.
Yeah.
Right.
So obviously the little joke of haha, ow, track mark. And then we get another scene that just kind of oddly sticks with me about Renton's character. He's clean now. He has been cold turkey for a little while and he's out playing bingo with his mom and he's won, but he's sat at a table full of 10 or so people around. They're bustling around. There's this fast forward scene of them all just zooming around having their night out, but he's sat in place, frozen, just staring at us, not enjoying himself at all. And he comes in with a narration, says, "It seems, however, that I really am the luckiest guy in the world. Several years of addiction right in the middle of an epidemic, surrounded by the living dead, but not me. I'm negative. It's official, and once the pain goes away, that's when the real battle starts. Depression, boredom, you feel so fucking low, you'll want to fucking top yourself." And that is, he doesn't know what to do with his life without drugs now.
Yeah.
He's completely empty. The whole fucking film has showed us that all they know is drugs, and now that he hasn't got, he doesn't know what to fucking do with himself. He can't enjoy.
You're constantly chasing that high. When you come down of it, it's like, fuck, you're real low.
And even at the scene itself, they're playing bingo with his mom. You're meant to be having a good time. She's fucking excited that he's after winning, but he doesn't give a fucking shit. Bingo, the bingo means nothing.
In that moment, he looks like one of the extras from Dawn of the Dead. Like his skin is all kind of pale. It's all kind of like discolored. He's just slumped there. It's like, he looks dead himself. He looks like he's already just died inside.
In fact, when Simon Pegg, when Sean breaks up, they have the breakup and he's sat in the pub and everybody's going past them. It's a bit like that. Actually.
It is very fucking similar to it.
Yeah. Well, Edgar Wright he's kind of got a similar editing style, but he pushes it even more so, and he does lots of montages and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like when we were talking earlier, I say it on my notes here as well. There's no pickup point for Renton until we get to the end from here. It's from the baby to basically our pickup point towards the end. It's complete constant shit.
Mm-hmm.
And from here, Renton decides that he's going to go visit Tommy, and his place has the graffiti all over his apartment, which looked really nice when we first seen it.
Yeah, it's
earlier with
become a
Lizzie.
dump.
It has AIDS scum and a plague sprayed on his door and on the wall before you even go in. And when you go in, he's got no furniture. The place is torn to shreds. I even think there's a fireplace torn off the fucking wall.
Mm.
There's only one mattress lying on the floor, and that's it. That's all he has. And there he and he looks fucking horrid. And again, when we see him first, he's a young, decently looking man, and here he looks like a fucking zombie.
Yeah.
Like he genuinely looks like a zombie. And it's not only just because of drugs, because like I just mentioned, he's also now been diagnosed with fucking HIV.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy instantly asks, like they're having a little conversation, Renton's kicking the ball in the house, and he instantly just asks him, like, have you got any gear on him? And when Renton says, no, I'm clean now, he's like, he just kind of scoffs it off, and then he asks him for money, and Renton hands him the money to cover one more hit. Still, even after coming clean, Renton's just like fucking up Tommy even more.
Yeah.
And just by paying him to fucking continue his habit. Like, it's so gross. Renton's not a good guy at all.
No.
This is the second time where he's used, like, he feels sorry for somebody, so he lets them take
Shit to
care
themselves.
of him, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Bad.
And this part gets even more questionably bad for Renton because it does not pick up. Renton now has an apartment for himself. He got out of his mum and dad's, and Diane shows up at the door. And she asks him if he's clean, to which he confirms he's like, I am. But she goes, I can smell some hash. And then she just walks in. Right?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, but you're too young for it. But she just comes in. It then cuts to the two of them lying on the bed, and Renton is naked and she's wearing his t-shirt. So they've had sex again. He's knowingly clean and had sex with Diane again.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was literally Googling the ages. I was like, what age is this character? I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Like, again, the first time at the nightclub, it is gross, but it is the nightclub thing and he knows he made a mistake. This is knowingly and clean. Renton going, cool, I'm doing it again.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
He's not a good guy.
But afterwards, they have a bit of a conversation where she fucking ages him by telling him that the world is changing and that he's caught in the old times and all of his music is old and all of everything he does is old, and he agrees. So he needs to find something new to do to occupy his mind, and we now cut to London, where Renton has gotten himself an office job taking calls for people that he'll be showing around apartment spaces in London. Right? I can't remember what the fuck they're actually called.
Oh, I have it here. It was Lifestyle Leasing Agency is who we
Lifestyle Leasing Agency. Thank you, because I, for life of me, just didn't know it. But Renton's clean. It's like there's a bit of a time jump here. He's clean. He's got his life together. For the first time, he actually feels content, and he says that in a narration. As he's taking it all in, Diane has written him a bit of a letter informing him that she isn't pregnant. Thanks for asking, is like a little bit of a joke, which is gross.
Yeah.
She then updates us all on where the crew is since the time jump. So Sick Boy has asked her if she'd like to work for him because now he's a pimp and he's a drug dealer himself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
That's gross of Sick Boy too.
Yeah, and he knows because he's standing outside the school of a bunch of girls coming out of the school, and he's asking them there. Girls. Yeah. We then see Spud, who she says sends his regards, or at least that's what she thinks, because he is high again on literally a curb in the middle of the fucking road, drooling, basically talking up to her. So, and like we mentioned earlier, where it was like, oh, if Renton had gone to prison, would he come out clean? Spud went to prison, came back out, and got right back onto it
straight away.
Nobody has seen Tommy for ages. It's just a little quick line mentioned, and Begbie has been all over the TV as he's now wanted for an armed robbery of a jeweler's. And right as he's done reading, the doorbell rings. It's Begbie. He's found where Renton lives, and he's looking for a place to hide.
God, the sudden realization in Mark's face And it's like,
Yeah.
oh no. And you know what's coming. The knock. Yeah.
It's and again, the way it's edited to the point you mentioned Bigby, they end the letter, and right as it's done, it just cuts to the doorbell and the door, and you know, even the minute it's there, you know who's showing up at the door. He's doing his usual Begbie things, taking over the apartment, demanding Renton around, and Renton says in the middle of the narration that he puts up with it because he's a mate and that's what you're supposed to do. And he gets Renton to bet for him on, I think it's a horse or is it a football game? He gets a bet anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a horse.
I think so. And the bet comes back as a win for Begbie, so they decide to head out to celebrate. And to Begbie, I wouldn't have even let him in. I'd have just closed the door, but then he'd probably break it down because he's psycho fucking Begbie.
It's part of like this, you know, just the self-destructive personality that these guys all have. And like, Begby's part of his self-destructiveness, keeping guys like this around. You shouldn't. Yeah.
So yes, we are out celebrating, and Begby's out dancing on the floor, and he's pulled. He's managed to get himself somebody that's out on the dance floor. He gives Renton a little bit of a wink. This is a very big moment. This is a very. It doesn't feel like it in this movie, but it's a very big moment.
Okay.
So in the middle of it all, Renton narrates that he says, "The world is changing, music is changing, drugs are changing, even men and women are changing. 1,000 years from now, there will be no guys or girls, just wankers. Sounds great to me." I think that's such a good quote.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So good. I love that.
But while that's happening, Begbie has gone out to the car and is getting a bit frisky with the person he's brought back to his car. Getting a little bit handsy, goes to put his hands between the legs and realizes that the person he's brought back to the car is actually a trans woman that has not got a vagina.
Yeah.
And Begbie instantly jumps out of the car and runs away, stops up a little bit, gets fucking angry, but decides not to go back to the car to do anything to the person that's in the car. Right?
Yeah.
The sequel does hit on it a bit, but there's a whole commentary about this where a lot is saying that Begbie's maybe a closeted gay man.
Okay.
And there's a lot to it, and there's little bits mentioned by Begbie as a character in the sequel, which why I won't get too deep into it now. We'll maybe talk about it after, but there's a lot to Begbie, and that's maybe why he is the way he is.
That'll be interesting because there isn't too much to his character in this film.
Right.
He's just an angry dude, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay. I honestly cannot wait to watch the sequel.
I'm the same. I said it just like shortly to Steve in our break, knowing that this is the first time you've seen this, and then the first time you'll see that as well, like back to back. I've seen the sequel knowing this movie, obviously, but now you two are going in freshman. I can't wait to see what your takes are on what they do.
I started watching the sequel. I watched about 10 minutes of it, and then I switched it off. I was went, you know what? I'll give myself a bit of a break. So I started watching it straight after Trainspotting 1, and I was like, no, I should have like a gap between rather than marathoning these two films. So yeah, I can't wait to get back to it and watch it. God, it's so cool.
So from there, they just quickly cut back to their apartment where they're staying, and Renton clearly finds it funny what's after happening with Begbie. Begbie throws out some kind of homophobic slur, saying he's not gay, basically. And Renton takes the piss out of it, so he instantly snaps again in the way that Begbie's done the whole way through the movie, and pins Renton to the wall and stabs the knife between his legs right under his genitals and tells him, don't ever joke about shit like that again. Like, don't mention that. That's not who I am. I'm not like that. Right?
He should not have joked about that. You don't joke around with this guy. I don't even know how you're around this guy. Because
this guy's a lunatic.
Yeah.
Where was it? Oh, yes. So not only now is Begbie staying, Sick Boy, has shown up at Renton's place and is in London for business, as he's there to sell some kind of fucking drugs or something, because he's also a drug pusher as on top of being a pimp now. The three lads are sitting eating some good chips after Sick Boy sold Renton's TV for some money as well, keeping up to the same thing of what they used to be doing, just randomly fucking selling stuff to make their monies. When Sick Boy asked Renton about if he has a passport he could easily sell for money, Renton just has hit his wall. He's like, why the fuck would I want to sell my passport? So he's had enough of the two lads, and right away,
it's really dumb as well, isn't it? Like, this guy's got a job, and you're like, hey, you want to earn some extra money? It's like, I'll sell your passport.
The two of them are the ones scrounging off the guy that's covering them. He's like, yeah, hey, do you want to sell your passport?
Because they're just not thinking. Yeah. But that leads to something cool, you know? He then goes and hides his passport, doesn't he?
Yeah, he goes to I just have it down as a safety locker. It's just a random locker somewhere where he hides his passport, because he knows if he leaves it somewhere and he forgets about it himself, Sick Boy will take it and just fucking sell it.
Because they start selling all of his shit, don't
they?
Yeah.
So he also wants to buy out a place so that in his job there's this apartment that's for some reason nobody really wanted. So he throws Begbie and Sick Boy the key and says, hey, have at there's an apartment for both of you, get the fuck out of my space. And while they're living there, they refuse to pay any rent because there's nobody that knows they're even living in there. But Renton's boss comes to bring two people in to show them the place, to actually get them to rent it. And they fucking Sick Boy and Begbie are hiding in a cupboard and just jump out to attack the people that are there.
Yeah.
Not really a lot comes from this.
No.
You don't get any kind of what happened, or did they get in shit for it? I think they just scared the people off mainly, and then that was it.
Yeah. Well, I guess one of them was already on the run from the police, right? I was surprised that maybe this will happen in the sequel, but after the dead child, right? No, what? The police we don't see the police get involved there, you know, as well.
No,
I'm just not going, because I don't want to give you the ideas of what's happening
about that in the sequel.
Or is there? Okay, I can't. Right. I don't want to say anything, because then I'm giving you the idea that you're going to go in and get answers and whatever. Yeah. But fair thought, to be honest. That's all I'll say, is it's a fair thought to be thinking about what was the outcome of that, because it'd be very hard to not have some kind of legal fucking outcome from a baby dying in your fucking possession. Like, yeah. We then cut to the second train of the movie, flying down the track, and they've come back to Scotland for Tommy, because Tommy has passed away.
Yep.
We are now at the funeral where Renton is sat beside a guy named Gav, who informs us and Renton of exactly what's after happening to Tommy. So Tommy had recently tried to meet back up with his ex-girlfriend Lizzie and had brought her a cat, but she refused it. So basically Tommy's now stuck with the cat, and he's still taking all of his drugs. The thing is, like, the cat is shitting. It's getting the same treatment as the baby. The cat's shitting, it's pissing, it's getting neglected, it's not getting fed. It's getting the same treatment as the baby. And Tommy was lying around, fucked out of his eyeballs and smack or downers. These are all quotes from Gav. And he didn't know you could get toxoplasmosis from cat shit, which I don't really know what toxoplasmosis is. Don't really know.
He caught some kind of illness from sitting around cat feces all day, like every day. Yeah. And on the same level of that, Renton just asks, he's like, I don't know what that is. And Gav gives a pretty shit answer. It's just like, it's fucking horrible, like an abscess in your brain. And then he starts to get headaches, so he uses more smack for the pain. And then he has a stroke. And it was a couple of weeks before it was found that the neighbors in his apartment block had to call the police to say that they could fucking smell him, and that he was found lying face down in a pool of vomit. But the cat was fine.
Yeah.
The cat was totally fine. It's great.
So the cat didn't die.
Just the cat died. No, the cat's fine. The dog just got hit in the balls, cats. And the cat is fine, guys.
But it's fucking sad, because again, it's Renton basically killed fucking Tommy.
Yeah.
He fed him his first dose. He sent him down the track. Renton killed Tommy.
He stole the tape in the first place.
Yeah,
you know, that's
true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah,
like, Renton's not a good person, as much as he tries to be, or he thinks he could be. Potentially, he's not.
Their way of celebrating, because it's like, it's a very Englishy Irish thing to go out and have drinks after a funeral, right?
Mm-hmm.
We definitely do it here, and I know there's just people in England, so
we do it.
It's such a weird tradition thing, isn't it, to go out and have drinks after a funeral, after something so like fucking depressing and morbid. You just all go out and have like laughs and drinks together.
Raise the glass, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. But they decided they're having their few drinks back at the drug den. So Sick Boy, while they're having their drinks, informs them all that Mikey, the opium dealer that we met earlier, has a whole bunch of heroin that he got scared off from selling himself by some foreign sailor, so he decided to sell it really cheap to Sick Boy, who now intends to sell it to a way bigger buyer in London again.
But they needed in London.
Yeah, but they needed $4,000 to buy it, and they could only pay $2,000 at the moment. And they wanted Renton to cover it, and he's like, I'm not covering it. I don't have that kind of money. And Begbie just comes in, he's like, you fucking do. I've seen your pay slips or your bank statements. I've seen it. You've got, and he names exactly to the penny what he's seen on the fucking statement, and it's like just over 2K.
It's
so
like
he's enough to cover the million
or something, you know.
Imagine being that fucking petty as well, to be like checking his fucking bank statements and shit.
Wild.
But lo and behold, he's forced into giving up his money. But also, before they're even able to sell it, they need somebody to test the heroin to make sure that it's good heroin and they can make decent money off it. And that falls right back onto Renton yet again. So Renton was clean again, out and about, and now he's back on heroin again.
Back on it.
Just fucking, it's so, and this is played off, I think, a little bit too easily. They just do it, and then they get to the deal part. They don't go into any like bit of Renton even second thinking about or getting upset that he's been basically forced to get back on it so they can do this stupid deal.
This is what I was saying earlier, where it seemed a bit too easy for him to get off it. You know, it wasn't much of a big deal, but it's the constant relapse throughout the film, which I think is what you're supposed to get out of it, really.
Yeah. So now we are off to London after he's tried it. They're on a bus, and Begbie's freaking the fuck out because Renton tells us, and this is, I will say, this is the important line for the sequel. If Begbie gets caught doing this deal on top of the theft, he'll do 15 to 20 years in prison.
How long does the sequel is like 20 years later, right?
Lines up. Yeah.
Okay.
So that is that, and I said it to Steve again in the break. The entire sequel is built off that one line.
Oh, okay.
It's built around that one line.
Yeah.
And while they're on the bus, they have the supply, and Renton is getting a final. Another final hit in.
Yeah.
And cool as they like, they just made it into London, ready to do the deal. He comes out of the bathroom like he's not even affected as well. So he probably spent a whole lot of time in there.
Yeah.
High, and then he comes out like steady and clean, ready to go. Yeah. So we're rushing through London. They arrive at the hotel room where the deal's being done, and the man in there weighs the goods and excuses himself, comes back into the boys and asks them how much do they want. And Begbie says, I want 20K. On 20,000.
The guy has his own little drug addict that he goes to like test out how potent this stuff is, how good this stuff is.
Well, so yes, the guy laughs that off. He's like, nah, that's not happening. We'll give you 15K. And Begbie's like, 16. So they paid 4. They're getting a 12K profit from selling it. They're absolutely delighted, and they've made fucking big money. So again, as they've done through the movie, every time there's something good, they go to celebrate in a pub, having a few scoops, talking about investments they're going to be spending their money on. Spud thinks he's going to have an island for himself with 4K, which he probably could have afforded back then. I don't know what inflation was like, but he probably could have got a little island for himself. And they're all just, they for the first time in the movie, they actually seem like they're having fun with each other and enjoying each other's company. They're laughing, bantering, drinking. First time in the whole fucking film where they actually seem like they're 4 friends.
That's true, yeah.
But it doesn't last long, because Sick Boy goes to use the toilet and Begbie runs to the bar to get another round, and Sick Boy comments about hoping that the money's still going to be there. Hey, don't worry, I hope you don't run off with it.
Because until this point, Begbie's been like holding on to it like the whole time as well.
It's
like
right at him.
He didn't want to go to the bar because he didn't want these guys to run off with the money, because he knew this could happen.
And while they're both separated out, so Sick Boy and Begbie have separated, there's like a moment between Renton and Spud where he's like, we could fucking get away with leaving. We could just get up and go. And Spud's just like, no, we can't do it. And just as there's maybe a minute where they were thinking about getting up and doing it, fucking Sick Boy comes back and he like laughs it off. He's like, oh, glad to see you didn't run off with it. I would have done it. It's like you maybe got like fucking 40 seconds of everybody being nice, and then they're right back into their characters the minute they come back from separating off the table. And of course, Begbie being Begbie, he's gone to the bar to get 4 pints. When he's coming back, he bumps into a guy, and has to flip the guy. He just even the guy's apologizing, but he has to flip off the guy. He has to get fucking pissed.
Yeah,
he has to. Like it's in his. It's just the way he is, and it's the lightest situation. There's like barely any drinks spilled either. Like if you look at the pints, there's like a top gone off of one.
Yeah.
So he hits him in the face with one of the glasses, just starts to fucking wail on him on the ground with his fucking kicks. He's just kicking him. Then he draws his knife. And when he draws his knife, Spud is always trying to stop the fucking arguments, and he gets his hand caught.
Yeah.
All while Renton's just sitting back at the table, listening, realizing that all those moments of happiness we had for about 40 fucking seconds there are gone again. This is what his people are. These are who they are. They'll never fucking change. And then Begbie freezes and demands that Renton brings him a cigarette and the bag.
Yeah.
And he's like stiffed up. He's got the knife in his fucking hand. He's just like, bring me that fucking bag of money. And he does. He does it like really fucking scared, brings it, lights him up a cigarette, and everybody's fucking terrified of Begbie, I should say. It's crazy. Begbie's a fucking awful character. Awful.
I couldn't be around a guy like that.
No.
I think he scares me more than the rest of the characters. It's just,
he's
monster.
Very, like, again, what we said at the start, there's some fucking cunt every night out that's like this.
Yeah, I think that's the scary thing, is that it's very real. There's always somebody who's going to blow up like this. And like, again, in school all the time, so many people. On nights out, there's always somebody like this. Yeah.
It's like some people just go out with the full intention of, I'm going to look for that fight when I go out.
Oh, they do.
Like, what fun do you get out of that? Yeah. You're like, it's so, like, imagine spending a fucking Friday night sitting in your own head, God, I can't wait to go out and box somebody in the fucking head. Like, what's wrong with you? Stay at home. Don't go out and ruin. And I know there's a story that's close to my town where one lad jumped somebody and they ended up dying. You can go out and kill somebody. Yeah. Drunk people get hit and they fall over, they hit and bump off, and that's it. It can be a GG. So you going out off fucking some hype to go out and hit somebody is ridiculous.
GG, no Ray. Oh, God.
Good luck next.
There's no good luck next.
No.
But from here, we are into our last little section where we have probably the most memorable song of the whole fucking film, called Born Slippy by Underworld. Any fan edit you've ever seen this movie, for anybody that's fans of the movie or whatever, it's the song that plays. It's a fucking great song. The lads are back in their room. Fucking, they're all sleeping in the one room. Begbie's sleeping with the bag in his arms, and Renton's unable to sleep. So he's made his mind up. He's finally done with this. He's finally done with all of these people, the life that they've been living, the constant bullshit, the constant pain. He takes the bag from Begbie as he's sleeping, very gently. All of the money is in that bag. Renton's taking it all for himself, but as he's leaving, he notices that Spud's still awake and watching him leave. Spud's got like a tear rolling down his eye.
So bad for Spud. He's like, no, don't do it. Yeah. And
he genuinely looks fucking terrified, because he knows once Begbie gets up, this is fucking war. And he's shaking his head. He's like, please don't do it. And Renton just gives him just kind of like this, like, there's no word said, but he gives him this like sorry look of like, I have to, I'm fucking gone, man.
Yeah.
And he just leaves.
Yeah.
He gets up and leaves, and we just straight away cut to the morning after. Begbie has tore the fucking hotel apart. The whole room is in pieces. He's smashing up the place, and the cops show up to the room, which now means he's not going to get the drug sentence because there's no involvement, but they know him for the jewelers. He's getting put away.
Yeah, he's
for his theft. He's caught.
I mean, they'll probably see that he did the violent crimes as well, and he probably tried to fight the police when they came to.
Breaking up the hotel in itself, he's done property damage on it. So like, he's going away for a while. And then Renton leaves a wad of cash in the same locker that he left his passport in, and takes his passport. We get one of the stacks of cash. And in our last monologue of the narration, Renton says to us, so why did I do it? I could offer a million answers, all false. The truth is that I'm a bad person, and that's going to change. I'm going to change. This is the last of this sort of thing. I'm cleaning up and I'm moving on, going straight and choosing life. I'm looking forward to it already. I'm going to be like you. The job, the family, the fucking big television, the washing machine, the car, the compact disc, and electrical tin opener. Good health, low cholesterol, dental insurance, mortgage, starter home, leisure wear, luggage, 3-piece suit, DIY, game shows, junk food, children, walks in the park, 9 to 5, good at golf, washing the car, choice of sweaters, family Christmas, index pension, tax exemption, clearing the gutters, getting by, looking ahead to the day I die. That's it. Renton
Poetry.
chose life.
This is
one thing.
This is his Ferris Bueller moment.
This
talking
is
to the
it.
camera, talking to the audience. I'm just like, oh, of course. Bex, all your choices make complete sense to me.
we were saying this in the break too. It's such character stuff. We were literally saying it's such character stuff of all these bigger than life fucking people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have one very last scene which is massively important for this movie and the next movie. Just as it ends, we see Spud opening up the same locker and taking the wad of cash from the locker.
Mm-hmm.
Renton's done a little right by Spud because he felt fucking bad for him, so he left him the money.
Yeah.
And that is, again, just for Renton's character, but massively for Spud in the sequel, is a huge scene.
That's like, woo, yay!
Yeah.
Like the nice guy gets a bit of a win. He gets his share, and the Ewan gets away, and he's going to try and clean up his life, but will he?
Yeah.
And that's what's going to happen in the sequel. We're going to find out what the fuck goes on there.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that is Trainspotting.
God,
we made
Bex,
it to the end of Trainspotting, boys.
I am so glad that you chose this because it was pretty. It's a pretty amazing movie. Like, there's a lot more Danny Boyle movies that I haven't watched that I should go and watch. But God, this was a good one.
I'm glad that I'm surprised he hadn't seen it before, but I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah.
And mainly to see the sequel as well. Yeah. I can't, two of them back to back. I can't wait to get your opinions.
Yeah.
On the whole story.
Yeah. So in guys, 3 weeks from now, we'll be getting back into the world of Trainspotting and catching up with the rest of them. Because we have Steve's choice and we have my choice, and then back to Bex. We already know he's going to be doing Trainspotting too. Oh my goodness!
Just what more needs to be said? And what's a great choice of a movie. I've never found myself watching, like, in recent memory. It was such a colorful cast of characters. Like, they're all kind of like, they all had their own kind of issues, and they were all just I said it a few times last night when I was watching. I was like, all of these guys they are redeemable pieces of shit.
They're just the worst. Yeah,
they're just the worst. And like, Sick Boy, he loses the child. And it's very heavily speculated that it was his child, and then he just rather than kind of use that as it's traumatized. Nobody deserves to lose a child. Rather than use that to kind of as his starting point to right. I'm going to really get myself together now. He just doubles down. Begbie is
going and pimping out kids basically as well. Is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Getting
into drug deals and just being an absolute louse on his friend who's actually trying there's so much there, but it was all covered wonderfully in what you said. Renton he's trying to make a better a proper go of it now, and he just, no matter how far away he goes, they always seem to just catch up to him. Till the point where he just I just have to completely cut. I cut myself away from them completely, and I'll have to do something desperate to just really emphasize that. And that's why I look forward to the sequel. But a great movie, a good story, and just such absolute terrible characters, but characters you couldn't take your eyes off.
Yeah,
but what a pick! Yeah. A great intro as well, actually, going all the way back to the start of this recording. Great intro. Great.
I literally, no joke, read it 5-6 times to myself last night. I was like, this is so bad. This is so bad. It sounds terrible. And then I went to it today. I was like, it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah. No,
it's okay.
I've made my choice kind of during the intermission of my pick.
Do you want to?
Now I'm already in my mind. I'm already writing out the intro for it.
You want to tell us before we yap? You want to tell us your way? You want to tell us?
Tell us what it is.
Right. The year is 1979, lads.
Oh.
Your director is Ridley Scott. Oh, it's a science fiction movie that really did start it all, I would say, or like it was just it was something so out there back then, and it seems to be just perfect timing because we currently have a new iteration of the franchise coming. It's out in movies now. If you haven't seen it, go see it because we're gonna see it at some point. But yeah, my pick for the next recording of We Know Kino podcast is the very first Alien movie.
We're going to talk
Let's
Alien.
go,
We're going to
baby.
talk Alien. Yes,
Very cool. Very cool.
I've been just a lot of Alien media has been kind of like surrounding my like life recently, and I was watching someone play Alien Isolation recently, and all this talk about Romulus and just the trailers and the reviews, and I'm just like, it's been so long since I've been in that world. It's been so long since I've seen the first Alien. I mean, I've seen the Prometheus movies. I did not see, was it Covenant?
Well, Prometheus came out, and then Alien Covenant was the sequel to that. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen Prometheus, so I haven't seen an Alien movie in over 10 years. And the last one I did see, which was Prometheus, I was like, it was fine.
You know, I think a lot of people are going to come around to Prometheus after this latest one.
Yeah.
After Romulus. Anyway,
I'll have to be on that boat.
What did you say? Sorry,
I'll have to be on that boat. I didn't vibe with Prometheus, but I've gotten in the headset or the mindset that I think I'll enjoy it on a rewatch.
Yeah, to see where there's something to say about an original creator coming back to his work and like taking the story in the direction that he originally wanted. Whereas like rather than other people taking his story in the direction that they thought they got from his original work, you know?
Yeah.
Ridley wanted to do Aliens as well. The studio were like, no, we're going to give it to James Cameron. So, yeah.
So I'm looking forward to this now. It's been so long since I've seen it's just the excitement for me to be back there now. I want to see how it holds up because I'm not going to lie. I liked Aliens a lot. I did not care for Alien 3. Is there anybody out there that does?
There's diehards, yo. People love Alien 3.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's got its own like fan base. I remember watching Alien 3 and being like, "Hey, this is kind of cool for the time." And you know what? It at least had like a visual style and like it had a direction that it was going in. You know? Yeah. Like it had a set path, which is more than you can say for a lot of stuff that's came since.
So yeah, no, I thought to myself. Yeah, Alien.
I'm excited too.
That's super cool. Sci-fi horror is my favorite genre. You know, I love that, and I love zombies. Those are my two boys right there. You know,
nice. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, if I can segue this on, if that's all right. Of course. I watched a lot of movies. If we talk about our yapping segment, this is where we talk about
flows perfect.
Yeah, we talk about movies that we've seen or things that we've seen and we're looking forward to. So I went to the cinema like so many times this month, and I saw Alien Romulus, the new Alien movie. I'm not going to talk spoilers, so don't worry if you haven't seen it. I enjoyed it, and I thought it was very good. But the entire movie, I wanted something more. I wanted something else. Like Fede Alvarez directed it, and one of the best cinema experiences I've ever had was watching Don't Breathe in the cinema. And I was kind of hoping I'd have moments that would almost freeze me up like that. I remember watching that and just being like, "Don't make a noise," and you know, you've got. There's like a scene in it where the characters have to be very silent, but I never got that sense of tension that I did from that film. And then he also did the Evil Dead remake, you know,
which is my favorite remake of a movie ever.
Well, so I was expecting, like, you know, this is a guy who's proven himself. Those two things on his belt, he should be able to make and he does. He makes a very good, decent alien film.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it was. There's just something lacking there. And lots of people are either they're really on board until like the final act. And then people are kind of like, they're torn up over that. I'm not so torn up over that. I just wanted something to really grab me, and nothing ever really grabbed me. And maybe I think it's because I've just been overexposed to dark sci-fi horror. So like nothing in the film was new to me, and the entire film, they are retreading a lot of stuff. The best part in the movie for me was the opening. It's very slow, like the original Alien, and then it almost goes into Aliens territory. So it's a good in between, and it's literally set in between the two films, right? Where it's a very slow build up of tension, and then it's lots of action. But the opening is set. Well, I'm not going to say, but it does a lot of world building that I really enjoyed, and like visually, it's very stunning. And the whole movie is visually very stunning too. And this is one of the few films where I've been in my local cinema and they actually switch the lights off, because most of the time they forget to. And it's a nightmare. So I was very glad they switched the lights off, because what the fuck? How are you going to sit in the cinema and they've got the lights on? What the hell?
That's kind of dumb, leaving the lights on in the cinema.
It's really dumb, and it happens all the time. And especially with horror movies, I'm like, wow, the light is against the screen. This sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I could then segue to another movie I watched.
Yeah.
I saw A Quiet Place Day One. Have you guys seen that?
Yes.
Like, Bex, have you seen it?
No.
Okay,
you can go and say whatever, though.
Yeah, well, last week I said that I was excited to see it, right? But I had my reservations because the director's the same guy who did Pig, and I didn't think that was very good. A Quiet Place Day One's fantastic. I think it's maybe one of my favorite movies of the year. It's definitely in my top 5. I think Civil War and Dune Part 2 are still on top, so maybe it could squeeze in there at number 3. But that movie, I felt the tension. and I felt like that grabbed me, and it also had like a lot of heart, and it was very poignant, and it's very simple, and it's just about one character wanting to talk about in very simple terms what the movie is about. The main character in this apocalyptic movie is somebody with cancer, and she knows she's going to die, and she's accepted that she's going to die. So that's a very interesting character to follow when the world is ending, somebody who's already had to deal with her world ending.
All right, at the risk of being the shit stain that stirs the pot, Steve, your opinions weren't as high.
No.
Okay, well, Steve. Let me just finish what I'm saying here. Her whole deal is it's a bit like the movie I could compare it to is, have you guys seen Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, where they're trying to get these burgers? Well, she just wants to go and get a pizza. so her journey is her journey through New York, trying to get a pizza slice, because it has meaning to her before she dies. And I just loved it. I thought the guy who played Eddie, what's he called, Joseph Quinn, the guy who played Eddie in Stranger Things. I thought he was very good. He was very lovely and charming. And Lupita Nyong'o, I just adore her. She's amazing. I love her. She's beautiful. Big celebrity crush there. And I even thought, what's the guy? Something Wolf?
Alex Wolf,
yeah.
Hereditary. Guy that was in Hereditary.
Yeah, I think it's him or his brother.
Yeah.
I think it's Alex Wolf. Yeah. I thought he was great in it as well, but it's very small cast. And I just loved it. I thought it was great. Steve, what did you saw it?
I was excited for it. I was excited to get back into that world. I was excited to finally follow a new
You're very quiet again, by the way, dude.
Sorry. I was excited to get back into that world. I really quite enjoyed the first movie. The second one, I was very underwhelming.
Second one was so bad, man.
Yeah, like underwhelming is probably putting it politely.
Yeah.
The setting of New York here and new characters, and it, obviously the premise of it actually happening again, because that was probably my favorite part about the second movie, was just the opening sequence.
Yeah.
So like I was excited, and my feeling coming away from it immediately after watching it was like, it was for what I was hoping for. And then again, that doesn't make it a bad movie. It's I guess it's my takeaway. But for what I was hoping for with it, it played very safe.
What was it lacking for you then?
It like the heart of the two characters was fantastic, and like the dynamic. Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah.
I thought she stole. Joseph Quinn had his moments where he was like he was lovable, and he was kind of like he was just a good person to have around. Like he put himself in harm's way. But I thought that big setting in like New York City, the whole like outbreak, it just then it started off on such a big scale, you'd think, and then it came down to just a small, tiny little store. And I guess that for me was just right. We could have done more with the location. I kind of wanted more about the weird, maybe the creatures themselves. Because I'm like a sci-fi guy as well. I'm fascinated by their whole look, their whole behavior. What are they down here to do?
They don't add any law,
no.
Except for we see them eat at some point. There's nothing new about them that we learn.
Mm-hmm.
And I completely understand your criticism there, because like they could have went like an action route and had this be a huge movie where it's like tearing through New York. Most of the movie kind of takes place on one street.
One borough of New York.
Yeah.
Like the characters were good. And I thought to myself, like, and the ending was very somber, and it was very heartfelt. The Jimon Hansu popping up as well. I think he was shown in the trailers, wasn't he? That's not a spoiler.
Yeah, that's not a spoiler. Yeah. So
it's coming out in the cinema now anyway. So
yeah, it's on streaming already, I think.
Yeah,
he was in the sequel.
He was,
but they do they do fuck all with his character in this. Really.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering why did you have a show up? I know you want to connect to probably sequel and this movie, but
they didn't have to, unless they're going to do something in future with like Joseph Quinn's character and Digimon Hansu's character. Like, it didn't really. It was just kind of like there because we can't have John Krasinski be in New York at this time. So
no,
yeah.
Like the first 20-30 minutes had me hooked, and then once it kind of slowed down, it wasn't so much a pacing issue, but once it kind of slowed down, I felt there was just a lot. There's a little bit you could have probably trimmed with the pacing. There's moments of levity in the middle, but I'm thinking to myself like, oh, you could have just maybe not had that as prolonged as it was. But like, I didn't dislike the movie. I think I still give it a 3.5 or something like that. I think a 3 on Letterboxd, but I thought 3.5. Yeah. I was like, it's still better than the sequel by quite a stretch.
This is my favorite Quiet Place movie now. Out of the 3, yeah. Like
over the first one.
Yeah, I loved it.
And I guess my bias resonates for the first one because, like you said, Don't Breathe was a pure cinema experience. The first Quiet Place was that for me.
That's fair.
It's like you did, but I would recommend it though, Beckham, if you're still thinking about it.
I'll check it out because I liked the first movie. I liked it a lot. I thought it was a really cool original idea, and then the sequel fucking stunk. But I like the premise of what they're doing. I will
say what I wanted more that they didn't really give us is this is A Quiet Place day one. It's in the title. Yeah. This is the first day. And within like the first hour, they figure out not to make a noise.
Yeah.
Right? So they just skip over the hardships of what do you do in the apocalypse when you can't make a noise. That's...
They know immediately,
Yeah, they immediately know. And that's rough. And then you don't have them doing as many things, like by the time we're at A Quiet Place, the first movie, they figured it out how to live in this world for the most part, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted more of people failing that, and we do get some of that. But The fact the
whole
main
film
character
should have
knows
had it.
straight away not to make a noise is pretty wild. That they just kind of skimmed over that.
And there's actually going to what you two spoke about with or no, when Seb, you were like talk about Romulus, you're like talk about like this one scene that kind of has everybody like a little bit iffy on Romulus. There's one scene in A Quiet Place as well, and you'll know the one immediately. It's like it's where you're just out in the open street, and then I'm not going to say without giving too much away, but there's a decision here that it just feels like when you know you're in a place where you don't want to make any noise. So like there's just a decision where you're like, why has this happened? I'm gonna DM it to you because I don't want to spoil, because it's a great spectacle,
Right.
but it just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
It didn't make sense to me, and I want to know what your reaction was.
I don't know what you're talking about right now, because like to me, I'm a big fan of like Cloverfield, and like it's the same setting and stuff. Oh well, that I think that makes sense to me, Steve. So there's like it's slight discussion of what happens. There's like a crowd scene where you've got loads of people and they need to be quiet. Obviously, something fucked is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, people gather in emergencies, and they've all been told to like go in a certain direction. So that made sense story wise to me. But I knew something bad was coming the whole time.
Yeah.
And maybe knowing that something bad was coming made me like more kind of roll my eyes at that, because like, right, so you put this in and the audience knows immediately.
Yeah. Anyway, we'd be remiss to not mention the cat. The cat's fantastic. Frodo acts way more like a dog.
Yeah.
This cat is the least cat in anything, but he's a fantastic cat. He's the best. He's maybe the best cat in cinema. He's so
I would
dope.
say so.
It's like the only thing I ever seen pictures of the movie is just everybody on Twitter posting pictures of the cat, and I had no context for it, so it's just like, what the fuck?
I did see like this article was talking about how, like, in the past your movies would have like the protagonist like saving children or something like that.
Yeah.
And now like millennials and Zoomers can relate because we can't fucking afford to have kids. Like, we can more relate to like having our pets and having to save our animals and stuff. I was like, oh, maybe there's something to that. Yeah. Because like, if me and Enzo were in that scenario, I'd be screwed, because as soon as like an alien would show up, he'd woof at it and then we'd die. Like, that cat would be hissing as well. Like, also that kind of took me out of the movie a little bit, where like the alien's like walking right up to the cat, and obviously there's nothing there in real life, right? So the cat's just not reacting at all.
Yeah.
The cat's obviously been plonked on top of a green screen. Yeah. But it's good. I really enjoyed that. I also went to see Trap.
I want to hear about Trap.
Yeah.
I really want to hear about Trap.
If you've got questions, ask me, because I don't want to go too much into...
Firstly, did you like it?
I had a great time with it. It was great.
Okay. Right.
No, the movie's not great, but I had a really good time watching the film. Yeah, I was in Manchester. I went to this really cool screen of it. They switched the lights off, so I was happy about that. I had a nice milkshake. I was with two of my best mates. And I'm watching it, and it was one of those movies where you're just like, you're looking at your mates and you're just giggling when something stupid happens, and you're like, you're going like, why are they doing this? What the fuck? Why would they do that? Why is she like this? Why is he like what? Like that through the entire film. And it's M. Night, right?
Yeah.
And I gotta say, this is one of the better M. Nights in years. Yeah.
Okay.
The film is a murderer is taking his daughter, a serial killer has taken his daughter to a concert, but the police have figured out that he's going to be there. So they've laid this trap, right? And the trap is that there's not many guys who are going to this concert. It's almost like a Taylor Swift concert. So they're going to try and find the guy who they've kind of got a description of him. They're going to get him, right? So it's him kind of walking around trying to figure out a way out of the concert, and it's a bit like I heard it described as like Hitman, the game.
Yeah.
Where he's kind of going stealthing people and stuff. But I'd heard that before going in, and I was a little bit disappointed that it didn't have more of those aspects. Like, I would have liked to see him just going around stealthing people, like, constantly. And he does do some of it, but not as much as you'd think, right? For being a mastermind serial killer. And
I like it.
Sorry, go on.
No, just for anybody curious and that were groaning, listening to that section, that's all given away in the trailer, by the way. Seb hasn't spoiled anything there.
Oh, yeah. I'm not spoiling anything here.
See, that's what I was going to ask. Right. I'm assuming you've both seen the trailers as well before you went to see the movie, right?
Yeah.
Does the movie do a good job of playing off what the trailer was trying to feed us, or does it straight away give you that he is who they're looking for?
Like,
is there like a play with it, or are you straight up fed that it is going to be him?
You know straight away, yeah. So
see, that put me off of it, though.
Well, when I was watching the trailer, and there's a scene in the trailer where he walks into like a bathroom stall, and then he opens up his phone, and he's got like a guy in his basement, like chained up, right? And you're like, okay, this guy's the killer. And they showed us that in the trailer, and I was like, ooh, why would you do that in the trailer? Like, surely that should be the twist. But no, the movie starts. The guy's a nice dad. He's noticing that there's lots of police presence at the concert. And then within like 15 minutes, he's in that bathroom stall checking out his webcam. Seeing this. Okay. So like, that's why you would put it in the trailer, because otherwise you'd be like, oh, the twist is ruined in like the first 15 minutes. What the fuck? No. So that isn't a twist. We know that this is a bad guy, right? And the whole the fun of it is seeing Josh Hartnett. Is that what his name is? The actor?
Josh Hartnett.
Hartnett.
Yep.
Josh Hartnett. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, my accent says it weird.
No, I said it wrong. I was talking about like Jack Hartnett from a Doctor Who or something. Yeah. The fun of it is seeing him play this like psychopath, but also play like a really cheesy dad as well. And it's the two sides to him. And he almost seems like a fake person when he's being the dad. And that's because that is his mask on. And the true version is this psychotic murderer, right?
Okay.
And that is just so much fun for me to watch. And then for him to try and worm his way out of the scenarios. And it is stupid. Like the way he does it, eventually, like the way, like it's really dumb Shyamalan shit, right?
Yeah.
But I just had so much fun watching how dumb it was and how silly it was. And I had a great time once I just like got into how stupid the whole premise was. I was like, I'm just living it, right?
Yeah.
And it also helps that like the singer is played by Shyamalan's daughter.
Okay.
And she's a pop star in real life, or R&B singer in real life. So she's very talented, and the songs all slap. They're good, right? I really enjoyed them. We do have full songs where like the camera is just like off the crowd and on her, and it's almost like a fixed camera, like you'd see like, if you watch like a concert performance online or something like that. And my friends, when I came out of it, they were like, oh, that just kind of felt like an advert for her. But I was like, well, that really brought me into the film, where I felt like I was in the concert, because I'm watching it from that perspective that I'm used to when I watch live performances online. So I loved that. That was dope. There's no giant Shyamalan twist. There is a small twist, but works with the film, but it's not like, oh, they were all dead the whole time. It's not like that, right? It's a bit subdued there. But the whole like joy of the film was seeing how silly everything was and how the characters react in this world, and how Josh Hartnett is getting through it, and he just seems to be all in and he's having a great time. Yeah. So I had so much fun with it, and I know it's getting like, it's not doing very well and people are shitting on it, but I can completely understand why people did dislike this film. One of the weirdest things that happened was I got out of the cinema. As I'm walking out, one person who worked at the cinema was like, hey, how was it? And I'm thinking, oh, is this one of these guys that are going to try and get the cinema score off me? You know, that asked me if I enjoyed it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, I had a really fun time. And he goes, oh, what? And I go, and this is the guy working at the cinema.
Yeah.
Right? And I just walk past him, and then I'm waiting for my friends, and they're in the bathroom, still in the cinema before we leave. And he comes up to us, and he's like, yeah, so it was shit, wasn't it? And I'm like, what? No, I had a really fun time with it. He goes, you had a fun time with it? It's Shyamalan. Shyamalan's shit writer. Shouldn't be allowed in Hollywood. And I'm like, well, there's a lot of bad writers in Hollywood, dude. And he's like, oh, dog shit. Like, you know that like he's always the twist. Oh, it's always the twist. I'm like, well, you know, it's kind of like fun to see. And he goes, oh yeah, well, why did you watch it? I went, well, you know, I liked Signs, and you know, so I was like, well, and I like the premise of this, so I'll give it a chance, even though I didn't like his previous films, like fucking Avatar. And he goes, oh, Signs, oh, dog shit, fucking water. Why would the aliens come to Earth? It's full of water. Like, what a shit film. And he's getting really aggressive, and he's really angry, and he keeps getting closer and closer to me. Like, oh, no taste in cinema. You got no taste in cinema. I'm like, what is happening?
Bro is literally the personification of Twitter.
He was a Reddit. He was a Reddit. Yeah.
Why even start up the conversation if all he wanted to do was fucking bitch about it, man? Just leave it be.
And then I was like, oh, so you didn't like the film? He goes, I didn't watch it. I was like, what?
Again, the classic. Oh, I hate this. Did you see it? No.
Yeah. Okay, I've spoken so much in the yapping segment. That is me, guys. I'm sorry. I watched a lot of movies. I needed to talk about them.
Steve, what have you been doing? What have you been watching, playing? Tell us.
What have I been watching actually? I watched A Quiet Place Part 1.
Day one.
Day one. Finished Drifters anime, started a new anime that's pretty decent called The Promised Neverland. It's about a bunch of like children that are put in an orphanage, and they think that when they, you know, pass their grades and get good test scores, they'll eventually be released to, you know, parents and stuff like that. But turns out that they're actually being farmed, and the smarter ones are sacrificed to some sort of like demons that just want to like they want all the smart ones so they can eat them and stuff. So that's pretty dope.
Just anybody describing anime is the weirdest shit.
Yeah. What else have I been watching? I still need to find. Longlegs is out in 4 days on demand. So I'm finally, because it has left my local cinema, so I can't unfortunately do anything for that. I ordered Furiosa on eBay, or not eBay, on Amazon as well, the 4K Blu-ray. Fun fact, I don't actually have a Blu-ray player. I'm just doing my part to support the franchise, so maybe we'll actually get a sequel.
My PC, because that movie tanked in the cinema.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate. Really good movie. Really, really good fucking movie. Fury Road just edges it, but Furiosa is fantastic. Furiosa is fantastic. Furiosa. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. But it was fantastic, and I think more people should watch it. So watch that recently. I watched Fury Road. Watching some new anime. Finally finished Resident Evil 4. Moving on
Congratulations, Resident Evil 4 remake.
Yep. Now it's going to take me another 2 or 3 weeks to finish Separate Ways. Can't wait for that.
Oh, you've not finished Separate Ways. You've not done that yet.
Not yet. No, okay. I'm nearly finished it though. There's a new game I'm looking at that's out tomorrow. I might treat myself for it for my birthday. It's called Black Myth Wukong, and it's very Souls-like. It's a very Souls-like game.
I've got a friend who's been so hyped for this for years.
I hope it delivers, but I'm thinking of it's out tomorrow. I'm going to see what the the reviews, what the thoughts are. But other than that, now there's not a whole lot for me. I'm
going to see if that runs on the Steam Deck.
See if the compatibility for it is
I don't think I could run it on my PC. Probably not, though. I doubt it. Right, there's nothing on there yet. Maybe tomorrow.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, it comes out. Oh, yes, comes out 20th of August. Nuts.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, people are hyped. We'll see what you say if you do get it.
Yeah, it seems like something I would be really enjoyed. I would enjoy. I enjoyed the kind of like it's set like it's rooted in it's an RPG rooted in Chinese mythology. So I'm thinking to myself, this will be right down my street. If the combat is in any way infuriating, I will rage, but I'll try and stick with it.
I mean, it's so
if it's Souls-like,
if it is like
I've heard a couple of people saying it's like Souls-like, but it's a lot like the modern God of War games as well. It's a little easier.
More hack and slash.
Nice, yeah.
It's in between. It's a little like it's not as difficult as the Souls games, is what some people have been saying. So that's maybe a good sign for some people if they want to try Souls games. Try that.
Yeah, it'd be like an entry into it. What have you been doing?
Okay, so I watched every Mad Max movie, all of them, original trilogy and Fury Road and Furiosa.
You did all 5.
All 5, yeah.
Sitting though, but yeah.
2 weekends in a row, back to back. We did the original trilogy one weekend, and we did the new 2 just Saturday gone.
I've not seen the originals,
They're dated and they do drop in quality, but they're worth watching. I think they're definitely worth at least giving a go.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson's great in it. If nothing else, he's actually just really good in it.
He's a good actor, just got horrible thoughts,
Yeah, shitty person, good performer.
Good director as well. Hacksaw Ridge slapped. That was great.
True. I have seen most of the new season of Umbrella Academy. It fucking stinks. It's terrible.
Okay.
I had a we've talked about this.
Yeah, so like with Game of Thrones, I remember when that first season came out, and it was like, Seb, you need to get on this. And I'm like, when's it finishing? Oh, it's going to have they got like another 8 books. I'll wait till the end, and then you tell me if it's good, right? I don't want to waste 80 hours of my life on something shit. This is coming from the guy who's played like 8,000 hours of DVD. Yeah. And everybody was like, well, the ending sucks, but the journey was good, right? So when Umbrella Academy came out, I watched the first season and I thought it was all right. Yeah. And then I started reading some of the comics, and then like I saw an interview with Jared Way, and at the time he was like, yeah, I'll probably be finished in like another 9 years. And I'm like, well, Netflix is never going to give this 9 seasons, so I'll never have a proper ending. I'll wait and see how they finish it and see what people say. And I even had last week my friend being like, oh yeah, you should watch Umbrella Academy, it's ending, And I'm like, well, have you finished it? He goes, no. And I'm like, well, tell me when it's finished. And I got a message from him, and my phone just decided to restart. Anyway, I was going to read it, but it basically says, how could they do absolutely nothing with the final season, and just completely ruin it? Any goodwill is gone for this franchise. And I was like, oh no. So you've got that to look forward to, Bex.
I really liked the first 2 seasons. Thought they were really good. Thought it was kind of like an original, funny, quirky little version of superheroes. I thought the 3rd season was odd, and the ending of it could have been the ending of the show, right?
Yeah.
They could have ended it there and fine, but they leave one little thread at the end of it you knew they wanted to fucking cling on to. And they brought this season out. Every character gets shit on. Every storyline that built up is shit on. Even the fucking powers that everybody's worked on, and their powers all have meaning, and they don't fucking bother with it anymore. They just don't care. And there's a relationship that starts. I'm not going to spoil it. It's kind of still fresh, and it's a Netflix show. I know most people will either watch it the first week or won't watch it at all.
Yeah.
There's a relationship that starts that is disrespectful to the entire plot of every character that's associated with the relationship, and it's fucking gross because it starts with somebody who couldn't be in that relationship at the start of the show, and now they forced it into the last season, and it just shits on other people. It's fucking gross. The whole last season is terrible.
Right.
They should have left it on season 3. If they had cut that loose thread, and they'd just left it. Probably tonight. I have 2 episodes to get through.
It's terrible. I'm going to finish it.
No, I know. I already know what happened. I already know what happened. I know the whole thing. I've sat. I know it. I'll finish it, get through it. I'll have seen what I've seen, but it's bad. It's bad.
Oh,
really
what a shame.
bad.
What a shame.
I never like to, rub salt and be like, I told you so. But I remember the whole lead up to. I'm not taking credit, or I'm not saying I never want somebody to.
You made Umbrella Academy bad.
Yes, I did.
It's your fault. Well done.
I did. I'm both happy and sad in equal amounts. But for anybody who was looking forward to it, like yourself, like, or just was interested in seeing how they kind of wrap this up, for them to not stick the landing thus far, 2 episodes could save it.
It's not.
No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame.
They commit. I know what happens in the last 2. I just haven't sat to watch it. I know how they commit to what they're doing. That's bad already, and they fully just finish it out as committed to it. It's fucking bad. But that was Umbrella Academy. Have to do my little section of hyping it up. Deadpool and Wolverine is now officially the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time, passing out the Joker. So big W's for that again.
Big W's, yeah.
It beat Jesus and the Joker.
It beat Jesus and the Joker, man.
Wow. What does that tell us? What does this tell us? The Deadpool transcends religion and
mental health.
Yes. Deadpool is more important. I'm so sorry. No,
I didn't know where you were going to go with that. That's health.
No. Because Joker's iconic, and religion is kind of cool.
Kind of cool.
No, like he
can be. That's true.
He is Marvel's Jesus. And that's very.
I'm just very happy that it's done as well as it has. I didn't expect it to be getting up to past Joker now, because Joker did really well, but I'm happy that it is.
When is the Joker sequel out?
October,
yeah.
And a lot of people have lost the interest in it. Unfortunately, it seems like the hype everybody had for the first movie, half and half now. It's
been a while, and DC has been so rocky.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry to steal your yapping bit. I fucking watched. Speaking of DC, I watched. It's not DC, but it's related. I watched Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon director's cut.
Oh, did it save it?
No good, guys. No good.
No good. What?
Said no. The director's cut of the movie he already had full control is bad. What?
It's honestly ridiculous. So Rebel Moon was probably the first Zack Snyder movie I disliked, right? Like, I don't think they're all great, but I at least enjoyed them all up until this point. And holy fuck, like, yeah, he had full creative control. He puts out a PG version of the film, and then he puts out the fucking R-rated version of the film, and like he's just reshot things like on
which
the day,
he could
or
have just released as his first.
Could have just been in the first film. There's characters who are the most bare-bone characters I've ever seen in anything. In the original version of Rebel Moon, they have slightly more story, which makes you feel a bit more for some of them. But it's still no good, and it's still badly written. And I've loved Zack Snyder's previous work. I liked his DC stuff. I like Dawn of the Dead. I like 300. I like The Watchmen. And I love Star Wars. And then this is his sci-fi epic take. And it should have it's all the good ingredients. It's got really really cool cast. And no, it's just dog shit.
You forgot.
Right, sorry, I just had to get that out because I didn't want to hold on to that for another week.
Sorry, Sebastian. I think you forgot a movie there. Another good movie of his.
You're so quiet. Are you down? You're down a well.
Wait, no. I know what Steve does. He has a spinning chair and he does spinning circles. So we catch him at points in that spin.
This podcast, Steve, you have been in and out, dude.
It's like I have 3D headphones. It's like you're on the left side of me, the right side of me, behind me.
Next week, I'm going to tape you to your chair so you can't move. You just.
What was the movie he forgot?
I had to do the Dr. Evil 180-degree turn. I was facing away from the mic.
I didn't even know you were talking there for like a moment. You were so quiet.
What's the movie he forgot?
You forgot Army of the Dead. Come on, Seb. Now you nailed. You
love zombies, Seb.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. I love zombies. Yeah. Army of the Dead was fun, at least, right? It was fun.
Okay.
Like
it was alright.
We'll probably cover Army of the Dead at some point.
Yeah, I don't hate
lots of the Dead movies, so look forward to that, guys.
Hiroyuki Sanada's in it, so it all might get a star at least for that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Netflix only this week, now that we've mentioned it, has cancelled all future plans for that as a franchise as well, which I think kind of sucks. It could have been really cool. Built up as something better. Even if Zack Snyder wasn't doing all of them, they let other directors do stuff in that world as well.
Another director did Army of Thieves, and that was really fun. That's a really fun heist movie.
Nobody watched it though, unfortunately. that went well under the radar.
Yeah, just me watched it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just you.
Just
but
me.
no, like I know it got watched, but it never got the same hype and build up that Army did. It kind of went like, or Army of the Dead, I should say. But have it. It never got the talk that did.
Army of the Dead should have been a lot better as well. Like
it's only okay.
It is it's the downfall of. I mean, people would say his downfall was years ago with like Sucker Punch or whatever, but like I enjoyed Sucker Punch. I love Emily Brown in like the guy.
Did you watch
his
Army
entire
of Thieves?
career. Sorry, what?
Did you watch Army of Thieves, the prequel to Army of the Dead? Just out of
That's what we
curiosity.
just said.
Oh,
Are you here? Are you okay? Have you been kidnapped? And that's why you're like
Blink
in the
twice
distance.
if you need help. We won't be able to see because it's an audio.
That's what we
format.
literally just said. There's another movie, Army of Thieves, that I think they didn't get the talk. And then you're like, did you see Army of Thieves?
Yeah, Army of Thieves is fun. I was saying, it's.
I thought it was okay when I finally checked it out. I thought it was okay.
It's a fun heist film. I was saying, yeah. But I don't even know where. His entire like gimmick, like up until this point, was, yo guys, the studios, they're not allowing me to put out what I want to put out, and that was true because they took what he did and gave it to fucking Joss Whedon, right?
Yeah.
With Justice League, and I really enjoyed Zack Snyder's director's cut of Justice League, right? I had a fun time with it, and I know I'm probably in the minority there because I just have appreciated Zack Snyder's work up until Rebel Moon, and even now he's lost me. Like, he had full creative control, giant budget. He got to do 2 movies, like, you know, and he can't tell a fucking decent story, and it looks gross. The fucking lens that he's using the same lenses as Army of the Dead, where everything looks like smeared in the background for some reason. You know, it's just I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Sorry. Okay, go on, Bex. What you been? What else you been doing?
Right. I'm going to get to the movie first before I say my controversial take. I watched the movie with the lads last night, which was fucking amazing. Hundreds of Beavers is the name of the movie, right? So it's a movie that was made for $150,000. It's a black and white movie that's live action, and it's basically a live action Looney Tunes fucking cartoon done as a whole film, right? And it's just about this fucking hunter guy that is trying to marry this woman, and he has to go out and he has to kill a bunch of animals. He has to learn how to be a good hunter. And then he has to bring hundreds of beavers to the woman's father to be allowed to marry her.
This
But
looks
it's
insane.
so fucking wacky.
Does he kill
It's-
beavers?
He kills the beaver. Well, like, it's done very cartoony. So
A beaver's dying because I don't like animal death. Straight.
no, there's no animal death because all all the beavers are people in beaver suits.
oh, what the
Okay. Okay. All right. That's
Every animal in the movie is a person in this like mascot outfit, and there's a scene where there's hundreds of them chasing him across the ice, and it's hundreds of people in fucking beaver
it's got
outfits.
97% Rotten Tomatoes.
Honestly, if you go in expecting something dumb, it's so funny. Like, my friend Aaron, for a good 20 minutes of the movie, he looked at me, he's like, what the fuck are we watching? And after that 20 minutes, he locked in and we were all laughing. Like, the whole lot of us were just fucking busting our ass laughing because it's a man recreating Looney Tunes for a fucking film. And I don't know how he animated some of the stuff that's going on. It's like, obviously green screens are used, but then he's interacting with stuff in it, and it's so fucking cool.
He's a CGI artist, this guy.
And it fucking shows.
Yeah. The guy who
But
directed
like,
it.
again, if anybody looks at it or goes, hey, that looks interesting, and you do check it out, go in expecting something ridiculously dumb.
Oh, I'm going in all right. This is getting watched. You've sold
The only
me.
thing that sold it to me was a man is fighting 100 beavers.
I'm
I was like,
looking
I
at a
want
picture in black and white of a guy who seems to be running away from 1,000 people in fucking beaver costumes.
The whole movie is in black and white. The whole thing is in black and white, and that is what that is. That's the movie right there.
Incredible.
It's so just ridiculously fucking goofy. And you will, like, if you go and watch the movie for a good 20 minutes, you're going to feel like, what the fuck did Bex make me watch? But then there'll be a moment where it just gets to that dumb, I'm 8 years of age watching the fucking Looney Tunes again. And you'll just start giggling at stupid shit. Yeah. Like there's a part where he's fighting a man in a beaver suit, or in a beaver suit, and he goes to throw it, but it turns into the ragdoll where there's nobody in the suit. So he just throws the suit. The camera cuts and the man's back in the suit and he gets back up to start fighting. It's that dumb, but so fucking funny. So that's what we watched. But now, right, I wanted to do this on the podcast because I said it, and I wanted to start this discussion, especially because I have a Star Wars man in the stream with me.
Yeah.
Or in the podcast, I should say.
Hello.
Right. We had a conversation during the week on stream, and I've had it off stream with a few friends as well. And I want to bring it to you to just get your opinion and take on it, because we've talked about Star Wars a few times on podcasts. We've talked about Star Wars in your streams. Yeah?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to say my piece, and I'll get your reaction to it.
Okay.
I am starting to get the idea, and I'm not saying entirely you're included in it, but I feel like you could be attached to it, that a lot of Star Wars fans now might not even be Star Wars fans anymore. Right? Oh. Now, let me elaborate on it. I still think that you guys love the IP because of your memories of the good movies and whatever, right? Which is fine. But I think a lot of people now, and I'm not saying that Star Wars stuff now, you can see there is a lot of shit, right? But there's some cool shit in the bad shit that I don't think a lot of Star Wars fans pay attention to. There's some visuals I've seen.
Like plot-wise.
Is there some cool shit in
the fucking Acolyte?
Yes. I seen that scene that you talked about. Now, this is somebody who cares about it. Fight me and I will listen to your point, right? I will listen to it. You said the point where the guy has the helmet on, they're all fighting, right? And they burst their lightsabers basically off his helmet. Yeah. But I seen it, I was like, that would have been so cool 20 years ago, where Star Wars fans would have thought he was the greatest thing ever. Nah. But it's because now they don't. That's why I think you've just all lost interest in it. When's the last time Star Wars actually got you where you're really cool, other than what's the one show? The fucking
Andor.
Other than Andor, what's the last thing Star Wars that actually got you going, I love Star Wars? That's not like a cartoon or anything, the live action shit.
Well, the thing is, right, a lot of people are saying this, that Star Wars just kind of needs to take a break and just become cartoons for a while. And that's what happened with the prequels. After the prequels, we had the Clone Wars, right? With the Clone Wars, we had the video games. People like the video games. People like the animated stuff. The animated stuff is still pretty decent for the most part. The Bad Batch was good. The thing about like a good fight scene, right? And this is like, if you're going along like that path, right, you'd be an amazing Zack Snyder fan. Bex.
No, but right,
because it looks cool,
but take it as my opinion.
But
I don't care about Star Wars as much as you guys do, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if General Grievous in fucking the prequel series burst the fucking lightsaber off his head, everybody would have went mad. They would have been, that's insane. He's so cool. But this guy that's in Acolyte, I don't even know his name because I don't care that much. But you don't.
They had Gillard doing the fucking choreography, and the choreography in the prequel movies is some of the best choreography for sword fights in any cinema ever, right? Okay. Whereas the choreography in The Acolyte is pretty bad. Yeah? And it doesn't help when this is bad choreography that has been sandwiched between some of the worst writing that I have ever seen. I think this is the worst show. This and Fear the Walking Dead season 5 is the worst television I've ever seen, right? And it's coming from a franchise that people have a lot of love for Star Wars, you know, and it's even when the prequels came out, it was then split up even more so because you have people who were fans of the original, you have people who are fans of this, and Alien, we'll probably discuss this next week with Alien, that now you've got people who love Alien 1, people who love Alien 1 and 2. Then you've got people who are they're fans of 3, you know, they're diehard fans of 3. We should have went for 3. And then there's people who think that should have been made uncanon. And then you've got Ridley Scott comes back, right? And he does Prometheus. And some people fucking hate that, and some people love the direction that he's trying to build up the world. And then because people didn't like the world, he's like, okay, let me go and I'll course correct here. and we'll do Rise of Skywalker, and we'll go, because people didn't like The Last Jedi, we'll course correct, we'll do Alien Covenant. It's back to its roots, right?
Right.
But it's no good. Yeah. And then it's like, okay, well, instead of doing that, let's have a complete kind of series reboot where most of the original characters are not in the Alien Romulus, right? And you've got like it's trying to go back to its roots, but it's got nothing new to say. Yeah. And this has happened with Star Wars, and where you've got all of these different groups of fans who all like it for different reasons. So how the fuck are you supposed to market this to people when you don't know who your fan base is anymore? And whatever you do, you're going to piss off people. But what you could do is you could just do something that is decently written, decently directed, decently made, with good characters, and people will enjoy it, because people fucking enjoyed Andor, which is about a character who nobody gave a shit about in Rogue One.
Right. I'm listening. I'm taking it all in, but I am playing the devil's advocate, because this conversation, again, as somebody who's not in it, I've had this conversation
about Star Wars. So
I love the prequels. They were mine, and then after that, I lost it. I did, and the originals, obviously, they're untouchable. When you do like Star Wars in any sense, they are untouchable. But you said it right there that, okay, with Alien, the fans get split between different generations of Alien because they all have a different reason for liking whatever Alien movie they like, right? So to bring up the question then to come out of this, why or where in a Star Wars, how long does Star Wars go you hated where you decided to jump off of Star Wars? Is there a point where you go, right, maybe Star Wars now is done for me? I've had 10 years of you hating Star Wars. Say for 10 years now, Disney pump out stuff that you just don't like. And you obviously, as somebody who do love what had been before, as a big Star Wars fan, and now you get 10 years that you don't enjoy it. Do you just give up then on Star Wars and stop checking out the new stuff?
I mean, there's giving up on Star Wars, and then there's also like a lot of Star Wars fans like myself who have not been very happy with what Disney have put out, right? Which is fine. And if you like what Disney's put out, then that's even better, because you've gained enjoyment out of something that is meant to give enjoyment, right? Star Wars isn't dead. Like, I go back, I play the Old Republic, right? I play Knights of the Old Republic. I play the old games. I have a great time playing the games. It's more of like picking and choosing what I want to watch. And I will always have the previous stuff, right? My favorite Star Wars media is the Star Wars like radio plays that they did for the original, where it's Mark Hamill voicing and the original choice for the guy who was supposed to be Han Solo voicing. And I adore it, right? The issue, what you're saying is very correct, though. The Acolyte has made people apathetic. It's not even that people hate it so much. I'm still there. I'm still in the trenches, right? I'm just liking it. But it's almost like I'm shouting my hatred for it into the void, because who the fuck cares? Even as I'm saying this, I know people don't give a shit. People didn't watch this. It couldn't break into the top 10 on the fucking television Nielsen ratings, right? Like, how can a Star Wars show not do that?
See, are you ready? You ready? Because this is what I take as this. Star Wars has had the bad run with Disney, and people they're like me. They don't care about it anymore. Because the world we had, your age, my age, where we had the good, well, some people would have said Star Wars shit too. I remember growing up and Callum getting bullied for liking Star Wars.
Star Wars when I was growing up.
You were a nerd for liking Star Wars.
True.
Now, though, you've got fucking, and it's just mainly because of the way fucking media in general has gone. You've got streaming where there's a fucking new show every month, so you're watching that instead, and then Star Wars has a show on top, and you're like, the last one was fucking shit, so I'm not going to check this one out too soon. Then you forget about it, and you come back to it, and then you realize it was shit. Not saying most people, because it's still fucking huge. Star Wars is still huge. Most people that are like a general audience that will go, I'll check out a Star Wars thing, see that the last one was shit, and they just go, I'm not bothered anymore.
That's why it doesn't help that Ahsoka was the previous show, and Ahsoka was pretty dog water too. But Ahsoka, I remember watching the first 2 episodes of The Acolyte and being like, well, at least it's not as bad as Kenobi. And boy, was I wrong. The issue, you know, I had a similar thing with Marvel, and I think a lot of Marvel fans and Star Wars fans were kind of united in this, where, because I was real big into it, but then there comes a point when you get a secret was it Secret Invasion was the show called, or Secret Wars, or you get like a Moon Knight, and I'm just like, oh, I don't care anymore. I can just stop watching. I don't need to finish
that's
it.
Where my question is then. Like this is the whole point of why I brought this up. You, not even as an audience now, this is just you in general, because I've asked other people and they've given, I do it. Where is it where you say to yourself, right, I'm going to put my Star Wars in a box over here and I'm going to cherish this, and now I'm done.
I've already been doing that for years. I started doing that when I saw The Last Jedi, and I went, oh no. You know?
Right. Okay. But where do you fully start? Like you kept up with the Acolyte as it's coming out. Where do you start to go, oh, I'll leave for a month, or I might not check it out for a while?
Because I'm a bit of a fucking sadist, and I was loving how terrible it was. You know, as a guy and you know what? I loved Fear the Walking Dead seasons 1 through 3, and then seasons 4 up until 8. Like, I watched seasons 4 until 7, just knowing it was going to be terrible every week. And it got so bad that I just stopped watching during season 8. I was like, I'm done. I cannot go on any longer. These characters are so shit. The writing's so shit. I'm just wasting my time. I may as well watch something better. It's funny, before I was talking about Game of Thrones, wasn't I? Like, wasting my time doing that. For me, I'm going to watch Andor season 2, and then I might just drop it. You know, that might just be the end for me. I'll maybe play the third Star Wars Jedi
like games
Survivor
and stuff
game
are different.
And
like the games and stuff is cool because the game, it can be hit and miss anyway. Games, but like it's an animation. From what I have got it, I've never really gone too deep into it. But from what I've heard, most of the animation gets talked about very highly.
Star Wars Rebels was really good. I had a lot of like bad and filler episodes, but like for the most part, it was really good. But then the issue with that is they continued that in Ahsoka and they ruined all the characters. So that was painful, right?
Yeah.
The Mandalorian was fun. It was kind of detached from everything, and then they attached it to everything and ruined all the characters in season 3. They're banking that the next Star Wars movie that's coming out is a Mandalorian movie called The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Grogu.
It's probably not
controversially. I liked it. I love Pedro Pascal. Last season that came out was piss poor, where I didn't think they should have continued the story.
No, that's not controversial. Everybody not everybody, but most people think season 1 and 2, like season 1 fantastic, season 2 decent,
2.5 because Boba Fett took over the end of fucking season 2. It was basically his show towards the end of the season.
No. Boba Fett had 1 episode, and then he had 2 episodes.
Was it the other way around?
It was the other way around, where Boba Fett had his show, and then the Mandalorian came in and literally took over. Like, there's an episode where Boba Fett's like talking, and then it cuts to the Mandalorian, and it never cuts back.
Yeah, I got it mixed up. That was rough. Yeah, in his own show, the Book of Boba Fett,
and the actor Terrell Morrison, he was like pissed off that it had happened as well. He was like, what?
Understandably so.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I had the conversation, because you are a Star Wars guy, and I got Callum, the other Star Wars guy, and I just said it because the conversation's been everywhere since Acolyte. You're both on. I'm trying to say this in the most respectful way to him without saying something rude about. You're both on the same line where you respect and love for it, where Callum holds different parts of it cherishable compared to you. So where you like, I don't know entirely your full parts of Star Wars you really love, but I can tell from what parts of it you do talk about, you love some stuff that he wouldn't love, and then he loves some stuff that you wouldn't love.
Well, so the best Star Wars we've ever had, right, that isn't George Lucas, was Knights of the Old Republic 2. And the whole message of that film is apathy of that film. That game is apathy is death. And the franchise becoming like the fans becoming apathetic to the point where they're not even going to bother watching The Acolyte anymore. And it's not gaining the viewers. That is this. We are seeing the death of the franchise, and it's never going to really die because it's billions dollar franchise. It's huge. Disney will just keep doing it forever.
Disney's tongue.
It'll never really die. So people can talk about the death of Star Wars until the end of time, but it's never really going to happen, right?
No.
Yeah, I just feel like same with Halo, where I'm like, the people who became the stewards of the franchise don't know what the fuck they're doing, and occasionally they might make something decent and it seems like an accident, and we just kind of wait for those little golden nuggets that we maybe find in the shit every now and then.
A prime example of that is I hate to absolutely fucking shit on him, but Dave Filoni, for Star Wars fans, if you'd have mentioned his name 5 years ago, he was God. Now anytime he seems to talk, my Twitter is just full of what's this fucking moron saying, what's he doing now, blah blah blah. But 5 years ago, if I said Dave Filoni and his cowboy hat, my God, he's so cool, he knows everything.
Do you know
now
what
it's
okay, so what it was he was kind of the apprentice to George Lucas, right? George Lucas took him on, he and taught him how to tell a Star Wars story, and he was the guy who did the made the animated shows for George Lucas, and he worked alongside George Lucas. He was also I don't know if he was like showrunner, but he had a big creative part in the original Avatar cartoon that people love, right? So
the Last Airbender one.
Yeah.
I
think he maybe left that to then focus on Star Wars. I'm not 100% on the Filoni's history, but he did the Clone Wars. People really like that. He did Star Wars Rebels, and Star Wars Rebels for a long time was the only decent Disney Star Wars, right? So, yeah, people had good right to enjoy the guy, and he was the guy who had actually worked with George Lucas. But I don't know if maybe it was always like this, where if you take him away from Lucas, eventually it's just going to fall apart, and he sticks his own ideas in. And the issue is, everybody thinks they can do better than Lucas, do what he did but better with their own shit. Whereas if you just work in Lucas's like sandbox and stick to the law, then you're probably gonna have a decent time if you're a good enough writer, if you've got good enough writing there, right? Because I mean, we're seeing this with fucking Rings of Power right now, where people did you guys watch Rings of Power with Tolkien?
No.
Rings of Power is, again, really bad show. I actually compared The Acolyte to it earlier on, but no, The Acolyte's much worse than The Rings of Power. But like, if they think they can do Tolkien better than Tolkien, that's so laughable, right?
Yeah.
What do you do? That you're going in wrong if you're not showing respect to the original creator, right? Or the original source material, at least, that what you're working with here. You're just going to annoy the fans who are fans of the original source material. That makes no sense, because that's not what you want to do. That's why you buy these franchises, so you can get those fans and get money of those fans. Why are you pissing those fans off? I don't understand. And there's always arguments where people will be like, oh, well, you're just sexist or racist or whatever because you don't like this shit. Again, I point to Andor. It's got lesbian relationships. It's got characters of different ethnicities. It's just well written and well directed and well acted. Like, it's just good, right? That's what you need. You need somebody with the talent and the vision to be in control. Not all of these hacks that we seem to be getting. Like the guys who did Fear the Walking Dead, like I was talking about earlier, seems like they just got the job because they were friends with the guy who was running like The Walking Dead for AMC. I don't know how the fuck Leslie Headland got a Star Wars show on an $180 million budget. And it seems like it's almost like taboo to even question like how, like, you're being rude if you ask like how, when it's like, okay, well, she worked for Harvey Weinstein, like it's almost like you can't even talk about that, right? It's ridiculous. How are people getting in these positions of power who they're just failing upwards because everything they do is shit? I don't understand. Okay. You triggered me, Bex. I'm sorry for going on too long. It was a very fun conversation, and I do love talking this kind of stuff.
I have said it. I've had it like all week, and we even talked about it on stream. I think Hillary was in there when I said it. It's just like my point from the outside is I feel like some people have either grown out of it, which is a shit thing to say because obviously Star Wars isn't just for kids, but it feels like they've grown out of what Disney's putting out as Star Wars now.
Star Wars is
They've
for
grown
12-year-olds. That's my George Lucas. He literally said that, and it's like, yeah, but there's different media that isn't just for 12-year-olds. So.
Yeah, like again, Star Wars fans of any age can fucking enjoy Star Wars, obviously, but maybe you've gotten to the point where you've had your version of it, and now there's a different version of it that kids maybe are probably enjoying it, and now it's not yours. And that's only from the outside. I feel that some people can be.
I think that's a very
like
genuine like thing. Like with the prequels, we saw people hate it who grew up with the original trilogy, and then they loved it.
Yeah,
like we're waiting for those kids who grew up with the sequels to like come out and be like,
fight for
yeah,
one.
it's actually great, right?
Because that's what I remember from growing up watching the prequels. Like I was not the nerdy guy until I got way older. Callum was the Star Wars guy, and he fucking loved them growing up. And a little part of me was like, they're actually good, but everybody hated them. Now when the sequel trilogies come out, everybody's like, but fucking remember how good Phantom Menace. Remember fucking Revenge of the Sith. The same thing could end up happening with Disney stuff now. In 10 years' time, they do a new trilogy, and everybody's going, but the Acolyte didn't do what they're doing now. You know,
I think the difference is that like they were telling a cohesive story in a world that made sense, right? And I do think that The Phantom Menace and Revenge of the Sith are good. I don't think Attack of the Clones is good, but at least it was continuing that story, and it wasn't too law breaking for what they were trying to tell there, right? It wasn't too, and law isn't everything, by the way, but you should. I don't know why you would want to go into a franchise and just break all of the established rules of the world. Like, you're not going to go into, I'm not going to do Trainspotting, right? And then be like, oh yeah, but drugs don't actually make your life bad. You know, I don't know. I'm not going to go into like a movie set on Earth and be like, yeah, humans actually breathe water. Like, why would you do that? Like, the rules are there for a reason, right? Like, why are you changing how the Force works? That's like changing how air works. Like, it makes no sense. It's stupid. Yeah. Fuck Disney Star Wars. Fuck 343 Halo. Fuck Amazon's Rings of Power. Oh, Bezos, please. I'm sorry.
No, I'm glad because, like, again, wanted my Star Wars people to give their opinion, so I've gotten yours now. And I'm glad because, again, I don't get the full say because at the end of the day, if Star Wars in the morning said we're done, I'm like, cool. I have my memories from my childhood of the prequels. If it died in the morning, I'm cool with it.
Everybody's got all of that, though. You know, everybody has the bit that they love, and that's why we love it, and that's why we're so passionate because
it's the same. Like you mentioned it with Marvel movies. I can openly put my hands up and say, right, there's been an awful lot of shit that I can see where people hate them. Like you even mentioned Moon Knight, right? You hate Moon Knight. I like Moon Knight. Yeah. It's just the basis of fucking opinions, and that's where I again, to do the same argument, at some point, if it stays like it's picked up now with Deadpool, and I think that maybe could fix it up, maybe. If it doesn't, 5 or 6 years time, I could be doing the same conversation, being like, I think if they put out fucking Thor 7, fucking Fast and Furious, I'm done. You know what I mean? It's just a point.
You know,
if you're not like,
when I was watching The Acolyte, I was like, maybe I've been a bit too hard on everything else. it's so shit that it lifted up everything else. I spoke about on a different yapping section. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go finish House of the Dragon. We'll see what that's like, right? And I said how I was hesitant because I didn't feel like they were going anywhere, and how like it's all just built up for what's going to happen in the next season, and then they're going to promise that for the next for the season after that, right? Because it's at the end of the day, it's a soap opera, right? That's what that franchise is. That's exactly what happened. And when I said this during season 1, like everybody kind of lost their shit at me, and they were like, no, like, and then for season 2, everybody's kind of on my side. Everybody's kind of sick of it. And this will probably change. By the time season 3 comes out, people will have forgotten how annoyed they were, and they'll just be happy that season 3 is here. And then by the end of season 3, they'll be pissed off again. So, Yeah, I think I was even giving that too much credit because I was just watching that side by side with The Acolyte, and The Acolyte was so bad.
So it's just making House of Dragons feel like a better show.
Yeah.
Because like I caught on to Game of Thrones really late, and I loved it, and I got there and finished all before right as we got to the last season, and I got to sit and watch people that watched it for years dying.
They lost
because
their
of last
minds,
season.
dude.
And like I was only fresh, so I was like, it was bad, but I didn't care.
Fun for me to watch from the outside.
Even I got taken in. Like I hate, but my like Callum and Dad had watched it since the start, all through the years, and they fucking hated it. And it was like, this is kind of funny. Like you lot, it's kind of funny.
I watched The Acolyte. Nobody else gives a shit. I've spoken about it on stream. Nobody's fucking seen it. It's crazy.
I'm
like,
unfortunately
so that's the worst.
In Twitter bubbles.
Okay, yeah. Well, Twitter's
like
Twitter isn't the real world, isn't it?
Well, I can see friends that I had in school and like in colleges saying their pieces about movies and stuff, and they're talking about The Acolyte, and I'm like it's weird seeing one person saying this is probably one of the cooler things, and then another person like yourself saying this is fucking terrible. It's weird seeing the flip on it.
There's always like art, right? It's very subjective. But I don't know if there's like an argument to be made about how like objectively something could be bad that is creative. That's a very difficult argument to make, you know? I don't really know where I stand on this as a guy who's, you know, as an artist. Like, I don't know. I at the end of the day, it is all of our opinions, I suppose. But like the writing does not make sense in the set parameters of the universe. And it's very poorly shot, and it's very poorly acted by most of the cast, and it's very poorly written. So I don't know if objectively that would equal that it is bad, but subjectively, I can say, in my opinion, The Acolyte is awful. And Star Wars is at a, like, to really get back to it, yeah, Star Wars is in a bad place because people just don't give a shit anymore. No, people are falling off. Star Wars has fell off,
and it has done since the sequels have just done fucking damage to everybody's opinions on it, because that's where they started to mess with.
I don't think they can fix it other than move away and do stuff other characters, because they've ruined the characters that everybody loved. So now what are you going to do? You're running out of characters to ruin. A
new Rey show or movie, or why? Why make something about somebody they already didn't care
Damon
about?
Lindelof, who was writing it, who is one of the best writers. He did The Leftovers, one of the best TV shows ever. But they did get the guy who did Peaky Blinders. And people like that.
Peaky Blinders into Star Wars.
The guy who wrote that, you know, he can write other stuff. But
of course, but I'm just visualizing Cillian Murphy in Star Wars now.
Although apparently he's having trouble with the Disney system too. So like, who knows? Oh, talking about fucking Disney, I was very upset to find out that what's it called? Is it Beau DeMayo, the guy who did X-Men 97?
Oh yeah, that all came out.
Yeah, it came out. The reason why he was fired. So the early thoughts were Disney found his OnlyFans, and people were pissed off at like Disney for that.
I see. When it came out and we said that, I was like, that is perfectly like valid thing. It's shit, but it's a perfectly valid answer to give us. But in the back of my head, I was like, they don't instantly fire you the week before for something like that, right? It had to have been something bigger. When it came out this week, I was like, it came out this
week, guys, that he's a sex pest. And like, this is another X-Men creator who's a sex pest. Why does this keep happening? Yeah, that was very sad.
It was shit.
I mean, it doesn't take away from all the hard work that everybody put into X-Men 97. No. You know, that isn't him. I mean, he could even have put in a lot of hard work, and it's an incredible show himself. He at least he didn't put his penis in it. Yeah, because it's bad.
I just hope that the quality for next season doesn't drop off. I hope whoever they do get in can hold it, because X-Men 97's getting love.
The
from
second
all over
season
the
is still written by him.
Is
it? It's maybe by the time we get to the third season,
it could drop out.
It could really drop off there. Yeah.
Hopefully not. Or hopefully they do a 2 season and end it, because don't drag this shit out either.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, it is very good, guys. Like, if you can separate the art from the artist, you should check it out because it's a very good show.
Which we've had to say many times over all these podcasts, because there's so many just shitty famous people.
Yeah. Oh, right. Shall we leave it there? We good?
I have one more thing I just want to throw in the end. Silent Hill 2 remakes are all starting to come out. The reviews, they're all starting to come out and they sound really good, and I'm very hyped. That's all I had to say.
Oh, I read some bad reviews, but we'll find out. Everybody's
saying they played 3 hours and it's a lot better than everybody thinks it is from trailers. And a new trailer came out today.
Oh,
I saw the funniest headline. Maybe I could just get it up. The funniest headline I saw was, this is from the Polygon article, right? Silent Hill 2 2024 is most successful when it's doing its best Silent Hill 2 2001 imitation.
Oh.
Wait. That headline is dumb for a game that is a remake of a game. That headline's dumb.
It's the most stupid title
how does that make sense?
I've ever.
The game is remaking a game, and it does best when it's remaking the game.
I think the idea is what they've added isn't very good, but when they've stuck to the source material, it's good, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's what's expected.
But I saved that headline because I was laughing because I was like, that's fucking stupid.
That's so dumb. But no, I get that. I will probably feel the same about some of the newer stuff, unless I think it's cool. I think the newer stuff will be like, oh, I wish it wasn't in there. But if they do the rest of it, fine, good, cool.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it. I'm so excited for it. I love Silent Hill so much.
Guys, it's been dope. Thank you for listening to the We Know Kino podcast. You can find us on our socials. You should come and watch us stream. I stream over at The Spooky Memes on Twitch. I'm also on TikTok at The Spooky Memes and on YouTube at The Spooky Memes. Where are you guys?
Steve
Will Knievel on Twitch and YouTube. And I promise I keep saying it, but at some point I am going to deliver soon to be TikTok as well. So look out for that.
Nice.
Excited to see it.
Beckham.
Me. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Letterboxd, Bex7 on all of them.
Lovely.
Go check them all out. And that is a wrap.
That's us. We Know Kino. Thank you very much, everybody. Adios. Yeah. Join us next week for Alien. It's going to be dope.
See you then.